Chapter 1, The Village by the Forest. Second Fool opened his eyes and stared at the mud and thatch roof over his head. The quilt covering his body was a deep yellow color and had a musty smell. It was so old that its original color could no longer be distinguished. Next to him lay his second brother, Hanju, who appeared to be in a deep slumber. Snores intermittently floated over as he slept. 5 feet from the bed was an earthen wall that had suffered from numerous cracks due to the passage of time. From the other side of the wall came the nagging voice of his mother and the occasional deep breathing of his father, who was smoking his pipe. Second Fool slowly closed his eyes, trying to force himself to sleep. He knew that if he didn't go to sleep now, he wouldn't be able to wake up early the next day. If he woke up late, he would not be able to go up to the mountains with his good friends to gather firewood. Second Fool's real name was Hanli. This elegant name was not given to him by his parents. When he was born, his parents had offered 2 pieces of cornbread to the village's elder Zhang in exchange for giving the baby Hanli a second name. TL, Second Fool, Beleng Zi, in Mandarin has a pleasing sound despite its meaning. When Uncle Zhang was young, he had attended school with the wealthy children in the city. As he was the only one in the village who knew how to read a few words, more than half of the children in the village were named by him. Hanli was called Second Fool by those in the village. Despite his name, he wasn't stupid-looking or foolish. On the contrary, he was actually the smartest person in the village. But just like the other children, aside from when they were home, nobody called him by his official name, Hanli. Instead, they called him by his pet name, Second Fool. The reason why he was nicknamed Second Fool was due to the fact that there was already someone named Fool in the village. This type of nickname was nothing. There were children in the village named Doggy and Dumb Egg. These names weren't nearly as pleasant sounding as Second Fool. Because of this, Hanli felt some consolation even though he was not very fond of his nickname. Physically, Hanli was very ordinary. He was tan and matched the generic descriptions of a child born in a farming community. Deep in his heart, however, he had matured faster than others of the same age. Ever since he was young, he had yearned that one day, he would be able to leave his small village and explore the fertile lands of the outside world that Uncle Zhang had always talked about. Hanli had never dared to speak of his dreams to anyone else in the village because they would be deeply shocked. After all, leaving this place was a notion that even adults didn't easily think about, let alone a small child. Children around his age only knew how to chase chickens and pet dogs. They had never entertained the strange notion of leaving the village. Hanli's family had a total of 7 members, including 2 older brothers, 1 older sister and 1 younger sister. He was the 4th eldest in his family and turned 10 this year. Together, they lived a hard yet honest lifestyle. Very rarely did they get to eat meat and fish, but the entire family was content with living with the meager resources they had. At this moment, Hanli was hovering between the state of sleep and consciousness. As he slowly drifted to sleep, only one thought was on his mind. While in the mountains, he had to pick more red berries for his younger sister whom he doted on the most. The next morning, at noon, Hanli was shielding himself from the scorching sun overhead in the shade casted by the pile of lumber on his back. Wrapped around his chest was a pouch filled to the brim with red berries that bounced with each step as he walked home. He had no idea that at this moment, there was a guest in his home, a guest that would change his destiny forever. This guest was actually someone who had very close blood ties with Hanli. It was his 3rd uncle. It was rumored that his 3rd uncle was the shopkeeper of a restaurant in the nearby city. According to his parents, 3rd uncle was the most capable within their family. After a few hundred years, the Han family had finally produced someone like his 3rd uncle, a figure with status and respect that was unrivaled within the family. When Hanli was young, he had only met his 3rd uncle a few times. Hanli's older brother became a blacksmith's apprentice in the city thanks to 3rd uncle's introduction. Every so often, this third uncle would even gift some food to his parents to bring home and eat. Because he had looked after Han Li's family with great consideration, Han Li had a very good impression of him. Even though his parents never said anything, he knew that in their hearts, they were very grateful. Han Li's eldest brother was the family's pride and joy. As an apprentice of a blacksmith, he was able to bring home 30 copper coins every month, minus living expenses. And when he finally graduated from his apprenticeship, he would earn even more money. Every time his parents talked about their eldest son, their spirits would soar with pride. Although Han Li was young, he was tremendously envious. The best work he could find was to be the apprentice of a craft master and rely on the crafts he made to earn money. So when Han Li saw the brand new satin robes and the round face that belonged to his third uncle, Han Li was overjoyed. Setting down the firewood in a corner outside of the house, he went to the front of the house to greet his third uncle. "Third uncle, Han Li greets you." After doing so, he obediently stood by the side and listened to his third uncle chat with his parents. Third uncle beamed at Han Li as he opened his mouth, praising his nephew. What a sensible child. After complimenting Han Li, he turned his attention back to Han Li's parents and explained the reason for his visit. Although Han Li wasn't able to fully understand the words his third uncle was saying as he was too young, he still roughly understood what he said. It turned out his third uncle's restaurant had the backing of the Seven Mysteries sect. This sect was divided into the inner and outer divisions. Not too long ago, third uncle had been officially recognized as an outer disciple. That meant that he could bring a child between the ages of 7 and 12 to take the inner disciple examinations. Once every 5 years, the Seven Mysteries sect would formally issue invitations for youngsters to take the test to become inner disciples. The test would officially begin the following month. Third uncle was a smart and astute man who was childless, so he naturally thought of Han Li, who met the age requirement. The moment the usually docile Father Han heard the words Jiang Hu and sect, along with many other phrases he had never heard before, he felt very hesitant. Bringing his smoking pipe to his lips and giving it a puff, he sat down without saying a word. TL, Father Han, is the title of Han Li's father. According to third uncle, the Seven Mysteries sect could be considered one of the best sects within several hundred miles. If one were to become an inner disciple, not only would one be able to practice martial arts for free, one would also receive a monthly allowance and have his needs taken care of. Not only that, those who didn't pass the inner disciple examinations could still enter the sect's outer division and become an outer disciple like third uncle. They would still have the opportunity to help the Seven Mysteries sect handle its external affairs. Upon hearing the possibility that his son could receive a monthly allowance and even become as successful as his third uncle, Han Li's father finally decided to give his approval. After getting the approval from Han Li's father, third uncle felt elation in his heart. Leaving behind 2 silver coins, he said that he would return in a month to escort Han Li to the testing area. During this period of time, Han Li's father had to ensure that Han Li was clothed and well fed to improve his constitution so that it would be easier for Han Li to pass the test. After giving these instructions, third uncle bid farewell to Han Li and his father, patted Han Li on his head and left for the city. While Han Li didn't fully comprehend his third uncle's words, he could understand that he would be able to earn money in the big city. It seemed that his dream from before was going to come true, making him so excited that he could not sleep for the first few nights. After 1 month had passed, third uncle returned to the village, escorting Han Li to the testing site. Before he left, Han Li's father repeatedly instructed Han Li on the ways of proper behavior. One must be honest, have the capacity to endure, and avoid unnecessary conflicts with others. Meanwhile, Han Li's mother urged him to take care of his health and to eat and sleep well. The day finally arrived and third uncle came to take Han Li away by carriage. As his parents gradually disappeared from his sight, Han Li bit down on his lips in order to prevent his tears from flowing down his eyes. Although he had always been more mature than other children of the same age, he was still a 10-year-old child. This was the first time he had left home, so he naturally felt depressed. A homesickness developed in his heart. He was determined to rush home after he struck rich, never to be separated from his parents. Han-li would never have thought that from this moment on, money would lose any meaning to him. He was unexpectedly going to walk a path different from ordinary mortals. Instead, he was going to walk down his own path towards immortal cultivation. Han-li's home was said to be a small city, but it was actually just a large village called Green Ox Village. Only those who lived in the mountainous region and the natives with no knowledge of the outside world called the village Green Ox City. The only reason why Han-li knew about this was because he had been informed by his uncle Zhang, who had been working as a gatekeeper for more than 10 years. Green Ox Village wasn't very large. It only had one main road, known as Green Ox Street, which spanned from the eastern to the western borders of the village. There was also only one tavern in village, located on its western border. For any traveling merchant that didn't want to sleep outdoors, this tavern was the only option. There was only one road for carriages in the western part of Green Ox Village. It ran from the gates of the village and the Green Ox Tavern all the way to the Spring Fragrance Restaurant, the only other place anyone would visit besides the tavern. Spring Fragrance Restaurant wasn't big by any means and was actually quite old-fashioned. However, this establishment had a certain charm that was appealing to many travelers. Every day at noon, there would always be a crowd of people, making the place constantly swamped. A bearded man with a round face emerged from a carriage along with a dark-skinned, rotund little boy who looked to be around 10 years old. They both walked into the restaurant with a swagger. All of the regular customers knew who this man was. He was the manager of this restaurant, Fatty Han. The boy, however, was not someone they were familiar with. Elder Han, this tanned little boy resembles you a lot. Could it be a child from a prostitute you spent the night with? Someone joked. The moment the joke was uttered, the entire restaurant roared with laughter. Pah! This is the son of my blood brother, my own nephew. Of course he'll look like me, Fatty Han said proudly instead of being angered. This duo had traveled for 3 whole days without rest before arriving at the village. They were Han-li and his third uncle, who was known as Fatty Han by the village's people. Fatty Han greeted a few regulars before bringing Han-li to the back of the restaurant, and entered a remote courtyard. Shaoli, you should rest here for a while. When the time comes for the inner disciple examinations, I'll call you. For now, I must leave in order to attend to a few regulars. Fatty Han pointed at a side room in the courtyard and kindly motioned for Han-li to enter it. TL, Shao, in this context means little. After saying that, Han-li's third uncle turned around and hurried back inside the restaurant to tend to his customers. As he reached the door, he felt a sudden unease in his heart and reminded Han-li, don't run about. You might get lost in the village if you wander around. So it's best if you don't leave this courtyard. N. Hearing Han-li's honest response, he nodded in relief and walked out the door. After his third uncle left the courtyard, Han-li suddenly felt exhausted. The moment his head landed on his pillow, he fell into a deep sleep and began snoring, surprisingly without the fear of a normal kid staying alone in unfamiliar surroundings. When the night came, a servant came by with some food. Although it wasn't a lavish meal, it was still delicious. After Han-li ate the food, the servant was clearing away the remaining dishes when his third uncle leisurely walked in. How was it? Was the meal suitable to your taste? Do you miss home? Yes, I miss home, Han-li replied in his childish voice. Third uncle seemed satisfied with Han-li's response. He began to talk to him about his daily life and bragged about many of his experiences. Gradually, Han-li became less shy and started to laugh and talk with his third uncle. In this manner, 2 days quickly passed. On the third day, after Hanli finished dinner, he was waiting for his uncle's stories of Jianghu when a carriage stopped in front of the restaurant door. TL, Jianghu, World of Martial Artists. This carriage was painted a shiny black color and even the horse was a rarely seen golden steed. But what attracted the most attention was that on the frame of the carriage was the word mystery written in silver characters in the middle of a red triangle emblazing a black banner. The image on the banner also emitted an unfathomable air. Seeing this banner, every martial arts expert in the area knew that this carriage belonged to one of the two local overlords in the area, the Seven Mysteries sect. It seemed that an esteemed guest had arrived in Green Ox Village. The Seven Mysteries sect was previously known as the Seven Supreme sect. 200 years ago, the sect was established by an extremely famous martial master named Sovereign of the Seven Supreme. Having once swept across and dominated the Jing province and the nearby Shu province for a few decades, the Sovereign of the Seven Supreme was resoundingly famous. But after he was afflicted with illness, the power of the Seven Mysteries sect took a devastating hit and its influence dropped drastically. In the end, the Seven Mysteries sect was forced out of the main city of the Jing province by the combined efforts of its rival sections. 100 years ago, the sect was forced to relocate to an extremely remote area called the Celestial Rainbow Mountain. From then on, they rebuilt their roots in that third-rate region and became a local powerhouse. Locally, the only other power that could rival the Seven Mysteries sect was the Feral Wolf Gang. The Feral Wolf Gang was originally a gang of horse-mounted bandits from the Jing province that had no qualms about burning, killing, looting and pillaging. After a while, an army dispatched by the imperial court encircled and fiercely suppressed the bandits. Some of the bandits accepted the amnesty granted to them by the imperial court while the remaining bandits reformed themselves into the Feral Wolf Gang. The Feral Wolf Gang was exceedingly cruel and bloodthirsty, retaining their former characteristics of having no qualms about committing atrocities. Thus, whenever they clashed, the Seven Mysteries sect was always at a disadvantage. Even though the Feral Wolf Gang controlled more villages than the Seven Mysteries sect, the gang didn't know how to manage the villages effectively to run businesses and generate income. In comparison, the wealth of the villages controlled by the Seven Mysteries sect vastly outstripped the villages under Feral Wolf Gang's control. Jealous of the Seven Mysteries sect's prosperity, the Feral Wolf Gang made plans to take over the sect's territory, resulting in the long-standing conflict between the two major powers. The conflict gave the current sect leader of the Seven Mysteries sect endless headaches. Because of the Feral Wolf Gang, the Seven Mysteries sect have been accepting an increasing number of disciples in recent years. After the carriage stopped, a skinny 40-year-old man jumped down. His movements were extremely nimble, indicating that he was a powerful expert. He seemed to be very familiar with Fatty Han's restaurant and walked pompously towards the room Hanli was residing in. Upon seeing the 40-year-old man, Fatty Han immediately greeted him respectfully. "Protector Wang, why has an esteemed person such as yourself personally made the trip?" "Humph." Protector Wang coldly snorted. "The roads here haven't been peaceful lately. Because of this, there's a need to strengthen the defenses. Thus, the elders ordered that I personally come. Don't speak any more rubbish. Is this the child you wanted to nominate?" Yes, this is my nephew. I hope that Protector Wang will take care of him." Looking at the impatient look on Protector Wang's face, third uncle immediately retrieved a heavy-looking pouch and secretly passed it over to Protector Wang. After he assessed the weight of the pouch, Protector Wang's impatient demeanor visibly relaxed. "Fatty Han, you truly know how to conduct yourself. On the way back, I will make sure that all of your nephew's needs are well cared for. Anyways, it is getting pretty late now. We had best hurry on our way." Chapter 3, Seven Mysteries sect. The smell inside the carriage was unpleasant, but this could hardly be surprising. The optimal capacity for this carriage was only 10 people, but currently there were about 30 young children squeezed into the carriage. Even if young children had smaller bodies than adults, the space inside the carriage was intolerably cramped. The clever Hanli had chosen a seat near to the sides when he had first entered the carriage and was now stealthily observing the other children. The children who had registered or been nominated to take the test at the Seven Mysteries sect could be segregated into 3 different groups based on their clothing and bearing. In the first group, there was a youth wearing silk clothing seated in the center of the carriage, surrounded by the majority of the children. This youth's name was Wu Yan. He was 13 years old, one of the oldest children to be seated inside the carriage. Normally, he would not be even here since his age had already exceeded the age limit, but one of his older female cousins was married to someone of authority inside the Seven Mysteries sect. Therefore, Wu Yan's age was purposely overlooked and he was allowed to join the selection. Wu Yan's family ran a martial arts dojo, so he had access to a considerable amount of wealth. From a young age, he had practiced external martial arts. Even though his talent could not be considered excellent, when facing against Han Li's type, those children who had never practiced martial arts before, it was more than enough for Wu Yan to trample them underfoot. It was very clear that children like Wu Yan, who came from powerful wealthy families and had previously practiced martial arts, could be considered the elite within the group of children inside the carriage. They were from different backgrounds. Some came from the families of shopkeepers, some came from the families of workers, or families of craftsmen, etc. However, they all had one special thing in common: they grew up in the city. Thus, from an early age, they had learned from the elders of their families on how to observe people and know what was beneficial for them. Because of this, these people surrounded Wu Yan and repeatedly called out "Young Master Wu" and "Big Brother Wu" to curry favor. Wu Yan seemed to be used to being fawned over. The third group of people were people like Han Li. This group came from remote and poor villages. They usually made do with what they had, were poor, and had suffered a life of hardship and strife. Only 5 to 6 people belonged to this third group, creating a minority inside the carriage. They usually kept to themselves and had a quiet demeanor, not even daring to speak or laugh loudly. They were a refreshing change when compared to those loud children. After the horse carriage exited Green Ox Town, it sped westward and made a few detours to visit other locations and collect even more children. On the 5th day, they managed to arrive at the Celestial Rainbow Mountain, the home of the Seven Mysteries sect, near sundown. The first thing the children saw after exiting the carriage was the beautiful, captivating sunset. It was only when Protector Wang started to rally the children that they woke up from their daze and continued proceeding forward. Celestial Rainbow Mountain was originally Setting Wind Mountain. Legend has it that during ancient times, a 5-colored wind blew past this location, instantly transforming the mountain. After this place was discovered by humans, they realized how beautiful the sunset looked behind the rosy pink clouds. Inspired by the majestic image, the humans decided to rename this place Celestial Rainbow Mountain. The Celestial Rainbow Mountain was the second largest mountain in the Jing province after the Baimang Mountain. It was extremely spacious, spanning a radius of 10 li. The Celestial Rainbow Mountain was actually a mountain range consisting of 10 mountain peaks, each of them being incredibly dangerous, and under the control of the various divisions of the Seven Mysteries sect. The main mountain peak of the Celestial Rainbow Mountain was named the Setting Sun Summit. It was treacherous and dangerous beyond comparison. Not only was it extremely steep, there was only a single path between the peak and base of the mountain. After the Seven Mysteries sect rebuilt their roots in this area, they set up a total of 13 checkpoints on the path up the mountain. Some of these checkpoints were hidden while others were out in the open. They were prepared for every single route that the feral wolf gang might use to invade the mountain. As Han Li followed the escorts in front of the group, he surveyed his nearby surroundings. Suddenly, the escort stopped as waves of friendly and amicable voices rang out. "Little brother Wang, why did you arrive so late? You're 2 days late. Division head Yu, we were delayed by the journey here, sorry for causing you to worry." Standing in front of all the children, Protector Wang replied respectfully as he bowed to a red-faced old man. Protector Wang's stern facade was instantly replaced by a look of fawning. "Which batch of children is this?" "This is the batch number 17. N." This division head Yu pompously looked towards Han Li and the other children. "Send them to the courtyard, let them rest for tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll begin the selection process. Send those who fail or break the rules back down the mountain." "Understood, Division Head Yu." Walking atop of the mountain stone steps, the children were tremendously excited, but no one dared to speak loudly. Despite their young age, the children somehow knew that this place would determine their destiny. Protector Wang was in the lead and greeted several figures on the way to the children's sleeping quarters. It could be seen that he was familiar with a lot of people and was quite popular in the region. The majority of the people they met on their way were all wearing green clothes and equipped with a blade or sword. Even those that appeared empty-handed wore pouches full of mysterious items around their waists. From their bearing and conduct, one could tell that all of these people were somewhat proficient at martial arts. Han Li and the rest of the children were brought to a mountain peak that seemed lower in height in comparison to the other mountain peaks. On the summit, there was a house made of mud, built for the children to sleep in during the night. As he slept, Han Li dreamed that he was wearing silk, had a golden sword in his hands, and possessed peerless martial arts, soundly beating the village blacksmith's sons who he previously were no match for. Then he woke on second morning, still reminiscent of his dream. Protector Wang did not let the children enjoy breakfast. Instead, he brought all of the children down the mountain to a steep slope containing many bamboo shoots. There, Division Head Yu and a few other youths whom Han Li didn't recognize were already waiting for them. This was because as the stones and rocks on the ground increased, the number of bamboo shoots decreased. Han Li finally reached the point where there were no more bamboo shoots for him to use for support. Han Li slowly moved inch by inch past this last stretch of road and overcame the first obstacle. The moment he walked out of the bamboo forest, he could only see a vast expanse of land. In front of him was an incomparably huge, rocky mountain. On top of the gargantuan mountain were a few skinny kids, slowly climbing up the stone cliff along with a few senior disciples keeping a close watch on them. Han Li did not dare to hesitate any longer and rushed to make his way to the front of the huge rocky mountain. The mountain consisted of layers and layers of sedimentary rocks stacked upon each other and appeared very eroded. In some places, the ground crumbled when touched. Of course, there were also solid slabs of broken stone, but finding them was extremely perilous as they would lead to injury. Han Li had only practiced the most rudimentary of martial arts and as such, his hands were already filled with injuries after his trek through the bamboo forest. At the same time, his clothes were torn and tattered around his knees, and the flesh and muscles hidden by his clothing were also scraped and injured. Although the wound on his knee was small, Han Li gritted his teeth every time it came into contact with the jagged rocks, the pain almost more than he could bear. The few children in the lead had already climbed the furthest. Seeing the others ahead of him, Han Li refused to give up. The moment any thoughts of giving up flashed past his mind, images of his third uncle and his family would appear, giving him the motivation to carry on. With the memories of those he loved urging him to continue, Han Li relentlessly proceeded forward. Before Han Li left for the inner disciple examination, Han Li's father and third uncle reminded Han Li that the test would be extremely tough. If he did not persevere to the end, Han Li would have no chances of joining the Seven Mysteries sect. At this moment, Han Li no longer cared about joining the sect. Instead, the only source of motivation pushing him forward was an unwillingness to give in and the urgency to catch up to the others in the lead. Han Li raised his head and noticed that Wu Yan was currently in the lead. Wu Yan was older than Han Li and had even practiced martial arts. Unsurprisingly, he had a stronger body compared to the others. Once again, Han Li turned his gaze backwards and saw that he had surpassed quite a few children, many of which were still rushing forward. Sucking in a deep breath, Hanli increased the speed of his ascent. Despite exhausting the majority of his strength, he still hadn't shortened the distance between him and those in the lead. As the unyielding sun climbed towards the center of the sky, Hanli's body got heavier and heavier, making it harder for him to reach the summit. In the meantime, Wu Yan had already reached the top of the huge mountain. Near the summit of the 100-meter-tall mountain was the incredibly steep bone refining cliff. Over 10 ropes, each with knots the size of a fist, hung from the top of the cliff. Wu Yan selected one and began to climb up the cliff. Hanli gazed over at Wu Yan, who was in the lead, and felt resigned in his heart. He knew that he could not catch up to those in front in the short amount of time left until noon. The notion of failing was quickly erased by the sudden pain that flared up from his injuries. The waves of fiery pain sapped the strength from his limbs. Feeling his body fall downward, Hanli frantically grasped a stone with one hand. His heart was beating erratically as he rapidly pasted his body onto the side of the mountain, not daring to make any sudden motions. After a moment, he calmed down, using his hand to test the strength of the stone slab. Only after he determined it was secured in place did he manage to let go of his worries. Looking downwards, Hanli saw that the lanky senior was in a half-squatting position with his arms extended out, preparing to catch Hanli if he fell. Seeing that Hanli was safe, however, the senior retracted his arms. Hanli felt relief in his heart. If he really fell down the cliff, all of his efforts would have been wasted. After a short moment, he slowly inched forward and crawled towards the remaining ropes hanging down the bone refining cliff. Finally, he arrived at the bottom of a rope. The sun had almost reached the center of the sky, indicating that there was only 1 hour before the time limit was up. At this moment, Wu Yan had already ascended the cliff and he turned his head to gaze at the remaining children. Just as Hanli was climbing the rope, his gaze coincidentally met Wu Yan, only to see him giving a thumbs-down gesture to the slower competitors. After laughing maniacally, Wu Yan continued onward. With anger rising in his heart, Hanli grabbed a hold of the rope and began to climb. However, Hanli had long since used up all his energy. Currently, even holding the rope tightly was a challenge for him, let alone climbing the rope. Miraculously, Hanli climbed up to the first knot on his rope. Sitting on it, he felt as if his body had turned into cotton, unable to move a single finger. He turned his head and looked at all the children behind him. Some of them had already given up, sitting down on the stone mountain and breathing heavily. Like Hanli, they had exhausted all of their strength and were on the verge of collapse. Hanli could only bitterly smile. He had greatly underestimated this test. Fortunately, he wasn't among the last of the children. After looking at the senior disciple's cold gazes, he decided to carry on. Even though he had no chances of completing the test before noon, finishing late was better than hanging limp on a rope. Hanli extended both of his stiff hands and used the strength he had recovered during his break to slowly climb up the rope. But at this moment, Hanli's hands stopped responding to his will. He even lacked the strength to maintain a grip on the rope. Hanli paused there and lingered for a moment before reluctantly deciding to remain there seated on the knot. Isn't Wu Yan just pulling strings and depending on his family's connections? If it wasn't for his older cousin being married to sect leader Ma, how could he be selected as a core disciple with such meager skill? He already surpassed the age limit, but he was still sent to the 7th Supreme Division, the senior said in a freezing tone that was comparable to a cold wind on a winter day. Zhang Jun, have you gone mad? How dare you gossip about the sect leader's decisions? If this news was spread, both of us could suffer from cruel punishments and end up in dire straits. After hearing Zhang Jun's words, the other senior with the long and thin face felt shock in his heart and rapidly checked his surroundings to make sure no one heard Zhang Jun. Only after discovering that there were no other disciples did he heave a sigh of relief. The senior with the cold countenance snorted as if he were harboring hatred in his heart, but after Wu Mingrui's warning, he stopped talking. Only then did Han Li understand that the senior with the cold countenance was Zhang Jun. Listening to their conversation, Han Li could roughly understand what they were talking about. Wu Yan entered the 7th Supreme Division, not because of his own skills, but because he had the backing of the sect leader. As they walked along the mountain path, these two seniors both thought of the sect's internal affairs, which filled them with sadness. Lacking the mood to converse, they silently led the children forward. The rest of the children also dared not speak out of turn. Perhaps they were thinking of the differences between the 7 Mysteries sect and their hometowns. Just as they were passing through a forested region, a 60-year-old man emerged from the woods. He was tall and thin with a yellow tinge to his skin and a head full of white hair. As he approached them, he coughed with every step, causing many of them to worry that he was suffering a great deal and could collapse at any moment. The senior disciples, upon seeing this old man, did not show a trace of worry on their faces. Instead, they respectfully greeted the old man with a bow. "Dr. Mo, this disciple greets you. Is there anything that you need this disciple to handle?" Zhang Jun, unlike his previously cold demeanor, now had an expression full of respect. To Zhang Jun, this old man in front of him was worthy of more respect than division head and even the sect leader. "Oh, is this the latest batch of disciples?" The old man continued coughing and asked with a hoarse voice. "Yes, among the 8 of them, 6 are official inner disciples and 2 are unofficial disciples," responded Zhang Jun. "Coincidentally, I'm currently in need of some manpower, specifically an alchemy apprentice and an herb gatherer. Let these 2 follow me instead." Dr. Mo randomly raised his finger and pointed, just as luck would have it, towards Han Li and Zhang Tai, the 2 unofficial disciples. "This disciple will obey your words." These 2 unofficial disciples actually caught eyes of the esteemed Dr. Mo. Their karma must be exceptional. "The 2 of you, why are you still standing there? Hurry and come to pay your respects to Dr. Mo. If you are able to learn a thing or 2 about the arts of healing from this esteemed elder, you will be extremely fortunate." The 2 seniors had no traces of hesitation or objection on their face. The senior with the long and thin face, Wu Mingrui, flattered Dr. Mo in order to curry favor with him. Han Li and Zhang Tai, upon seeing the 2 senior disciples' sudden change of heart, had no objections. They could only accept in silence and follow the old man into the forest. Dr. Mo led the 2 of them down a small path that meandered through the forest. The path turned east and west before suddenly stopping in front of an entrance leading to a luscious green valley. On the left side of the valley was a courtyard used for farming medicinal herbs that emitted a fragrant smell into the air. After they entered the courtyard, Han Li spotted many herbs that were unknown to him. On the right side of the valley were lines of houses in various sizes. Looking in all 4 directions, Han Li saw no exit besides the gateway from which they entered. This valley is called the God Hand Valley. Other disciples will not dare enter this valley unless they are suffering from injuries. The old man stood in the middle of the line of houses and pointed to a smaller house. "For now, this will be your home. Rest and replenish your energy. When night falls, look for me in my house so I can inform you about several things. The 2 of you can call me Old Mo." The old man huffed and considered for a moment before saying, "Dr. Mo is also acceptable." After speaking, Dr. Mo ignored the 2 of them and slowly walked towards an impressive-looking house, coughing with each step. Completely exhausted, Han Li did not bother to check with Zhang Tai before entering the house and selecting a bed to fall asleep on. He was satisfied, because, at this moment, he was halfway to becoming an inner disciple of the 7 Mysteries sect. It was a pity that he didn't know how to read. He could only tell that the title was made up of 3 large, black characters. Unfortunately, Han Li didn't recognize them. As soon as Han Li walked out of Dr. Mo's residence, Han Li couldn't help but let out the breath he had been holding. He didn't know why, but just now, he hadn't even dared to breathe in Dr. Mo's presence. His mind had also been incredibly tensed. Now that he had left, he immediately loosened up, returning to his normal state. During the following few days, Han Li's excitement never faded. He'd finally become a disciple of the Seven Mysteries sect. Although he was still just an unofficial disciple, it was still better than the children that had been sent home. Even if he didn't pass the test in half a year, he could still become an outer disciple like Third Uncle. In Han Li's opinion, Third Uncle was a person of great status and position, so he didn't concern himself over the examination in half a year. He even secretly hoped from the bottom of his heart that he wouldn't pass. That way, he could leave the mountain earlier to see his parents and his most beloved younger sister. During the following few days, Dr. Mo would teach them some medicinal knowledge in the mornings. In the afternoons, he would make them study the body's 12 main meridians, energy channels, and acupoint locations. As for the little he taught them of martial arts, he made them maintain the horse stance and hit straw dummies. A month later, the two of them were completely isolated from the other children. They no longer spent time learning anything else besides the chant. Ever since Dr. Mo had begun teaching them, they spent most of their time practicing the nameless chant. Dr. Mo strictly ordered them to not tell the chants to anyone else. If even a small segment was leaked, Dr. Mo would harshly punish them and kick them out of his apprenticeship. During this period of time, Han Li began to have a better understanding of the Seven Mysteries sect and Dr. Mo. The Seven Mysteries sect had a disciple named Wang Lu, who possessed the teachings handed down by the Sovereign Seven Supreme. Wang Lu became the sect leader of the Seven Mysteries sect, and he split the sect with the help of the three other sect leaders. They divided the sect into two segments, the inner and outer branch. The outer branch had a total of 4 divisions, namely the Flying Bird Division, Treasure Gathering Division, Foreseas Division, and External Blade Division. The inner branch also had 4 divisions, namely the 100 Forge Division, 7 Supreme Division, Consecrated Division, and Blood Blade Division. In addition to the inner and outer branch, there was a council of elders that reported to the vice sect leaders and the sect leader. Dr. Mo was originally not a disciple of the Seven Mysteries sect. A few years ago, sect leader Wang carelessly fell into an enemy's trap while outside of the celestial Rainbow Mountain and was heavily injured by the multiple attacks from the opposing party. As he wavered on the brink of death, his allies were unable to do anything about it. Just then, they happened to encounter Dr. Mo, whose brilliant healing and effective medicines saved sect leader Wang's life. Sect leader Wang naturally couldn't help but feel extremely grateful for Dr. Mo. He later found out that in addition to his profound medical expertise, Dr. Mo was a strong martial arts practitioner, which convinced sect leader Wang to invite Dr. Mo to join his sect. The elders carefully picked a small valley in the mountains to erect a residence specifically for Dr. Mo's use in order to make the shift as comfortable as possible. The valley soon became a venerated place within the Seven Mysteries sect thanks to Dr. Mo. Although none of the disciples had ever witnessed his skills, nor did they know how strong his martial arts was, Dr. Mo had used his brilliant medical expertise to save quite a few disciples' lives. Thus, although he was normally expressionless and was a man of few words, he received a great amount of respect from the inner disciples. Chapter 7. The difficulties of cultivating. Han Li slowly transferred energy from his meridians back to his dantian. He had managed to reach the 7th cycle of qi circulation today, and Han Li knew that his body had already reached the limit of what it could handle. If he were to try to do another cycle, all his meridians would completely rupture, inciting a pain worse than death. Even though he was a courageous person, Han Li couldn't help but break out in cold sweat at the thought of this pain. It had already been half a year since Han Li joined the sect, and the official-unofficial disciple exam had ended slightly over 2 months ago. Only a small portion of the unofficial disciples were officially promoted to the inner branch. Most unofficial disciples weren't able to pass this point and had no other choice but to pack their belongings and become a disciple of the outer branch. The children that didn't pass would generally enter the treasure gathering division or the flying bird division. For those that showed outstanding performances, they would receive another step further in their training and would then have the chance to join the more respected external blade division. Of course, it was only natural that the 4 Cs division was the most respected of the 4 divisions, but unfortunately, they only accepted those that made names for themselves through their martial arts. If one didn't have a certain level of expertise in martial arts, it was pointless for them to even dream about joining the 4 Cs division. These immature and inexperienced children were even less worthy of any mention. When Han Li recalled the details of the examination from 2 months ago, he couldn't help but feel a bit frightened. A few dozen miles away from the celestial Rainbow Mountains was a neighboring desolate mountain where a group of people were sparring. There were a few senior disciples who excelled in martial arts and were fiercely locked in combat. With each and every test, Han Li couldn't help but feel a little bit of joy at the misery of others. During their entire stay at the Seven Mysteries sect, Han Li and Zhang Tai had never taken such a terrifying test before. Dr. Mo had said that his examination would only test them on the cultivation chant, but Han Li didn't believe the test would be as easy as it sounded. Looking back, Han Li could clearly remember the intense effort he had to put into his cultivation. According to Dr. Mo, this oracular chant was only a single part of a set. Within half a year, Han Li and Zhang Tai had successfully comprehended the first layer of the cultivation chant, which Dr. Mo would be examining. If the two were able to overcome Dr. Mo's expectations, then they could become Dr. Mo's personal disciples and even share the same benefits as the inner disciples. Not to mention, Han Li had also heard from others that the treatment the inner disciples and outer disciples received was so vastly different that it spoke volumes of how enormous of a difference there was between the two. He then realized how ignorant he had been and cast away any thoughts of becoming an inner disciple. Han Li would be satisfied by just joining the Seven Mysteries sect and receiving some silver to send back to his family. Everything else had seemed irrelevant because, above all else, he truly desired to help his poverty-stricken family. His only goal was to be able to take money home so he could provide his family with a better life. After learning Dr. Mo's chant, Han Li had not once stopped cultivating. He spent every possible moment of day and night relentlessly practicing the chant. Because Dr. Mo hadn't given them any pointers on how to cultivate, Han Li could only theorize by himself. After discussing with other young cultivators, he discovered they were using the Seven Mysteries sect's positive yang energy, a self-meditated cultivation method. Relying on both the chant and the positive yang energy, he cultivated assiduously for 3 months, but Han Li was shocked to realize that his progress was extremely slow. He had spent a great deal of effort and yet he was rewarded with one small thread of cool energy inside of his body. The energy was so infinitesimal that he could barely notice that it was there. If he hadn't checked his body carefully for results, he would not have noticed the strand of energy. Could this be the rumored true qi the instructors had talked about? Han Li suddenly came to this realization. The other disciples cultivating the positive yang energy had told him that there was a distinct flow of warm energy and qi being generated within their bodies. However, the thread of energy in Han Li's body was extremely cold, completely opposite from the energy gained from cultivating positive yang energy. Looking at the results, it was obvious Han Li was very far behind the other disciples. Those who used the true qi from the positive yang energy cultivation were able to punch a fist-sized hole through a small tree trunk and leap 3 meters into the air. Han Li, however, after circulating the strange qi in his body, felt practically no different from his normal state. The only difference he could tell was that his spirit was more vigorous and his appetite was even more ravenous than before he came to the mountain. But what use was that? Seeing that the other children on the mountains were gaining ridiculous power, Han Li couldn't help but feel dejected. After realizing that he had barely made any progress, Han Li had nearly given up on his several months of hard work. He thought that with such a huge gap between himself and the others, he would not have a chance to catch up to the other children in the remaining amount of time before Dr. Mo's test and successfully pass it. It would be better to plan for his trip back home instead. Incidentally, Hanli one day came across the cultivating Zhang Tai and realized something. Ever since Zhang Tai had started his cultivation with this mysterious oracular formula chant, his body showed no changes at all. There was no effect, not even a small amount of true qi could be seen. Knowing that he had at least succeeded in forming one strand of true qi, Hanli regained the confidence he had thrown away earlier. With the remaining amount of time, he furiously tried to cultivate the oracular chant. He worked even harder than before, training like a madman. Hanli began to use every single second to meditate and cultivate. Even when he was sleeping, he kept his body upright in a meditative position in hopes of having even a slight breakthrough. Of course, this intensive training method could not be maintained for longer than a few days. If he strained himself past his limit, his lack of sleep would make him unable to efficiently cultivate. What puzzled Hanli the most was that after Dr. Mo imparted the oracular chant to the two of them, he stopped interacting with them. Even their questions on cultivation had been ignored by him as if he did not even notice their existence. Every day, Dr. Mo would bring out the book with the 3 black characters written on the back cover and study it, staring intently as if the lines of text outlined the image of a beautiful woman and the cover was made of pure gold. At the beginning, Hanli and Zhang Tai thought that Dr. Mo no longer wanted to be a medical doctor but rather was studying bitterly to pass an imperial exam. After the 2 children learned to read, however, they recognized the 3 words on the back cover, which read, Scripture of Longevity. Dr. Mo was reading a book about how to cultivate oneself to the point of extending one's lifespan. In that moment, the 2 children suddenly realized that Dr. Mo wasn't trying to pass the imperial exam, he was trying to live thousands of years like a river turtle. Turtles were thought to be able to live for thousands of years. Dr. Mo added as his usually cold tone of voice became rushed, placing his other hand on Hanli's dantian. Hanli could feel both of Dr. Mo's hand tremble slightly. As Hanli circulated the strange energy, Dr. Mo became quite agitated. Not bad. Not bad. This is the feeling that I wanted. I'm not wrong, I'm not mistaken. Ha ha ha. Dr. Mo, after a thorough examination, could no longer hold back and started laughing maniacally, both his hands tightly clutched on Hanli's shoulder. Even his normally squinty eyes enlarged as they intensely stared at Hanli. It was as if he had seen a rare and valuable treasure, his eyes flashing with faint traces of madness. Hanli's ears were ringing from Dr. Mo's unceasing laughter and he felt slight pain on his shoulder. Seeing the madness in Dr. Mo's eyes, Hanli could not help but feel terror in his heart. Good, very good. From the expression on Hanli's face, Dr. Mo could tell that he was terrified. Only then did Dr. Mo realize that he had been overeager, thus, he controlled himself and regained his composure. In the future, you must work as hard as you're working right now. From this day onwards, you will be promoted to my personal disciple. After saying that, Dr. Mo released his tight grip on Hanli's shoulder and proceeded to pat him in encouragement. Dr. Mo regained his usual calm look almost as if his loss of control had never happened. But from his occasional glances at Hanli, one could tell that he was still tremendously excited. As for you, Dr. Mo finally shifted his gaze onto Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai was thunderstruck by the events that unfolded earlier. Seeing that Dr. Mo shifted the topic of conversation to him, Zhang Tai awoke from his daze with a start. Just thinking that he failed the assessment and would be asked to leave the mountain caused traces of bitterness to appear on Zhang Tai's face as he looked at Dr. Mo. Your talent is questionable. Despite such a long period of time, you still could not produce even a small trace of energy. Accepting you as my personal disciple would be too much of a stretch. Dr. Mo repeatedly shook his head. Zhang Tai's heart fell down to the bottom of an abyss after seeing Dr. Mo shaking his head. But suddenly, Dr. Mo seemed to have thought of something interesting, as he gazed at Zhang Tai with a bizarre expression in his eyes. Looking at your bone structure, I may have a suitable technique for you. I just wonder if you are willing to learn from me. Dr. Mo's sudden shift in conversation caught everyone by surprise. It was as if Dr. Mo wanted to allow Zhang Tai to pass the test. The moment Zhang Tai heard Dr. Mo, how could he reject the offer? He immediately gave his consent and said that he would be willing to learn from Dr. Mo. Excellent. The two of you can depart first. Tomorrow, I will hand you both new cultivation techniques. It could be seen that Dr. Mo's current spirits were excellent. Chapter 9, Way of the Armored Elephant. Looking back, Han Li couldn't help but give a knowing smile. In the half-year that Han Li spent with Zhang Tai, because their personalities matched well with each other, the two had naturally become very close friends. Han Li slowly stood from his cross-legged position and rubbed his calves. After sitting in the cross-legged position and meditating for a long time, his legs had become numb, and even some of his bloodstreams felt clogged. After kneading them for some time, his legs returned back to their normal state. Standing up, Han Li dusted himself in his usual custom before exiting the stone chamber. Turning his head back to look at the stone chamber used for cultivation, Han Li couldn't help but sneer at himself. This entire chamber was made of solid granite while the doors were made of a giant piece of chrysotolite. If a normal human wanted to break into this room, he or she would need to spend at least 3 hours hacking at the doors with an enormous axe. Chrysotolite. In the Seven Mysteries sect, only the sect leader, elders, and division heads were allowed to use this type of silent cultivation chamber. Not even inner disciples were allowed to use them as they pleased. This cultivation chamber was created for those practicing profound cultivation techniques to guard their practice against any external disruption and in order to prevent Qigong deviation. Han Li didn't know what methods Dr. Mo had used, but the sect somehow granted him the usage of his own personal cultivation stone chamber, built into the side of the cliff of the God Hand Valley. Is when cultivation goes awry. After the cultivation chamber was built, Dr. Mo had assigned it for Han Li's sole use. Seeing such a gift, Han Li couldn't help but feel humbled by Dr. Mo's benevolence. Dr. Mo's treatment of Han Li was perhaps too good to be true. Ever since Han Li had become his official apprentice, Dr. Mo had personally dipped into his own supply of herbs for Han Li to consume. Not only that, Dr. Mo also created an unknown medicinal bath for him to soak his body in. Han Li didn't know what types of herbs were being used, but as he watched Doctor carefully refine those herbs, his normally impassive face revealed a hint of reluctance. Even Han Li could figure out that these herbs were extremely valuable. Clearly, these benefits were extremely useful to him, causing Han Li's cultivation speed to increase several-fold. Han Li had recently succeeded in mastering the first layer of the mysterious formula chant imparted to him by Dr. Mo. During his process of breaking through, his meridians had nearly ruptured several times and he had suffered from some moderate internal injuries. But thanks to Dr. Mo's expertise in the healing arts, the injuries to his meridians were easily repaired, and with the aid of the medicinal herbs, Han Li did not suffer from any serious, permanent damage. Every time Han Li was even slightly injured, Dr. Mo would become even more worried than Han Li himself. This worry manifested itself the entire time he treated Han Li, making Dr. Mo very tense. It was only when Han Li's injuries began recovering that he let out a sigh of relief. Dr. Mo's concern went far beyond that of a normal relationship between master and disciple and caused Han Li to feel a little uneasy about the situation. If it were not for his third uncle or the fact that no one ever walked out from these valleys, Han Li would have thought that Dr. Mo was actually his long-lost relative based on the attention that he had been showing to Han Li. The author did not make it clear how Han Li's third uncle prevented him from thinking this. Walking out of the cultivation chamber, Han Li lazily stretched his body and walked away from the cliff. After he had become an official disciple, Han Li and Zhang Tai moved from their original quarters into their own personal house. As he passed by Zhang Tai's room, Han Li shot a glance inside. As it turns out, Zhang Tai wasn't inside. Han Li thought that he was probably by the Crimson Water Peak's waterfall, cultivating his new martial arts technique. After the examination, Dr. Mo instructed Han Li to continue practicing the oracular formula chant and refused to teach him any martial arts. However, in an attempt to pacify Han Li, Dr. Mo personally instructed Han Li in the art of healing without holding anything back. Whenever Han Li had a question about medicine, Dr. Mo would answer right away, even going as far as allowing Han Li to look through the various books in Dr. Mo's library to find an answer to his question. As for Zhang Tai, Dr. Mo fulfilled his previous promise and imparted a set of martial arts to him. The martial arts Zhang Tai practiced was extremely peculiar. According to Dr. Mo, it was an extremely obscure branch of martial arts named the Way of the Armored Elephant. Even the name of this particular martial art was rarely heard of, let alone the existence of practitioners who actually cultivated it. It differed from the martial arts of regular practitioners in Jianghu. Generally, the progression of cultivation for normal martial arts ranged from easy to difficult. As the level increased, so would the difficulty. Thus, the higher the level, the more effort it would take for one to achieve a breakthrough. Zhang Tai's particular martial art style was divided into 9 layers, with the initial 3 layers being the easiest to cultivate, following the same principle as normal martial arts. However, starting from the 4th layer, the difficulty of breaking through was increased to a monstrous level in addition to suffering the excruciating backlash caused by practicing the way of the armored elephant. Many cultivators of this set of martial arts could not bear such excruciating pain and would stop their progression at the 4th level. Not to mention the 5th level nor the 6th level, the excruciating pain would only increase with each level. TL, Jianghu equals World of Martial Artists. After breaking through from the 6th layer into the 7th, there would be no further bottlenecks, and cultivation would be much smoother. The only drawback was that the cultivator would need to suffer from monthly bouts of intense pain. This intimidated many people who desired to cultivate the way of the armored elephant. This particular branch of martial arts was slowly dying out. This martial art style was very peculiar. When it reached a high enough level, its strength would become truly astounding. It was said that those who reached the 9th layer had bodies as tough as gemstones. They were impervious to all weapons, even fire and water. Even palm strike, fist techniques, and legendary swords and sabers wouldn't be able to injure them. Chapter 10, Mysterious Bottle. Han Li slowly followed the path from the God Hand Valley out of force of habit. His steps automatically carried him towards the Crimson Water Peak. He did not have anything important to do at the moment, and as such, he followed his normal schedule and visited Zhang Tai, who was training at the Crimson Water Peak. Zhang Tai grimaced in pain, allowing the impact of the waterfall to temper his body as he cultivated the way of the armored elephant. Not everyone could withstand the torturous pain from cultivating this particular martial arts. Even the 1st layer already required one to suffer excruciating pain. To reach the 9th layer, wouldn't it require one to cultivate to the point of insanity, losing their skin in the process? I wonder if Zhang Tai already regrets his previous decision. The excruciating torture one had to endure to practice the way of the armored elephant is impossible to imagine, Han Li thought as he walked, carelessly kicking the fallen leaves and branches that were blocking his way. Maybe after a few more days, the two of us will go and beg Dr. Mo for another martial arts skill for Zhang Tai so that he won't need to suffer from excruciating pain each time he practices. Having absorbed himself in thought, trying to think of methods to allow Zhang Tai to escape from this torturous path of practice, Han Li slowly roused himself to look at his surroundings. Han Li tilted his head as he gazed at the line of trees by his side. Currently, the year was approaching the late stages of autumn. The trees' branches were all naked and devoid of leaves. Piles of sticks and dead leaves layered the small paths. Walking on them felt like walking on cotton. Hanli found this experience extremely comfortable. In that moment, the sounds of weapons clashing drifted over from a nearby mountain peak, as well as the many loud cheers. After hearing the noises, Hanli glanced in the direction of the mountain peak, annoyed that his good mood had been disturbed. The noise came from disciples of the 100 Forge Division. They were training the disciples selected to join their division in the various arts of weaponry. Every time Hanli saw other sect members gathering and undergoing their training sessions, slight hints of jealousy surfaced in his heart. He wanted to wield a real weapon and demonstrate his skills as well. What a waste! After he officially became a disciple under Dr. Mo, he had been strongly forbidden from practicing such things. Dr. Mo strongly emphasized that Hanli was to devote all of his time to the nameless oracular chant. Therefore, Hanli could only stare with wide and envious eyes. Occasionally, to scratch his itch, he would borrow a few weapons from some of the other sect members he was on good terms with and practice with them. How truly useful was it to cultivate the mysterious chant? Up until now, Hanli had not seen any positive effects of his constant cultivation. Other disciples had already strengthened their body and mastered impressive martial art techniques. If the path of martial arts was compared to a marathon, Hanli was certain that he had remained at the starting point and hadn't advanced in the least. Even Zhang Tai, who had cultivated for 2 months, had some beneficial changes to show for his efforts. His skin and muscles had become tougher, and his level of strength was also noticeably higher than before. However, if Dr. Mo had not accepted Zhang Tai as an unofficial disciple, he would not have passed the unofficial disciple test 2 months ago. If he had not passed the test, then staying on the mountain would be impossible, let alone sending money back home. If Zhang Tai was unable to cultivate another branch of martial arts, his path would be forever sealed. On one hand, Hanli was grumbling about the unfairness of their situation. On the other hand, he was reassuring himself that since he passed Dr. Mo's test, he would not be kicked out of the Seven Mysteries sect. Hanli retracted his gaze from the other sect members, but he continued to think about Dr. Mo's irritating commands. Distracted and in low spirits, he gazed at the 2 lines of trees alongside the road as pangs of dejection struck him. All of a sudden, Hanli sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his facial expression turning ugly. Out of reflex, he squatted down and used both his hands to tightly clamp on the big toe of his right foot, doubling over in the grass. A sudden, painful flare-up had caught Hanli unaware. His face became a pale white as waves of fiery pain assailed his right foot. Evidently, Hanli had accidentally kicked against an extremely hard object hidden in the piles of leaves. Hanli arched his body and used both of his hands to wrap around his foot. After he lowered his head and removed his shoes, he began to blow heavily on his injured toe. While his brain flooded with pain, he was worried that his swollen toe might have been injured to an extent that would impact his day-to-day activities. After a long moment, Hanli craned his neck and peered downwards to that pile of leaves, trying to find the ungodly, dastardly stone that caused him to be injured. Haphazardly lying about, the fallen leaves were all the same reddish-yellow color. They obscured him from finding the target he sought. Hanli wrinkled his forehead and surveyed the ground before finding a slightly long and thick tree branch. Holding the branch, he stood up carefully. Unwilling to give up, Hanli used the branch in his hands and continued to probe piles of leaves. Ai! He spotted an object the size of a fist. Hanli paused momentarily and considered the object in front of him. The culprit, the sinful object that caused injury to his great self, actually had the shape of an elongated bottle. The surface of it was stained with mud, and its original color was impossible to discern. Overall, it looked extremely commonplace. Initially, Hanli thought that this was an ordinary little bottle, but in his hands, the bottle was extraordinarily heavy, its weight vastly different from that of a normal porcelain bottle. Could this bottle be made of gold? No wonder it caused so much pain when he kicked it. But bottles made of gold were rarely seen, made of gold. Han Li's interest in this bottle peaked as he temporarily forgot about the waves of pain arising from his toe. As Han Li wiped off the excess layer of mud, the original color of the bottle began to unveil itself. The bottle emanated a shiny green glow, and there were intricate black-green leaf patterns engraved on its surface. At the head of the bottle, there was a bottle cap that tightly sealed the mouth of the bottle. Could the interior be hiding something precious? Han Li placed the bottle close to his ear and gently shook the bottle, but he didn't feel any movements from the inside of the bottle. Unwilling to give up, Han Li placed his hands on the cap of the bottle and tried to pry it open. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. Curiosity was burning in his heart, and just when he was about to use another method to open it, the pain from his foot suddenly flared up again. Damn! He had forgotten that the toe of his right leg had been injured after coming into contact with the porcelain bottle. Looking at his injury, it seemed he could not visit Zhang Tai today. Han Li decided to return to his residence and apply some medicine on his injured toe before taking his time to figure out the secrets this mysterious bottle was holding. In order to keep the bottle from being spotted by others, Han Li stashed it inside his robes regardless of how dirty the bottle was. Turning back, he limped step by step back to his home. He wasn't able to open the bottle, so how would he know if there was something inside or not? If it was sealed up this tightly, then there was definitely something precious inside. Han Li held the bottle tightly in his hand, looking at it with a vacant look. In the end, he had decided that he would let Zhang Tai, who was many times stronger than him, give it a try and see if he could open it. He knew that the current Zhang Tai could easily lift over 10 buckets of water up and down the mountains as if it was nothing. These days, it was Zhang Tai who refilled the water in the huge water tank every day. After he decided, Han Li headed towards Zhang Tai's place, hoping that he would return soon. Waiting for someone was truly unpleasant. Han Li felt that time was passing by extremely slowly. Finally, after waiting for a long time, a creaking sound was heard as Zhang Tai pushed open the door. Looking up, Han Li saw that Zhang Tai was wearing only a thin piece of clothing. His entire body was steaming as he perspired freely. Han Li knew that this was the result of his cultivation, so he didn't find it strange. Seeing as Han Li was already in his house waiting for him, Zhang Tai was stunned. But before Zhang Tai could say anything, Han Li impatiently thrust the bottle towards him. "Brother Zhang, please lend me your assistance and help me open this bottle. Where did you find this? It looks rather nice." Zhang Tai remarked as he took the bottle. See. TL note, sound of twisting bottle, AI. This bottle is so tightly sealed. It's so hard to pry it open. What was used to make this? Zhang Tai cut straight to the chase. He wasn't able to open the bottle either. Gah! I can't do it, this bottle won't open. Why don't you find a senior disciple to help you? Zhang Tai shook his head apologetically and handed the bottle back to Han Li along with the suggestion. Even you can't open this. Han Li was getting more anxious and couldn't help but pace around the room. AI. What happened to your leg? Zhang Tai inquired as he noticed Han Li's foot. It's nothing, I kicked a rock on the road. Han Li didn't know why, but he didn't want to tell Zhang Tai about his surprise encounter with the bottle just yet. Right now, he wanted to keep the bottle his own personal secret. Han Li was feeling very disappointed in his heart. He didn't want to sit around and chat with Zhang Tai at the moment, and after briefly asking about how his cultivation was progressing, Han Li immediately left the room and returned back to his own place to think of a way to resolve his personal problem. Returning back to his room, Han Li put the bottle on the table and stared intensely at it. At the same time, his mind was trying to think of solutions to open the mysterious bottle. Chapter 12, Breaking the Bottle. Ping. Hanli tightly grasped the bottle with his hands, and with anger in his eyes, used his entire strength to smash the bottle against the table. If I can't use my own body's strength, then I shall use other means to break it open, decided Hanli after thinking of numerous ways to open the vexing bottle. Hanli had long since figured out that using brute strength and violence was not a solution. This type of method, although simplistic and crude, was usually the most effective. But the moment he thought of that beautiful bottle with its mysterious and intricate designs being smashed into smithereens, Hanli could feel a dull ache in his heart pulling him back, causing him to be extremely unwilling to let go of such a beautiful treasure. If there were any other methods to open the mysterious bottle, Hanli would choose those instead of using brute force. If he asked the other senior disciples for help, they might be able to open it, but Hanli had unknowingly started to treat the mysterious bottle as a treasured item and was extremely reluctant to let others know of its existence. The current Hanli was almost driven to insanity by his curiosity regarding the mysterious bottle. Although he knew that it might just be an empty bottle, he was still willing to bet that the bottle was protecting something precious. The more he was unable to open the bottle, the more his curiosity grew. If he couldn't solve the mystery inside the bottle, then he would never be able to sleep well at night. After he decided on his course of action, Hanli stealthily sneaked in a tool shed, selected a small iron hammer from the multitude of tools lying about there, and brought the hammer back to his residence. I know this might be confusing. Wielding a hammer requires body strength, and Hanli previously said he wasn't going to rely on his body's strength. However, wielding a tool is viewed differently from using one's own strength because it adds a certain mechanical advantage that can accomplish what the body is unable to do. Back in his house, Hanli pried half a brick from a corner in his room and placed the bottle on top of the brick. Hanli raised the hammer with his right hand, and swiftly smashed down onto the bottle's body. Pang! Afraid of using too much strength and accidentally smashing whatever was inside, Hanli used only a fraction of his strength in order to test the bottle's hardness. Only after inspecting the bottle and finding that it was undamaged did Hanli relax. He started increasing the amount of strength he used in each strike. Pang! 50% strength. Pang! 70% strength. Pang! 100% strength. Pang! 120% strength. Hanli exerted more and more of his strength into each hammer blow. As the motions of his arms got more and more frantic, the speed of the blows grew faster and faster. Even after he had cracked the brick underneath, the bottle laid there innocently without a single scratch on its surface. Hanli was dumbstruck, unable to comprehend the hardness of the bottle. Using his hands to feel its surface, there were no traces of damage. That glossy green surface remained unblemished without any signs of Hanli's furious attempts. This was completely beyond Hanli's expectations. Hanli was absolutely certain now that this bottle was made from an unusual material. There was a 90% possibility that this item was lost by someone of a high status. The owner may have already sent people to comb the mountainside in search for this mysterious object. If Hanli wanted to keep it, he had to be sure to hide it in an extremely secretive location and not let others know of its existence. In his heart, Hanli followed the philosophy of finders, keepers, losers, weepers. As long as one did not obtain the item by stealing or robbing, to Hanli, the item obtained was his by right. If it was some ordinary item, Hanli might have been willing to return it back to the owner, but this mysterious bottle? Not a chance. Looking at the bottle, he surmised that this item had most likely been misplaced by either some rich kid from a big family or someone with a high status. Sadly, Hanli did not have any good impression of people from both of these categories. Since childhood, Hanli was from an extremely poor family. Despite working very hard and living like dogs, they were often unable to afford to have a full meal. In the Seven Mysteries sect, there were two types of people. The first type were those who threw their money about, wasting it on decadent luxury. They treated money as if it were water, spending it freely and without concern. Every time Hanli saw this, an uncomfortable feeling of rage would rise in his heart. The second type of people were those who looked down on the disciples who were born in rural villages. They would often abuse the less fortunate with scathing words and malicious actions. If there so happened to be any conflict between them and the villagers, however small the conflict was, the second type of person would usually form into groups and beat up the poorer kids. Hanli himself had his fair share of abuse. He had been beaten up by the rich kids until his face was swollen and he was unable to get up from bed. Hanli had to rest for a few weeks in order to fully recover. As for those within the sect that possessed both money and status, Hanli also did not have good impressions of them. A good example was Protector Wang. Despite accepting his third uncle's bribes, Protector Wang did nothing to aid Hanli when he was taking the test. Instead, Protector Wang had been biased towards Wu Yan. Despite the fact that Hanli did not have the chance to see many of the grand figures residing in the sect, their image had long been tarnished by the actions of Protector Wang. Whenever these two types of people lost their belongings, Hanli had no intentions of returning the items. He would even prank them by hiding the items in obscure locations. After thinking of this, Hanli decided to remove the pouch which always hung upon his neck. His mother had personally sewn the pouch out of water-resistant leather. Inside the pouch was a good luck charm made from the tooth of a wild boar. His mother hoped this would protect him from danger and illnesses. Hanli opened his pouch and hid the mysterious bottle alongside his good luck charm. He then swiftly sealed the pouch and placed it around his neck. After doing so, he surveyed his surroundings. Luckily, there was no one who had seen him or the mysterious bottle. After taking so many precautions, Hanli felt more secure and threw away all of his concerns that the owner would discover the object and take it from him. Hanli stealthily replaced the hammer in the tool shed and casually walked back to God Hand Valley. As he limped back to his residence, night had fallen. Chapter 13, Strange Phenomena. Because Hanli's leg was injured, Zhang Tai personally delivered the food to Hanli's house and accompanied him for dinner. Looking at the clumsy Zhang Tai in his house, moving the chairs and setting the table, Hanli couldn't help but find it funny. Zhang Tai's care caused traces of warmth to enter his heart. After the table was set, both of them joked around as they ate, pushing food in their mouths while asking about their individual cultivation progress. The moment Hanli brought up the way of the armored elephant, Zhang Tai sighed dejectedly. Currently, Zhang Tai had only managed to cultivate the martial skill to its first layer but was already half tortured to death by the immense pain. He had to soak himself in foul-smelling herbal baths every night as well as suffer beatings from Dr. Mo designed to toughen his body and strengthen his bones. This method of boorish cultivation had caused Zhang Tai many sleepless nights. Because his entire body was swollen from the beatings, the moment his skin touched his bed, he would grit his teeth in pain. To him, cultivating the way of the armored elephant was nothing but a nightmare. With regards to Hanli's cultivation of the nameless oracular chant, Zhang Tai could not help but feel envy in his heart. He felt that Hanli only needed to spend his time peacefully in meditation like a monk. Hearing Zhang Tai's emotions, Hanli had nothing to say in his defense. He was also aware that his cultivation was much easier when compared to Zhang Tai's arduous labor. Hanli could somewhat understand Zhang Tai's fear towards the way of the armored elephant. As he progressed through the 9 layers of the way of the armored elephant, he would have to bear unimaginable pain. Despite the difficulty, Zhang Tai had persisted, refusing to give up. Hanli could not help but admire and respect Zhang Tai for his unyielding personality. If Hanli were in Zhang Tai's shoes, he would never have chosen to practice such a domineering skill. Even if the skill could turn him into a world-shaking expert overnight, he would still reject it. The two of them had almost finished dinner as they were talking excitedly about martial arts. Once the meal was over, Zhang Tai cleared the bowls and bid his farewell. Before leaving, he still reminded Han Li to take care of his injured foot and to go to sleep early. Standing at the door, Han Li watched as Zhang Tai left and quickly returned back to his house, closing all the windows except for a slight opening in the skylight to allow some air to flow through before taking out the mysterious bottle from his leather pouch. Han Li was only a 10-year-old child with a short attention span. After studying the bottle for a short period of time, he quickly got bored. With his foot injury, Han Li also felt somewhat tired out by today's turn of events. Unknowingly, he fell asleep on his bed with his hand holding onto the bottle. Time passed by. Just when Han Li was sleeping soundly, he suddenly felt an icy cool feeling flowing from his hand. Han Li involuntarily shivered, and he forcefully opened his heavy eyelids, gazing at his hand in a daze. Oh! He immediately sat up with his mouth open from shock, to such an extent that saliva dripped down from his gaping mouth. He no longer felt sleepy. Instead, his attention was fixed on the strange sight in front of him. Rays of white light could be seen beaming through the gap from the skylight. The beams concentrated around the bottle Han Li held in his hand, forming many rice-sized white dots of light on the surface of the bottle. It gave the impression that the bottle was enveloped by the rays of white light. The rays of light looked extremely gentle, not menacing at all, and that icy cool feeling originated precisely from the rays of light. Han Li swallowed a big gulp of saliva and finally turned his eyes away from the bottle. As if it burned his hand, he quickly threw the bottle to one side before scrambling to the other side of the room. After a moment of vigilance, he realized that nothing was wrong and slowly inched towards the mysterious bottle. The mysterious bottle enveloped by the white light, other than looking beautiful, seemed to possess an aura that was not of this world. Han Li hesitated for a while before using his finger to poke the bottle a few times. Seeing there was no reaction, he cautiously picked up the bottle again. Putting the bottle on the table, he laid on the nearby bed and closely examined this never-before-seen phenomenon. Han Li focused his full attention on the mysterious bottle for about an hour and a half without even blinking before he finally realized some of the secrets that the mysterious bottle was hiding. The mysterious bottle was incessantly absorbing the rice-sized beads of white light surrounding it. No, not simply absorbing. It was as if the beads of white light had a will of their own and were fighting with each other in order to be the first to enter the bottle. Han Li viewed this extremely bizarre event and used his fingertip to touch a bead of white light. It felt icy cold. Other than this, there was nothing special about it. Han Li inclined his head and looked upward. The rays of white light were still beaming through the gap in the skylight as if they had no intention of stopping. Han Li surveyed the interior of his room to make sure the doors and windows were all closed before inclining his head to look at the skylight once more. Han Li was suddenly hit by a thought. He lightly pushed open the door, popped his head out and peeked at his surroundings. Luckily, it was the middle of the night. Other than insects, there was no one else. Han Li returned back to his room, grabbing the bottle and putting it back inside the pouch before hurrying outside again. He ran towards a remote location before stopping. Surveying all four directions and ensuring there was no one nearby, Han Li cautiously removed the bottle from his pouch and placed it gently on the ground. While the mysterious bottle had been sealed in his pouch, the white rays of light had disappeared. However, Han Li was not worried. As he expected, after waiting for a while, rays of white light began congregating around the bottle from all four directions. This time round, the rays were much denser than the rays produced in his house. They tightly enveloped the mysterious bottle in a shroud of white light, forming a ball of light the size of a human head. Chapter 14, Mysterious Liquid, Awe. Han Li cried out with excitement and pumped his fist into the air. By doing so, he revealed that he was indeed still a child. His assumption seemed to be correct. When the bottle was in the dark room, the amount of light attracted to it was quite small. But when in a wide and open area, the amount of light attracted to it was far greater in quantity. But what caused the light to gather? What use did it serve? Although he didn't know the answer, Hanley felt he was close to solving the riddle behind the mysterious bottle. Hanley knew that he would soon unravel the secret of the mysterious bottle, which made him tremendously excited. At dawn, the light that had gathered around the bottle slowly faded away. After making sure that there was no one nearby observing his actions, Hanley returned his attention to the bottle's status. Then, he bent down to pick the bottle and inspected it. However, there seemed to be no difference since it was still impossible to open. Hanley felt disappointed, but seeing how morning was arriving, he unwillingly put away the bottle and prepared to leave. After all, he still wanted to return to the stone chamber to practice his cultivation. For the next following nights at fixed intervals, the bottle would undergo the same experience. Countless specks of light would fly towards the bottle like moths to a flame. No matter how big or small the specks of light were, they were greedily devoured by the bottle. Initially, Hanley thought that the bottle would continue to undergo the same process for an unknown amount of time, but on the 8th day, something unexpected happened. Hanley went back to the remote place in the mountains and placed the bottle in its regular spot. The absorbance of the specks of light continued for half an hour when all of a sudden, the bottle stopped absorbing. The dark green designs on the bottle began to emit a green radiance as golden words manifested on the surface of the bottle. The strange words on the bottle were imposing and firm, but the written strokes were unusual. The words seemed to belong to an ancient era, the characters flickering incessantly. But this weird occurrence had ended as suddenly as it began. Aside from the golden words that were now imprinted onto the bottle, everything else remained the same. After seeing so many strange things happening with the bottle in the past few days, Hanley was no longer as surprised as he had been in the past. Even the appearance of the golden words did not surprise him very much. Casually grasping the bottle in his hand, he tried to open the bottle on a whim. And much to his extreme surprise, the lid popped off with barely any effort. No way! Hanley stared at the bottle in shock. With next to no effort or thought, Hanley's problem regarding how to open the bottle had been suddenly resolved. How could it be so easy to open? Repeatedly looking down at the bottle to confirm that what he was looking at was not fake, he tried to calm his agitated heart before looking straight into the bottle. Inside the bottle was a jade-green drop of liquid no bigger than a soybean. As it flowed around inside the bottle, the entire inside of the bottle reflected a green luster. What was this drop of liquid? Hanley was disappointed. He had put in so much effort only to be rewarded with some seemingly mundane liquid. Disappointed, Hanley put the bottle back into his pouch before turning around and dejectedly returning to his room. His previous excitement had been thrown to the farthest corners of the earth in a sudden roller coaster of emotions. Although he had finally opened the bottle, he was absolutely disappointed with the result. Hanley was prepared to take his time to discover what secrets that drop of jade-green liquid held. Perhaps in the future, it would be able to give him an unexpected surprise. Right now, what he wanted to do most was to go back and sleep. For the past few days, he had not been able to sleep properly, which even cut into his daytime cultivation, making his progress so inefficient to the point where even Dr. Mo had inquired him about it. Ever since Hanley had become Dr. Mo's disciple after breaking through the first layer of the chant, he felt that there was no longer a need to practice the chant. Disappointed by the chant's effects on his body, or lack thereof, he was unwilling to continue relying on it to cultivate. For that, Dr. Mo fiercely reprimanded him. As a result, Hanley was unenthusiastic and without spirit every time he cultivated. Seeing this, Dr. Mo became desperate and angry, beginning to doubt his choice in a disciple. Thinking about his situation, Hanley couldn't help but feel wronged. However, he was just not in the mood for cultivation. But what Han Li couldn't imagine was that, after waking up on the second day, he was once again motivated and threw his entire body into cultivating like a madman. The reason for him to cultivate in such a manner was simply because of a simple statement Dr. Mo had made. For every single layer you improve with this chant, I will increase the amount of silver issued to you by another fold. Dr. Mo had seen the thirst Han Li had for money and figured out a way for Han Li to be enticed. This way, Han Li motivated would have enough motivation to cultivate. For the next few days, Han Li dedicated himself to cultivation, hoping to break through to the second layer. Every day from morning to noon and from noon to night, he would enter the stone cultivation chamber and cultivate. Any thoughts about how repetitious, mundane, or boring this lifestyle was immediately got thrown out of Han Li's head. For the sake of Han Li's cultivation, Dr. Mo had even temporarily sealed off the God Hand Valley. Even when he treated patients, he would treat them outside the valley for fear of disrupting Han Li. Han Li was now so focused on breaking through that he even forgot about analyzing the effects of the bottle's jade green liquid. Autumn went by as winter came, then spring rolled in before summer arrived. In a flash, 4 years had gone by. Han Li was now 14 years old. He grew up to be a taciturn, determined and tan-skinned rustic youngster. Based on his external appearance alone, he looked no different than any other common peasant farmer. His looks did not warrant any attention, he was not extraordinarily handsome, and neither did he have a noble's elegance. This was the result of living in the stone cultivation chamber every day. He would travel back and from there to his home. Occasionally, he would go to Dr. Mo's residence to learn about medicine and to read from Dr. Mo's collection of books. The entire valley was his world to live in, and thanks to his hard work, he had finally broken through to the third layer. Chapter 15. 4 years later Dr. Mo was extremely satisfied with the amount of effort Han Li dedicated to his cultivation. However, he still felt that Han Li's rate of progress at breaking through to the next layer in the oracular chant was too slow. These past few years, the illness Dr. Mo was suffering from had been getting more serious. He would cough countless times a day, with the bouts of coughing getting more and more frequent while lasting longer and longer. As the condition of his body worsened, Dr. Mo started to pay more attention to Han Li's cultivation. From his relentless urging, one could see the anxiety in his heart. For some reason, Dr. Mo attached enormous importance to Han Li. Not only did he increase payment in terms of silver, Dr. Mo's gaze was even filled with the tender emotion as if he were examining a rare treasure. Despite this, Han Li, who had reached the third layer in the oracular chant, noticed an underlying truth with his extremely acute senses. Han Li inadvertently discovered that behind Dr. Mo's warm and friendly gaze hid a trace of coldness and extreme greed, which made Han Li feel uncomfortable. That gaze that Dr. Mo threw at him actually caused Han Li to be frightened from the tips of his hair all the way to the marrow in his bones. He felt that Dr. Mo saw him more as an object instead of as a living being. This made Han Li felt puzzled. What could he possibly have that Dr. Mo desired? Of course, there was nothing I have that he would be interested in, Han Li assured himself after thinking deeply. There were even times when Han Li thought that he was overly tired from cultivating the nameless chant, but he would shake his head in shame. He could not help but blame himself. After all, berating Dr. Mo behind his back was an ungrateful act. However, he did know the exact reason why. In the deepest recesses of his heart, he still held a feeling of caution whenever he interacted with Dr. Mo. As time passed, this feeling of caution got stronger and stronger. Currently, there was a huge problem facing Han Li. He had already reached the bottleneck of the third layer, but Dr. Mo's stock of precious herbs had already run dry. Obviously, Han Li was not a genius by any means. If it was not for the assistance of the medicinal herbs, his cultivation progress would have long stagnated. Every time he met Dr. Mo, Han Li could not help but to feel a sense of shame. Dr. Mo had practically spent all of his fortunes to painstakingly aid Hanli in his cultivation, creating favorable conditions for Hanli, and yet Hanli was unable to satisfy his request. This made Hanli extremely unwilling to meet Dr. Mo's gaze whenever there was an inquiry by Dr. Mo regarding his state of progress. Strangely enough, for God knows what reason, the highly skilled Dr. Mo was unable to know Hanli's progress without being told by Hanli. Thus, he was kept in the dark regarding the problem of Hanli's bottleneck. However, not long ago, the guilt in Hanli's heart caused him to seek out Dr. Mo and confess about the bottleneck he faced in his cultivation. After Dr. Mo heard that in the past year, there had not been the slightest progress in Hanli's cultivation, his normally expressionless face became extremely unsightly. To Hanli's surprise, Dr. Mo did not rebuke him. Instead, he told Hanli that he would be gone from the valley for a period of time to gather the necessary herbs and reminded Hanli to continue devoting his efforts into cultivating the oracular chant. 2 days later, Dr. Mo brought along a case filled with tools needed to extract herbs and left the Seven Mysteries sect. After he left, Hanli was all alone in the God Hand Valley. As for his good friend, Zhang Tai, he had already cultivated to the 3rd layer of the Way of the Armored Elephant 2 years ago and had disappeared without a trace. Zhang Tai only left a letter of farewell, stating that he wanted to explore Jianghu. This incident caused a great disturbance in the sect. After that, there were rumors that Zhang Tai's family was spared from punishment after Dr. Mo pleaded on their behalf. Hanli felt that the entire matter was extremely bizarre, and after thinking about it, he was sure that there was more than meets the eye regarding this matter. Regardless, Hanli held no position of importance in the sect, thus his words were ignored, and this matter had long since been swept under the rug. After contemplating, Hanli thought, could it be that Zhang Tai was so afraid of the backlash caused by the 4th layer of his martial skill that he ran away? Putting his thoughts of Zhang Tai aside, Hanli cultivated for a few days inside the valley but was still unable to make the slightest bit of progress. Since he was a hot-blooded male, he decided to explore the celestial Rainbow Mountains instead of staying cooped up in the God Hand Valley. As he walked along the mountain paths, the paths that he knew so well actually held a tinge of unfamiliarity, he could not help but feel slight traces of sadness in his heart. These past few years, because of his cultivation, it was as if Hanli was staying in a prison, unable to take a single step outside the valley. The disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect should have already long forgotten his existence. On the roads, Hanli met a few disciples that were under patrol duty. From their perspective, this stranger wearing the robes of an inner disciple filled them with suspicion. It was only after much explanation that Hanli managed to convince them that he was indeed a disciple of the Seven Mysteries sect. To avoid any more situations like that, Hanli decided to traverse along the small trails that were separated from the main road. As he expected, he met no other disciples, and this enabled him to travel faster with no interruptions. Looking at the beautiful scenery and listening to the birds chirping, Hanli felt that, for that moment, it was as if all that was troubling him had melted away. Suddenly, the sound of weapon clashing rang out as the air erupted with a cacophony of cursing voices emitted from the ravine of a nearby mountain. What? There are so many people gathered in such a remote location. Great curiosity arose in Hanli's heart, and no longer fearing the questions of other disciples, he followed the noises and came close to the source of the sound. What a big crowd! Hanli stared mutely in shock. The ravine, completely hidden by the forest, was a small area. Despite this, there was a total of 100 people crowding together in the ravine. There were also people standing on the branches of giant trees. 2 groups of people were staring at each other, and a thick sense of enmity emanated from both groups. The group of people standing on the left side consisted of a total of 11 or 12 people, while the group on the right side consisted of 6 or 7 people. Hanli discovered that these 2 groups were of similar age as him. All of them were about 15 to 20 years old. A slight smile hung on his lips as he thought, what a coincidence. From this group of people, Hanli could pinpoint a few familiar faces. Fang Yubao, Zhang Delu, Ma Yun, Sun Li Song, A.I. Fatty Wang is even more obese than the last time I saw him. This person is Metalhead Liu. Zay. He was actually so tan back then. To think that his skin is so fair and white now. Has he become someone that lives on the earnings of a woman so he can sit and be lazy the whole day? Hanli sniggered as he climbed the huge tree as he began to lose himself in his memories. Say. The sound of clicking one's tongue. But who could have guessed his close cousin Fatty Wang, after learning what had happened, would refuse to let his cousin go unavenged. After confronting Zhang Changgue, the two vowed to duel, agreeing that the loser would be the winner's slave. Zhang Changgue may have been arrogant, but he was not stupid. He understood that, in martial arts, he was inferior to Fatty Wang. He requested that he be allowed to bring friends who could help out and join in to fight multiple rounds. Fatty Wang readily agreed. Afterward, Zhang Changgue used his money to look for disciples within the outer sect to help him. Although Fatty Wang was poor and had no money, he was a good friend to many disciples within the sect, and many of them had decided to come to his aid as a result. Many had come to show their support, which led to a great amount of hostility on the verge of exploding. Hearing this, Hanli had realized that this conflict had grown too serious to settle without any bloodshed. Unexpectedly, a small spar had blown up into such an enormous affair. You are here to help Fatty Wang, right? If they don't abide by the rules, then we will move in and beat them until they wet themselves in fear. Let them know that we peasants are not easy to bully. The youth spoke without stopping for a single breath. Hanli gave a bitter smile as he realized that he should not get involved. After all, picking a side would only serve to make enemies, and because of his few years of cultivation, his impulsiveness had long since been whittled away. Plus, Hanli had never learned any martial arts and wouldn't be able to beat even the weakest disciple. After watching the competition, it would be better for him to return back to the valley. Good. Suddenly, the youth cried out loud. Upon hearing the youth, Hanli turned his head back to look at the fight. As it turns out, Fatty Wang's enemy slipped up and was struck in the forehead by a large fist, smacking him to the ground already unconscious. Immediately, a part of the crowd cheered in support while the others had nasty looks on their faces. Fatty Wang's face had a look of pride on it as he pumped his fist upward. Slapping his butt, he walked swaggeringly back towards his side, smug about his victory. From Zhang Changgue's side came two people who took the fainted disciple away. Then, each side produced one individual. One was carrying a saber while the other carried a sword. In this novel, when we mention saber, we mean the Chinese saber, a thick single-edged sword. When we say sword, we mean the Chinese sword, thin and double-edged. Each of them had fiery looks on their faces, but neither said a word. Holding their weapons up, they began to clash, the sound of ringing metal filling the air. Hanli forced out a smile as he calmly listened to little Abacus's flattery. It was almost as if he were at a dinner party. Senior disciple Han must be strong in martial arts. If he were to enter the ring, he would definitely beat these fighters into sorry states, definitely. Little Abacus continuously flattered Hanli while also watching the match. AI. How strange, such a prestigious disciple should have formidable internal strength, but why does he look utterly unimpressive? He looks scrawny and weak, and his eyes don't have the shine of those who had broken through their acupoints. No matter how closely I look, he is nothing but a normal kid that doesn't know any martial arts. Little Abacus became more and more bewildered. The outcome has been decided. Han Li's light voice had immediately broke little Abacus from his pondering. Surprised, little Abacus swiftly looked back at the ring. As it turns out, the saber wielder had his weapon knocked to the side. One arm was limp, while the other clutched at a wound. His face was ashen, but he did not declare his surrender. This wasn't surprising since the strength between the two disciples wasn't all that much different. If he hadn't slipped up just then, they would have been evenly matched. When little Abacus saw this, there was a look of disappointment on his face, and he said softly, "What a shame." "What's wrong?" "What do you mean by a shame?" Han Li didn't see anything noteworthy, but it seemed that this was not the case for the youth next to him. If Fatty Wong's team had won this fight, then this would have been their third victory, and their best 3 out of 5 contest would have ended. It's a shame that he couldn't end it here. Oh. But that doesn't matter. Right now, the remaining person on Wang Depang's side is our strongest disciple in martial arts. He uses the lightning-fast saber, which is incomparably fierce and able to smash through metal. Ha! To be able to witness senior disciple Li's strength firsthand, I didn't come here for nothing. No matter who appears on Zhang Chonggui's side, our victory is assured. Little Abacus, who was just depressed about their loss, quickly became excited once more as he began to talk about this senior disciple Li. "So this will be the final match?" Han Li asked. He wondered who this senior disciple Li was. It seemed he really knew nothing about the major figures in the sect. At this moment, a grim figure came up to Fatty Wong's side. The youth was holding a long saber as he walked up to the middle of the ring. Without saying a single word, he closed his eyes. "Senior disciple Li. Senior disciple Li. Senior disciple Li." Seeing this youth come up to the ring, everyone grew excited as they all began to call out his name. With each shout, they grew louder until they eventually began to shake the entire ring with the magnitude of their voices. At this moment, there wasn't one single person that was cheering for a specific side, there was only one unanimous cry for this youth. Chapter 18, Senior Disciple Li, 2. Was this senior disciple Li very famous? What is his background? Han Li was extremely surprised by this senior disciple Li's popularity. "You don't even know who is senior disciple Li?" "Well, I was in seclusion for a few years." "Oh yes, I had actually forgotten. My memory is really bad. How could there be any disciple in the Seven Mysteries sect who don't know about senior disciple Li? It was this preconception that caused me to accidentally forgot about your seclusion." Little Abacus suddenly realized as he hurriedly apologized. "Could you tell me more about this senior disciple Li?" "Senior disciple Han, of course I can. Well, every junior disciple within the sect knows the story of senior disciple Li." Little Abacus, seeing senior disciple Li's opponent hesitating, took this opportunity to explain the legend of senior disciple Li to Han Li. "Senior disciple Han, I don't like to boast, but the story of senior disciple Li is known to both the junior and senior disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect." After a short introduction, little Abacus began to reveal the story of senior disciple Li, and the story was legendary indeed. This senior disciple Li entered the sect about 4 years ago but was from a different batch than Han Li. He too failed the preliminary test and entered the sect as an unofficial disciple. But after half a year, not only did he achieve the best results out of all the unofficial disciples in his group, he also sparred with the other senior disciples. Defeating over 30 senior disciples single-handedly and breaking many records, senior disciple Li had gained a lot of attention from the higher-ups in the sect. After an intense inspection, everyone was shocked that the bones of senior disciple Li were extremely ordinary and even his potential was determined to be limited. This made all the higher-ups disappointed, so none of the higher-ups accepted him as their personal disciple. After the 2 years of basic training, he was delegated as a disciple of a protector, and only after managing to learn the most basic of martial skills in the Seven Mysteries sect. The windstorm saber technique that he was proficient in was one of the most commonly taught martial skills in the Seven Mysteries sect. If that were the end of his story, senior disciple Li could not be considered legendary but rather someone with a good beginning and a weak ending. But after a short while, relying solely on this seemingly common martial skill, the windstorm saber technique, he swept across all of the disciples in that year's annual competition. Using just a single technique and ranked 16th, he became the cream of the crop within his generation, which garnered the attention of the higher-ups once again. In the subsequent yearly competitions, senior disciple Li was incomparably bold and powerful, sweeping across all of the competitors like a sharp sword. He obtained an astonishingly high rank, gaining pride and face for all the new disciples. In last year's annual competition, he actually was ranked 3rd. One must know that the disciples in the first 2 ranks had already been in the sect for over 10 years. These 2 disciples were members of an older generation, their age roughly 27 or 28, and they had a much greater internal strength compared to senior disciple Li. There were also many who believed that if senior disciple Li had the same level of internal strength as the 2 top-ranked disciples, senior disciple Li would undoubtedly be ranked the first. Precisely because of this, senior disciple Li captured the attention of the higher-ups once again and was specially nominated to be sent outside of the sect to undergo training and help out with the Seven Mystery sect's various external affairs. While disciples of the same generation were still undergoing training, senior disciple Li had long rendered meritorious service for the sake of the Seven Mysteries sect and had even been nicknamed Tiger Li in Jianghu. Chapter 19, Battle in Jianghu. Senior disciple Han, you are really deaf to the outside world. This was such a massive event in the sect and yet you didn't know about this. Even though you were in seclusion, your master should have spoken of it to you. Little Abacus's tone seemed to get more and more suspicious. After hearing the question, Hanli did not even bother to speak. Instead, he took out a medallion and passed it over for little Abacus to inspect. Senior disciple Han, what are you doing? When have I ever doubted you? How could I not believe you? The moment I saw you, I realized that you looked familiar. I must have met you a long time ago, hee. Little Abacus quickly scanned the medallion, and upon finding out that Hanli was indeed the disciple of some elder, he frantically laughed to defuse the tension. Now, can you tell me? Hanli was still concerned about the question he asked earlier. Of course, there's no problem. Damn, this is terrible, I hope I didn't offend this guy. Little Abacus mumbled as his heart shuddered, then he told the whole truth of the matter to Hanli. For the past few years, the Seven Mysteries sect and the Feral Wolf gang had more and more clashes for the sake of the control of the nearby wealthy towns. In total, the 2 major powers had over 10 clashes, and they both suffered plenty of casualties. Trained as mounted bandits, the members of the Feral Wolf gang were extremely ferocious, as if they were unafraid of death, and they would go berserk at the sight of blood. The disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect, despite having superior martial arts, did not possess the right kind of killing intent that was necessary, and when fighting the Feral Wolf gang, they would always avoid causing too much damage. Thus, in the end, the Seven Mysteries sect would suffer more casualties. After a few rounds of battle, the higher-ups of Seven Mysteries sect could not take this lying down, and thus, they had mobilized the majority of disciples within their sect to smash the Feral Wolf gang's members into smithereens. There were 2 reasons why the Seven Mysteries sect did so. First, the control of the towns within its territory was too valuable to be lost, and secondly, to have the disciples become used to bloodshed, allowing them to gain practical battle experience in Jianghu. Even so, despite the inner disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect holding the advantage during the last few battles, there had been too many casualties. Even some of the older seniors had failed to return to the sect alive. After little Abacus said this, he could not help but sigh. After that, the sect leaders changed the strategy by letting the inner disciples take care of some minor missions and gain experience elsewhere in Jianghu. After they were used to combat, they would come back and join the clash against the feral wolf gang. By doing so, it effectively minimized the number of casualties. Now, after each inner disciple had 2 years of training in the sect, they would be sent down the mountain to take charge of some minor missions to gain experiences before they were tasked to fight against the feral wolf gang. Repetitive, you know, and so, the older senior disciples had already been sent out of the mountain, leaving only a few defenders and the junior disciples who had not yet completed their training. After listening, Hanli suddenly understood why there were differences on the mountain now compared to 4 years ago. Dang! A sound rang out as a sword flew into the sky. Zhao Ziling's left hand was pressing on a wound on his right hand, and as he retreated a few steps, his face turned pale while he breathed heavily. Under senior disciple Li's ferocious saber techniques, Zhao Ziling had no time to retreat, and thus, he had no choice but to use the sword in his hand to block the attack. Because his internal strength was insufficient, the weapon he held had been flung into the air because of the clash. Senior disciple Li, you are formidable indeed. This junior brother admits his defeat. Zhao Ziling forcefully smiled as he bowed slightly. Loud exclamations rang out among the spectators. Senior disciple Li, what a graceful martial skill. Senior disciple Li, excellent saber techniques. Senior disciple Li, please give me some guidance. Cries of admiration rang out for their idol, the sound reverberating through the entire region. Senior disciple Li kept the huge saber lifted in the air while his cheeks turned red. Initially, it seemed that he wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed as he furrowed his brows as if thinking of something. Senior disciple Li said coolly, I still have urgent things to do. Goodbye. Turning around, senior disciple Li relied on a movement technique to swiftly leave the area. Zay. Not only is senior disciple Li proficient in the saber arts, his movement technique is superior as well. Yup. Words of praise began to ring out. Hanli furrowed his brows. This senior disciple Li's martial arts were indeed not bad, but it seems that he liked to be in the limelight, just like a teenager. After he reflected, Hanli could not help but smile bitterly. He himself was not any older than senior disciple Li, and yet, his thinking was so overly matured, just like an old man's. It seems that after practicing the oracular chant, his mental state had matured at a faster rate when compared to his peers. Junior brother, up to now, I still haven't learned your true name. Hanli eyed little Abacus nearby as he suddenly thought of the question. My name is Jin Dong Bao. However, senior disciple Han can just refer to me as little Abacus. Little Abacus was excited after Hanli asked for his name. He figured that he had gained the favor of Hanli and would be able to use him to back him in the future. Next time you are sick or injured, come look for me. I will treat you for free. Hanli patted his shoulders, turned his body and walked back into the forest region. He left behind a dumbstruck Jin Dong Bao, who was still pondering over what Hanli's words meant. Chapter 20, Essence Extraction Pill. After leaving the mountain region, Hanli could still hear the voices discussing how to settle Fatty Wang and Zhang Changgui's dispute. Hanli decided not to concern himself about the matter. Whenever he thought little Abacus's dumbstruck expression, he could not help but laugh out loud. His small excursion outside the valley had indeed lifted his spirits, and he was no longer as depressed as before. He ventured out of the forest and walked straight ahead. A small creek appeared at the end of the path. Hanli inclined his head upwards and looked at the fiery hot sun before lowering his head to avoid the glare and to drink some water from the creek. He felt that taking a bath right now would not be a bad idea. As he bent downwards, with both of his hands entering the cool creek water, a voice filled with pain sounded out and reached his ears. Hanli was surprised. To think that there would be people in such a remote region. Following the sound of the voice, Hanli wandered upstream and found a person wearing a disciple's robe lying on the ground, his body convulsing while his limbs flailed about. The moment Hanli saw the person, he knew that the disciple was suffering from an acute illness, and if he didn't help now, there might be a danger of death. Hanli rushed over and took out a wooden box from his robes. From the wooden box, he drew out silver needles that seemed to reflect the light as he pierced them into the acupoints on the disciple's back. After he was done with the acupoints on the disciple's back, he turned the body of the disciple around and began to work with the acupoints located on his chest. When the disciple's body was turned, Hanli sucked in a breath. He was shocked beyond measure. This person, who was flailing about earlier, was none other than the senior disciple that participated in the battle earlier. Stunned, Hanli could only gaze at the facial features of senior disciple Li. The current senior disciple Li did not have the air of a peerless expert at all. There was no heroic demeanor to be seen anywhere, only a cold face full of pain and suffering as his features contorted together and white foam leaked from his mouth. It was obvious that senior disciple Li from suffering from too much pain to bear, and he was almost to the point of being unconscious. Hanli regained his calm as he muttered to himself. Akin to flowing water, the silver needle in Hanli's hand began to prick the acupoints on senior disciple Li's body continuously over 10 times. At the final prick, Hanli wiped the sweat that had formed on his forehead and released a breath. The usage of the silver needle and strength needed to pierce each acupoint exhausted a huge amount of energy from him. After senior disciple Li's body was riddled with silver needles, he finally woke up and regained consciousness. Senior disciple Li tried to say something, but he didn't have enough strength, so he could not say more than a few words. I'm from the God Hand Valley. Save your breath and slowly recover your strength. I can only remind you that your illness is very strange. In my estimation, only my teacher Dr. Mo would be able to save you. But sadly, he is currently away from the mountain. Hanli took the pulse of senior disciple Li as he furrowed his brows in thought. The Medsi Ani is at. Senior disciple Li's face paled as his lips shivered, lifting his arms to gesture at something, but he was unsuccessful. You have medicine to cure the illness on your body. Hanli roughly understood his meaning, and he questioned senior disciple Li. Senior disciple Li saw that Hanli understood his meaning, relaxed his features and nodded his head. Hanli was no longer polite as he searched senior disciple Li's body for the antidote. He found many useless items, and amongst them, there was a small white jade bottle which he took out. This bottle was made of expensive material and was also tightly sealed. He guessed this was what senior disciple Li was looking for. As he took the bottle and glanced at senior disciple Li, his guess turned out correct. Senior disciple Li's expression was full of joy as he frantically blinked his eyes. Hanli unsealed the bottle, and contrary to his expectations, there was no fragrance of herbal components drifting out, but rather extremely pungent smell. The moment Hanli smelled the pungent smell, his expression turned nasty as he cautiously took out a pink-color pill out from the bottle. This pill was extremely beautiful to behold, yet the pungent smell that was emitted from the pill caused people to have difficulty breathing. Is this a medicinal pill? Hanli regained his calm face. Senior disciple Li was still unable to speak, but he blinked his eyes to convey to Hanli that this was the right pill. This essence extraction pill was created from orchids, crab-tailed flower, 100-year-old egg of blue ant, as well as 23 other rarely seen ingredients. After the pill is concocted, it takes on a pinkish hue and emits a pungent smell. Ingesting it could unlock all of the potential of the human body, consuming the life force in exchange. Am I right? Han coldly glanced at Senior Disciple Li as he listed the pill's descriptions word by word with an unmistakable tone in his voice. The moment Senior Disciple Li heard Han words, his face paled as if devoid of blood, and a frantic expression appeared on his face. If you ingest this medicine, you would need to repeatedly ingest it after a certain period of time in addition to suffering the excruciating pain. If you refuse to ingest the second pill after eating the first, in the best scenario, you would be paralyzed, and in the worst scenario, you could even die. From the first time you ingested this pill, fate has already decreed that you would be dead in less than 10 years as the pill forcefully unleashes your potential at the expense of burning your life force, Han said without stopping. Don't you try to lie to me that this is not the essence extraction pill. Han said. After hearing what Han had said, an expression of hopelessness appeared on Senior Disciple Li's face while an indescribable shock appeared in his eyes. Are you shocked because this particular medicine is very rare, and yet I know what it is? Han could tell what Senior Disciple Li was thinking. The answer is simple. I, too, have eaten a pill like this. Han words broke the tension as he continued to shock Senior Disciple Li. After a while, Senior Disciple Li had an expression of disbelief. The way I ate the pill was different from how you ate it. I only ate a total of 1 pill, but I separated the pill into 10 portions, which I slowly ingesting over a long period of time. The small amount of drug I consumed was not able to do any harm to my body. Chapter 21, Painkilling Medicine. Senior Disciple Li's eyelids lightly shuddered as he pondered intensely, trying to decide which was the better path for him. After a short moment, his tightly closed eyes snapped open as he stared intently at the pill in Han hand with a feverish gaze. Han did not say anything more and inserted the pill into Senior Disciple Li's mouth. The white foam around his mouth did nothing to stop him from swallowing the pill, and after it was fully ingested, Han slowly retracted all of the silver needles from Senior Disciple Li's body. After the retrieval of all the silver needles, the essence extraction pill began to take effect. Senior Disciple Li's pale face started to take on a reddish hue. At this moment, his body started to convulse again and his limbs started to shiver as a low drone issued from his throat. Senior Disciple Li did not want to be a laughing stock in front of Han, so he tried unsuccessfully to suppress his pain-filled voice. The low drone involuntarily got louder and louder as the shivers got more intense. It was only after a long period of time that the droning began to slowly subside. Finally, Senior Disciple Li recovered as his face returned to its normal, pale color, and his body stopped convulsing. This signaled that he successfully endured the last of the backlashes from consuming the essence extraction pill. Senior Disciple Li straightened his body, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes in order to enter meditation, attempting to circulate his qi to heal his injuries. Han found a clean, large rock nearby and sat down on it, watching Senior Disciple Li. After the time it took to eat a meal, the Senior Disciple Li, who was in a state of meditation, abruptly wrenched open his eyes and drew his saber in a flash, placing the shining blade on Han neck. Give me a reason not to kill you. Senior Disciple Li's eyes were full of coldness and filled with killing intent. I just saved your life. Is that not a good enough reason? Han stated calmly with no change to his expression except for the twitching of his brows. If one did not study Han face intently, they would not have seen it. Senior Disciple Li's face slightly softened, but his eyes were still filled with killing intent as he stared at Han. Before I made the decision to save you, I already guessed that you might kill me to protect your secret, but I didn't think that your action would be so fast. Han bitterly laughed as his face was filled with self-mockery. Cool. Despite knowing that saving you would bring calamity upon myself, I, a student of medical arts, couldn't simply sit by and watch you die. Han sighed. As senior disciple Li heard his words, his face took on a somewhat embarrassed expression, and he shifted the saber from Han Li's neck a little but did not fully remove the blade. Han Li secretly let out a breath of relief, and he continued his speech more determinedly. You have no need to worry that I would divulge your secret. One look at my face and you would know that I'm not one to gossip. If you are still worried, I could swear a binding oath. You should be able to tell that I'm not skilled in martial arts, so if you discovered that I broke my vow, you could easily kill me, Han Li calmly suggested. Okay, swear a binding oath then. Senior disciple Li said straightforwardly. It was only now that Han Li relaxed. Before he saved senior disciple Li, he could infer that senior disciple Li was not one to forget a kindness, but he was not completely sure of his assessment. If he was wrong and senior disciple Li was a person that returned kindness with viciousness, he would only be able to defend himself with his secret life-saving method. Knowing that he would not have to use it, Han Li stealthily retracted his hand from within his robes. After Han Li swore a binding oath, senior disciple Li finally retracted the saber and returned it to its sheath. Han Li slightly felt a slight trace of blood on his throat, caused by the keen edge of the saber. It was sticky to the touch, and as Han Li's heartbeat returned to normal, he could feel cold sweat trickling down his back. What a close call. My evaluation prior to saving senior disciple Li was not comprehensive enough. I'm determined to learn from this mistake and to prevent my life from being in the control of someone else's hands ever again. He still had some fear lingering from this event. If there's no guarantee of my safety, I will definitely not save others in the future. Han Li decided immediately. This was the first time Han Li had saved someone, but the experience left him with a bad taste in his mouth. This event only helped to reinforce that the world was full of unexpected turnouts, and the last vestige of kindness in him was slowly being discarded away. Even though he had not turned evil, he was far from being a saint. You have saved my life and agreed to keep the matter a secret. I, Li Feiyu, owe you a big favor henceforth. As long as I'm still alive, no matter what you need help with, you can look for me. As long as I am able to accomplish the task, I will definitely help you. As he reclaimed the items that Han Li ransacked through, senior disciple Li stated his vow straightforwardly, using his own name as a guarantee after he fully recovered from the pill's backlash. I fear that I currently have nothing to trouble you with, but you should already have plenty of troubles, no? Han Li had a slight smile on his face as he faced senior disciple Li with another question. How did you know? Li Feiyu was startled and slightly lost his composure. Anyone would have easily guessed. You are just a normal disciple under a protector, yet with your skills, you have surpassed disciples of the vice sect leaders, division heads, and elders. How could they possibly let you live peacefully? Han Li's response was like a needle drawing blood. With a single prick, he went straight to the heart of the matter. Senior disciple Li's expression was gloomy and overcast as he agreed in silence. Your troubles are your own. I have no wish to interfere and cannot interfere even if I wanted to, but, for the excruciating backlash from consuming the essence extraction pill, I could help you lessen the pain. Is this true? Li Feiyu suddenly snapped to attention as his previous gloomy expression was replaced with anticipation and excitement. He was giddy since the backlash of the essence extraction pill was extremely torturous. Why would I lie to you when there is nothing beneficial for me to gain by doing so? Han Li glanced at senior disciple Li. He had already concocted a remedy that would greatly lessen the pain felt by others, a medicine that he researched in his spare time for Zhang Tai. It was extremely effective, greatly cutting off the nerve's ability to feel pain. This is truly excellent. Excellent! Li Feiyu clasped his hands as he looked at Han Li with wonder and excitement. Why are you looking at me with such an expression? I do not have the medicine on me right now. I need to return to God Hand Valley before I can concoct it for you. After Li Feiyu heard what Han Li said, he had a slightly embarrassed look on his face. He had just threatened to kill Hanli and now, he was requesting his help. Tomorrow at noon, wait for me at the entrance of the God Hand Valley. I will hand you the remedy in that location, but since Dr. Mo is currently away, I can't allow anyone to simply enter the God Hand Valley, Hanli explained. Very well, I shall be there on time. Thank you, my dear brother. Scared that Hanli would change his mind, Li Feiyu quickly responded with his confirmation. My name is Hanli, the personal disciple of Dr. Mo. Your cultivation in martial arts is so high, you can just directly call me Junior Brother Han in the future. After Hanli heard the words, my dear brother, he couldn't help but shiver and thus, quickly told senior disciple Li his name to prevent him from calling Hanli any more embarrassing titles. Chapter 22, Qigong Deviation. Looking at Li Feiyu's back as it gradually disappeared as he walked away, Hanli quietly stood where he was, lost in contemplation. After they had agreed to meet at noon the next day, senior disciple Li took the initiative to bid Hanli goodbye, saying that he had to meditate to fully heal his injuries. After they had spoken for a long time, Hanli did not ask Li Feiyu why he had consumed the pill. Hanli knew that even if he had asked, it would be useless because things that already happened could not be changed. From his observations, Li Feiyu was willing to forsake his future, just for a short 10 years of fame and glory. This probably meant that he had some underlying reason, which left him with no choice but to do so. No one would willingly commit suicide, so if Hanli really did question Li Feiyu, it would be like rubbing salt on his wounds. Obviously, what Hanli did was correct. Before Li Feiyu left, when he saw that Hanli did not question him about the reason why he was taking the essence extraction pill, he was grateful for Hanli being considerate. Hanli knew that although Li Feiyu did not mention anything, he assumed that he owed Hanli a favor. Hanli was prepared to fulfill his promise to senior disciple Li, so not only would he not spread the secret, he would also concoct the pain-relieving medicine for senior disciple Li. The reason for him doing so was simple. Since senior disciple Li was not a vile person, nor did he really want to kill Hanli, Hanli thought that he might as well use this opportunity to increase the amount of favors that senior disciple Li owed him. So, in the future, senior disciple Li would find it hard to turn down his requests. In the next few years, Li Feiyu's martial skills would only exponentially increase as the essence extraction pill burnt his life force, so he would be of immeasurable help to Hanli in the future. Even if Hanli did not need this favor, it did not matter much. Being able to help a character like senior disciple Li also caused Hanli to feel happy in his heart. Although senior disciple Li may not be a good person, Hanli knew that after the events that transpired today, Li Feiyu wouldn't jeopardize him. Hanli ran the whole sequence of events that happened today through his mind again. It was only when he was certain that everything had been accounted for that he returned to God Hand Valley. After he strolled back to the God Hand Valley in a relaxed manner, Hanli began preparations to concoct the pain-relieving medicine for senior disciple Li. It was relatively simple for Hanli to concoct this medicine, as he could find all the ingredients he needed in the nearby medicinal herb garden. The only thing that was slightly complex was the concocting process. One must give it their full attention, if not, the chance of failure would be high. After a busy afternoon, Hanli concocted a year's supply of the pain-relieving medicine senior disciple Li needed. He did not produce more intentionally as he wanted senior disciple Li to seek him out after all of the medicine was consumed so that he could increase his importance in senior disciple Li's eyes. This way, senior disciple Li would not be able to easily forget his favor. In the middle of the night, Hanli was suddenly struck by a sense of loneliness as he raised his head to gaze at the stars in the pitch-black sky and begin reminiscing. He was thinking of his family back in his village. He had left the village 4 years ago, and ever since he arrived at the mountain, he had been assiduously cultivating the nameless oracular formula every day and had no time to visit his family. The only thing he did to lessen his heartache was to send taels of silver back every month, hoping that his family was living a better life. He deeply treasured the letters that his parents wrote, even though there wasn't much written in the letters other than telling him that everything was good in his family. His second brother had married, and things were getting better because of the silver he sent back. Reading these letters made Hanli feel much better. However, over the years, Hanli felt that the tone of the letters was gradually becoming more and more polite, as if they were writing to a stranger. Initially, this caused fear to blossom in his heart, as he did not know what to do in this situation. However, as time passed, this feeling of fear gradually numbed as the image of his family in his mind gradually became blurred. He reminisced about matters of the past, thinking back to that warm feeling of the time when he was still back in the village when melancholy suddenly hit him. That warm feeling was very valuable to him, as he knew that he would never be able to savor it again. Hanli placed his hand on his chest, using his fingers to grip the good luck charm that was in the leather pouch hanging around his neck. Whenever he was frustrated, he would only need to hold the good luck charm to calm himself down. But tonight, after holding it, his heart only got more and more flustered, and he was unable to calm down. He was unable to control his emotions because there was a depression in his heart, which in turn caused bizarre bodily reactions from Hanli. His blood started to surge as the qi in his body ran rampant. Qigong deviation. These two words appeared in his mind. Hanli stood up, and drew in a huge breath, forcibly suppressing his chaotic state as he told himself to calm down. Now that Dr. Mo was away, he could only depend on himself to solve this crisis. He did not know why he was suffering from Qigong deviation, and his mind continued to ponder. Even though now was not the best time to question the reason, he still tried finding the root cause and cut the problem at its root, as it was the best way to recover from Qigong deviation. Hanli rotated his head as he surveyed his surroundings, but nothing seemed suspicious. He touched his chin with his right hand, and at the same time, his hand also knocked against something on his chest. Leather pouch, good luck charm, the names of these two items appeared in his mind. Could it be the good luck charm that caused the reaction? Hanli was not sure, but he had no time to hesitate now, as the condition of his body was getting worse and there were signs that he would soon be unable to control the surging qi. Hanli tore the leather pouch off his neck decisively and flung it away from him. No, something is wrong, I feel even worse. The surge in my qi and blood is getting more violent. Hanli forcefully suppressed the surging qi as he stared at the leather pouch with his bloodshot eyes, hoping to find the reason why he had suffered more after he flung the pouch away. Chapter 23, Tests. Maybe Lady Luck was smiling on him. Abruptly, a sudden thought flashed past his mind. He quickly rushed towards the leather pouch which he had discarded, and with a deft movement, took out the good luck charm that was hidden inside neatly and quickly. The moment his palm brushed against the good luck charm, a refreshing feeling was emitted from the bottle and eventually calmed his heart. His previous frustrations and melancholy all disappeared without a trace, and his qi and blood stopped surging, returning back to his normal state. Currently, Hanli had no interest in discovering the root of the problem that occurred earlier. Holding the good luck charm in his palm, he brought it forward in front of his eyelids, pressing it against his face. Gently caressing it, Hanli focused all of his attention on the bottle. After half a day, Hanli heaved a sigh of relief, diverting his attention away from the good luck charm. Hanli didn't know that the phenomenon that happened to him earlier was not because of Qigong deviation, but rather because he suffered from a heart demon that all cultivators would eventually face. Luckily, he discovered it in its early stages and fought it off by focusing on an object that was familiar to him. If he hadn't, the heart demon would have entered his soul and controlled his body from within, causing him to bleed to death from his meridians. Of course, Hanli wouldn't learn about this until after he truly stepped onto the path of cultivation in the future. Hanli circulated his qi around his whole body and realized there was nothing abnormal. What made him gasp in astonishment was that instead of suffering injuries, his cultivation level had unknowingly increased by a great extent. Although he did not make a breakthrough from the third layer to the fourth, but because of his struggle against the heart demon, he had reached the peak of the third layer earlier than expected and was only a hair length away from breaking through to the fourth. Because of this unexpected stroke of luck, Hanli had a smile on his face. However, he had to forcefully suppress the agitation in his heart. He was afraid that his unstable emotions would lead to another attack by the heart demon. Hanli was uncertain whether he could survive it intact if another attack took place. He took the good luck charm that had saved his life and replaced it inside the leather pouch before hanging it on his neck. Hanli realized that there was an object long forgotten by him inside the leather pouch. An object that had been left lying about in there for a few years, the mysterious bottle. Hanli had completely forgotten about the mysterious bottle. The moment he saw it, he remembered the past events. The current Hanli was an archive of knowledge and wisdom that far surpassed the Hanli from 4 years ago. In these 4 years, he had read all the books in Dr. Mo's residence and gained much knowledge. He also cultivated the nameless oracular chant, which effectively strengthened his mind. Looking back at the disturbance to his chi, he could effectively deduce that this mysterious bottle was a treasured item with effects that were far from ordinary. What Hanli needed to do now was to delve into and unravel the secrets of the bottle and to see if it could be used to benefit himself. There was no way he would just leave it lying around in the leather pouch and waste such a mysterious object. Hanli took out the bottle and inspected its entire surface as if he were trying to look for something that he had missed out on during his inspection 4 years ago. But no matter how much he inspected, there were no new discoveries. Hanli wasted no time and opened the cap of the bottle. Floating inside of the mysterious bottle was the jade green droplet of liquid that had manifested 4 years ago. It was no different than from when it first appeared in the bottle. However, Hanli was positive that the secret of the bottle lay in the jade green droplet of liquid. To test his theories, he would need to find some small animals to perform a few cruel, live experiments. It was midnight, the sky pitch black outside. The darkness made it simply impractical for him to hunt for live animals. And after experiencing the attack of the heart demon earlier, Hanli was already somewhat exhausted. Even if he could catch a live animal, how would he be able to see if there were any changes to the test subject if it was pitch dark? Any actions Hanli could make would be a waste of effort. After contemplating, Hanli decided to rest and recover his energy before experimenting the next day. He told himself that there would be a big surprise waiting for him tomorrow, and with that thought, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, after washing himself, Hanli went to eat a hearty breakfast. After that, he immediately went to speak to the head of the kitchen of the Seven Mysteries sect, procuring 2 lively gray hares for a few taels of silver before returning back to the valley. After he returned to the valley, Hanli chose a more spacious location inside the herb garden and tied the rabbits to a stake, letting them stay outside in the blazing sun for quite a period of time. After the rabbits were dizzy from the heat and were almost dying of thirst, Hanli took out the mysterious bottle and poured the mysterious jade green droplet of liquid into a bowl before diluting it with water. The mysterious droplet of liquid was about the size of a bean and easily dissolved in the water, causing the whole bowl of water to turn into a jade green color. Hanli placed the bowl near the rabbits and waited for them to drink the water. Being out in the blazing sun for such a long period of time, the rabbits scampered up and drank the water in the bowl in big gulps. Hanli was unwilling to allow the rabbits to drink the entire bowl of diluted water, and after half of the water was gone, he removed the bowl from the rabbits' reach. After that, he stood to the side and observed, patiently waiting for any reactions from the rabbits. After a short moment passed, about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the rabbits started to frantically jump about, their actions becoming more and more agitated and ferocious. Their bodies began to undergo an astounding mutation. Their fur and skin started to protrude lumps the size of a chicken egg. The lumps multiplied until they covered the rabbits' bodies. From afar, Hanli felt that the rabbit looked quite comical. The lumps had caused the rabbits to grow bigger by a single size, swelling up until both of the rabbits grew to the size of watermelons. Looking at the mutation of the rabbits, along with their tortured shrieks, Hanli felt a bit of fear in his heart. What just happened before his eyes was completely outside of his expectations. If the mysterious liquid was a potent poison or a miraculous medicine to increase cultivation, he would still not be so shocked. He did not expect that the rabbits would actually grow lumps all over their bodies and expand to such a size, becoming grotesque beyond belief. Chapter 24. A panicked decision. Looking at the rabbits in front of him, he saw that they continued to grow larger and expand. Hanli had at last realized that something was wrong. He suddenly remembered something. He looked at the porcelain bowl in his hand like a snake and threw it to the side by the medicine field. He then turned around and took to his heels, running straight away from the rabbits for more than 10 meters before stopping. Just as he thought of turning around, one after another, two sounds simultaneously exploded over. Hanli shuddered and turned his head for a look. As expected, each of the two rabbits had turned into a bloody carcass, exploding into several chunks. Flesh and blood were scattered, covering a patch of grass with a blanket of blood. Two pits appeared in the places where the rabbits had been originally tethered to. Surrounding the pits were the rabbits' messy remains. Bloody chunks of meat sprinkled the ground. This was a spectacle too terrible to observe. Hanli let out a breath and sat down on the ground. He feared that if he had not reacted quickly enough at that instance, he would have been caught in the explosion. Although he might not have been seriously injured, having his entire body drenched in rabbit blood and dregs of meat would not have been a pleasant affair. Waiting until after his heart calmed, Hanli stood up and walked next to the pits. After seeing the mutilation at the site, he took a look at the shattered porcelain bowl by the medicine field and was dumbfounded. Hanli originally believed that he would have discovered the green liquid to be some sort of panacea, but he did not expect it to be such a frightening thing. Poison was poison, but it made the rabbits die so tragically. No matter what he said to himself, he could not pass this off as a trick. It was far too frightening. Hanli was not unfamiliar with deadly poisons. Under Dr. Mo's several years of instruction, Hanli was experienced with many poisons capable of delivering an instant death, but none of them were capable of killing a man so terribly. After a while, Hanli regained his composure. Keeping his head calm, he made plans to depart from the medicine field. Because it was soon going to be noon, he had to finish mixing the secret medicine to give to senior disciple Li. As for everything here, he would deal with it once he finished delivering the medicine. With these thoughts in mind, Hanli did not take another look at the scene of the explosion, leaving all these troubles behind for later, and returned to his residence. After resting for a moment, he brought the medicine to the entrance of God Han's Valley. Hanli was very punctual. He arrived at the entrance just as noon arrived. Li Feiyu seemed to have been anxiously waiting for him for a while now. He alone waited at the valley's entrance. He wore a white embroidered gown. However, he carried along the long sword that had previously left Hanli a deep impression. Since Hanli had not arrived yet, Li Feiyu's face showed a sliver of worry, anxiously looking towards the direction of the valley. As soon as he saw Hanli finally arrive, he put away his expression of anxiety. The corner of his mouth slightly rose, his face exposing a smile. Junior disciple Han, you are truly quite punctual. You said noon, and you arrived right on time. I was waiting here for almost an hour, Li Feiyu said half jokingly, half complaining. I am quite embarrassed. Blending the medicine took too much time yesterday, so I didn't sleep until it was very late. In the morning, I woke a bit late. As soon as I finished taking care of a few matters at hand, it was almost noon already. Said Hanli. Half of what he said was true. Junior disciple Han, the medicine, did you finish mixing it? Because senior disciple Li was anxious and a little hurried, he had actually spoken with somewhat of a stutter. Hanli did not directly answer senior disciple Li's question. He calmly smiled, slowly taking out a large medicine bag out from his bosom. With a swing of his arm, he threw the medicine over to Li Feiyu. Every time before you consume the essence extraction pill, take the medicine by mixing a spoon of the medicinal powder with cold boiled water, and it will alleviate all of your pain. Thank you, junior disciple Han. Thank you, junior disciple Han. Senior disciple Li was wild with joy. Even if it could only ease his pain, he would have regarded it as great news. The pain from taking the essence extraction pill made it so that he would shiver even when it wasn't cold. He had tried many painkillers, but they all had no effect. Since junior disciple Han knew all of the characteristics of the essence extraction pill and had taken it before, perhaps this medicine would actually be effective. Don't thank me yet. Wait until after the medicine works before thanking me. In addition, this is only a year's worth of medicine. I currently used up all of the medicinal ingredients I had available. I won't be able to make any more for you until I gather enough medicinal ingredients, Hanli spoke bluntly. No problem. Isn't this a year's worth? This is enough for the time being. Regardless of whether or not this medicine is effective, Li Feiyu appreciates junior disciple Han's kind intentions. Senior disciple Li had at last acquired what he desired. His expression returned to normal and was no longer artificial. He very straightforwardly expressed a humble feeling of respect towards Hanli. Hanli faintly smiled. Not saying anything else, he took the initiative to part ways with senior disciple Li. With the secret medicine in Li Feiyu's hand, his head was filled with thoughts of quickly returning and testing the efficacy of the medicine. Seeing that Li Feiyu had no urge to bother Hanli any further, the two mutually took their leave. After returning from the valley entrance, Hanli first went to clean up the medicine fields. The rabbit remains, bloodied earth, and broken bowl shards were soon completely swept into a hole. Then, he endlessly covered the two earth pits by pushing it flat with dirt. Just like that, it appeared as if there were no difference in the landscape between its current state and its state before the experiment. Satisfied, Hanli clapped his hands to get rid of any dust particles. He looked all over the place, checking if there was anywhere he had overlooked. When his eyes fell onto where the porcelain bowl had shattered, he could not help but mutter to himself. He remembered very clearly that when he threw away the bowl, the diluted water within had spilled all over a small portion of the medicine field, landing on several medicinal herbs. He couldn't help but be somewhat hesitant since he didn't know whether these medicinal herbs would become poisonous after absorbing the water. Also, if someone were to eat these poisonous herbs, would they also experience the same horrible death as the rabbits? Should Hanli immediately destroy these poisonous plants? This chain of questions abruptly rose in Hanli's mind. Hanli had pondered for half a day, unable to come to a decision. After examining the plants once more, he decided to only do another small experiment. If in the following days, the medicinal herbs really became poisonous, it still wouldn't be too late for him to destroy them. After deciding, he looked around to see if there was nothing else he could do and went back to the stone room to practice. He hoped that he would be capable of breaking through and continue advancing his foundation. Hanli currently no longer cared about the chant's specific usefulness. His cultivation of this chant had already become instinctive. If he did not cultivate it, Hanli wouldn't know what else he could do in the mountain valley. Stubbornly cultivating this chant to a greater layer of cultivation had already become his current life's entire goal. After an afternoon absorbed in cultivation, Hanli dispiritedly discovered that he truly was not a genius. Although he felt the distance from the fourth layer could be pierced through by a finger, he couldn't advance an inch forward and had diligently cultivated the whole afternoon in vain. It seemed he couldn't cultivate any further without the support of medicinal elixirs. Otherwise, it would be very likely that he would forever stay at the peak of the third layer, unable to advance any further. Han Li's mind began to hope expectantly that Dr. Mo would return a bit earlier and was lucky enough to have found enough medicinal ingredients to help Han Li break through his current predicament. Chapter 25, Interference of Success. Another night passed. Han Li woke up at the crack of dawn and walked towards the medicine field. He wanted to observe whether or not the medicinal herbs had changed in any way. Before he even entered the medicinal field, he could suddenly smell several rich medicinal fragrances. Han Li was slightly dazed, but soon after, his mind stirred. Perhaps he couldn't help but increase his pace until he finally arrived in front of several medicinal herbs that were emitting an intense fragrance. Were these the medicinal herbs from yesterday? Han Li didn't dare to trust his eyes. Using his hands, he fiercely slapped his slightly drowsy face until the pain made him stop. The leaves of this yellow dragon grass has some hints of purple, the bitter lotus flower actually has flowered 9 petals, and the skin of this forgotten sorrow fruit has turned black. Ha ha. Ha ha. Han Li couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Usually, Han Li was calm and composed, but this time, he couldn't help but laugh heartily while facing the sky. This time I came across a great fortune. These medicinal herbs only needed 1 night to develop properties that require 2 years of age. All of their appearances turned to that of herbs aged more than 10 years. Seeing the color of the leaves, the shape of the fruit, and the petals' fragrance, there are all qualities that belong to rare herbs that have already matured for quite some time. Han Li carefully examined all of the medicinal herbs, confirming they were identical to those described in medicine books. They were truly rare medicinal ingredients that have been aged for a great length of time. If I can mature medicinal herbs with this method, how many rare medicinal ingredients will I have? I can also sell the medicinal herbs that I don't use. If that happens, how much silver will I make? Han Li was unable to restrain his excitement and started to let his imagination run wild. Han Li's thoughts further developed and he became more elated. He felt that he had truly picked up a treasure this time. All of a sudden, he somersaulted a few times. At this moment, he no longer maintained his normal calm appearance and expressed the excitement entirely like that of a normal 14 to 15-year-old adolescent. After a while, Han Li had finally calmed down, and his brain recovered its sharp wit. He began to think of how to deal with the somewhat difficult problems that were brought by this huge meat pie that fell from the sky. Huge meat pie that fell from the sky is a Chinese idiom for a fortuitous encounter. First of all, there seemed to be no problems with the external appearance of these medicinal herbs. However, he still had not tested their medicinal properties. After all, they only became like this after they absorbed that strange liquid. Who knew whether their internal elements were abnormal? Yesterday, he had seen those rabbits' miserable demise with his own eyes. He still had to be careful. Secondly, the green liquid within the small mysterious bottle had already been used up. He did not know whether the strange phenomenon that created the liquid drop would happen again. Perhaps it was an occurrence that only happened once. At night, he would go to confirm it himself. If there were no problems with these 2 matters, then he truly needed to grasp the details and particulars of the drug-inducing ingredients in this manner. Then he would have complete control over this inconceivable method. Han Li later pondered, arriving at the conclusion that if he were unable to resolve his few difficult problems that were earlier mentioned, this huge meat pie would only be a passing flower lost in a fog. After everything was taken into account, Han Li began experimenting. He first went to the large kitchen outside of the valley and asked the manager for another pair of gray-haired rabbits. Han Li's actions made the kitchen manager both happy and somewhat puzzled. Why does this youngster keep on buying live rabbits? Could it be he wants to butcher them himself and practice his culinary skills? Han Li didn't care about what others thought of him. He didn't keep the rabbits at the medicine fields like before. Instead, he bound them to the gate of his room so that he could conveniently observe how they change at any time. After that, he went to the medicine fields and carefully picked the matured medicinal herbs. He made quite a few rolls of bone and muscle-enhancing medicines and mixed them into the rabbits' favorite foods. Every day, he fed them 3 such meals to test whether these medicinal herbs were poisonous. With this finished, Han Li anxiously waited for nightfall. He felt time pass very slowly. Later, the moment he had been expectantly waiting for had finally arrived just as the sky began to grow dark. Han Li ran out and took the small bottle from the back of his room and set it on the ground. He concentrated on the small bottle, anticipating its change. As a quarter of an hour went by, the bottle showed no activity. Then half an hour went by, but the bottle still didn't show any activity. And 3/4 of an hour, as time elapsed, Han Li's heart had sunk more and more. He had stayed awake until daybreak. The bottle, however, was still no different from before. He was completely dispirited. Could it be that this bottle was truly usable only once? Or did he not do something correctly? Han Li strengthened his spirit and looked at his surroundings. There are no suspicious areas apart from the somewhat black sky. Han Li said to himself. He suddenly stopped, at a loss for words. He lifted his head and gazed at the sky. The sky was black and cloudy, not a thing could be seen. The sky is a bit dark. At these words, Han Li suddenly understood. Could it be that it's because the clouds are preventing any light from the moon or the stars from falling on the bottle? Han Li recalled that the bottle's previous transformation occurred during a clear sky. There had been nothing in the sky sheltering the moons and the stars, but today, there was gloomy weather. The whole sky was covered with black clouds. Han Li's hopes were raised, but he saw the color of the sky turn a bit pale. He knew that a clear sky would not happen tonight. He put away the bottle and prepared to test it again once the sky was clear. However, contrary to Han Li's expectations, the next half-month had uninterrupted drizzling and persisted until now. Han Li looked at the continuous waves of drizzle outside. His mind was gloomy, and he continued to grow more anxious as he waited for the weather to clear. It had continued to drizzle down constantly without end or even the slightest intention of stopping. He turned around towards the interior of his room and looked at the 2 rabbits, which had escaped the rain. They had a healthy and lively appearance, making Han Li even more depressed. Ever since the rabbits ate their medicine-infused food, not only were there no problems, they were even more vigorous than before. In these past 10 days, Han Li had carefully watched them every day to confirm the rabbits had no symptoms of poisoning. Instead, because they ate the bone and muscle-strengthening medicines, they became even more healthy. Not only did this good result fail to make Han Li happy, it also made his mind somewhat worried about his losses and gains. He hadn't the slightest means to make himself calm. Whether or not the bottle could produce more green liquid had already become the key to all of his problems. In addition, the lingering, lousy weather made it so that he was unable to test his theory. How could this not make Han Li utterly depressed? Chapter 26, Medicinal Student. Just as Han Li became convinced that the rain would be endless, the sun finally rose into the sky and cleared away the clouds. Han Li had already discovered the secret of the bottle half a month ago, and thus he was naturally impatient. On that clear night sky, Han Li saw once more the miracle from 4 years ago. Little by little, small orbs of light encircled the bottle before merging into one big sphere. Upon seeing this miracle once more, Han Li raised his head excitedly. It seemed the bottle was usable more than just one time. It could repeatedly regenerate the droplet of mysterious liquid as long as there was moonlight. After another 7 days of waiting, the mysterious droplet of liquid finally formed. When Hanli saw the contents of the bottle, he was tremendously happy and excited. Now that he knew that he had a steady stream of precious herbs, he would no longer have to worry about insufficient resources. The value of a medicinal herb was determined by its age. The older the medicinal herb was, the more precious it would be, as its medicinal effects would grow more potent with age. At the same time, an ingredient that was more precious would naturally be harder to find. Some ingredients could only be found in the depths of the forest or hanging from sheer cliffs. For those who didn't risk their lives, there was no way that they would be able to find these precious ingredients. Although there were several pharmacies that specialized in cultivating these rare herbs, these herbs were generally harvested so quickly in order to satisfy the large demand that they never got a chance to grow very large. For that reason, most weren't stupid enough to try and cultivate herbs for a long period of time and instead chose to harvest them as soon as possible. Only the wealthy families could afford to grow and cultivate rare herbs for stockpiling in the case of a crisis. Since the herbs were not only rare strains but were also planted for a long time, their effectiveness was many times greater than that of common herbs. There wasn't a need for a specialist to cultivate the plants either. Not only did these families pass on their money from generation to generation, the herbs they had spent so much time on would be passed down as well. As a result, time was not an issue for these families. For centuries, these herbs would be cultivated in this way. In the case of both money and rare herbs, common people had no access to such a stockpile. Occasionally, rare ingredients would appear briefly on the market, only to be purchased by the richer families. This slowly increased the prices of herbs and ingredients to the point that some of the herbs had been labeled as priceless. Hanli hadn't been too optimistic about Elder Mo's ability to procure the precious herbs needed for his cultivation. But now, there was no need for him to worry. With this mysterious bottle, he would be able to create many ingredients in a short amount of time. With a strange feeling in his heart, Hanli had been experimenting with the mysterious droplet of liquid on herbal ingredients for the past 10 days. One time, he diluted the green liquid and sprayed it on some herbs. The result after 2 days was that the plant effectively grew 2 years' worth. This was much better than the original product, and with this experiment, Hanli had learned an important rule. On the next experiment, Hanli did not bother to dilute the jade green droplet, letting a drop of the green liquid fall onto a stalk of ginseng. On the second day, Hanli had unexpectedly seen that the ginseng became virtually indistinguishable from wild 100-year-old ginseng. This experiment made Hanli happier than ever, not because he now owned a rare ingredient, but because he had confirmed the usage of the mysterious droplet of liquid. Afterward, Hanli decided to set aside some of the green liquid for experimentation, while the rest would be placed in other containers like porcelain, jade bottles, and even silver bottles. However, he soon discovered that none of the bottles were able to contain the liquid for longer than a minute. After the liquid was taken out from the bottle, it needed to be used within a minute. Otherwise, it would slowly disappear without a trace. Even the diluted form of the liquid had the same result, albeit it could last for a longer amount of time. Even if other liquids were mixed together, they would disappear without a trace soon afterward. After many attempts, Hanli gave up on storing the liquid in any other container. It appeared that he wouldn't be able to stockpile this mysterious liquid. Thus, Hanli could only proceed to test the herbal aging properties of the green liquid. Hanli brought out a bundle of 3-crow grass and used the liquid on it. Almost immediately, it had turned into a 100-year-old yellow-colored 3-crow grass. Just from a single drop of the liquid, its age would increase by 100 years. After seeing such an effect, Hanli made extensive use of the liquid for the next 2 months. Every time he was able to acquire more liquid within this bottle, he would drip it onto this strand of 3-crow grass. It gradually turned from a yellow color to a yellowy black color. In the end, it turned jet black, which was the result of it successfully aging to become a 1,000-year-old three-crow grass. After the success of this particular experiment, it would appear that with patience, the three-crow grass would be able to be constantly aged and thus improved. However, there wasn't much point to this. He was already satisfied to know that he was able to deliberately harness the liquid's effect. Besides, he didn't need such ancient ingredients, just about 100 years old would be enough for him. After this long series of experimentation, Hanli finally decided to take a break. It came to his attention that Elder Mo had been away from the mountain for quite a long time now. Right now, Hanli was holding the 1,000-year-old three-crow grass in his hand while he sat back on his bed with a lackadaisical expression. His eyes were looking at the three-crow grass as if he was studying it. But in reality, if one were to look at the disorderly eyes of Hanli, they would know that he wasn't paying attention to the three-crow grass at all. Instead, he was staring off into the sky, thinking of everything else. He no longer had the feeling of joy from when he first created this 1,000-year-old three-crow grass. Instead, he was now thinking about the dangers this little bottle could bring to him, and what precautions he should take. Hanli had seen time and time again in the books of Elder Mo's library about people who suffered terrible fates as a result of acquiring a precious treasure. This bottle in his hand was definitely a precious treasure. If someone else were to discover the existence of this bottle, then he doubted that he would live to see the next day. For example, if a hall leader was to find out, then there was no way they would let this go. They would stop at nothing to seize the treasure and kill the owner, before letting anyone else find out. I cannot tell anyone of this bottle, and I must be careful of how I use it. The way this bottle collected light was far too noticeable and could easily be discovered by anyone watching, Hanli thought to himself. He had to keep his mouth shut about this in order to ensure no one would be able to find out his secret. However, I am in a position where I need to use herbs to cultivate. If I don't use this bottle, it would be a terrible waste. I must find a way to get the best of both worlds. He thought about his cultivation needs for a moment with some sadness. It went without saying that his cultivation was the top priority. Even Dr. Mo was aware that Hanli had barely made any progress in the past few years. Especially in the past 2 years, Hanli felt that this feeling had grown even stronger. This made Dr. Mo and Hanli incapable of having the intimate relationship between a common master and disciple. If there were nothing to say, there would be silence. Dr. Mo had actually treated him exceptionally well in his daily life, never physically or verbally abusing Hanli. In addition, Dr. Mo spared no pain or effort to help create the best conditions for Hanli to cultivate the chant. However, there seemed to be a barrier of separation that existed between the master and disciple, an awkward atmosphere that drifted between them. Dr. Mo clearly realized that this gap existed. However, he did not feel the slightest need to remedy the mutual indifference between master and disciple, leaving it to be. The only time when he directly involved himself in Hanli's life was whenever he urged Hanli to increase the pace of Hanli's cultivation. Every time Dr. Mo visited Hanli, the grotesque aspect of his gaze gradually lessened, so much so that after a long period of time, it was no longer displayed. However, Hanli's keen sixth sense faintly informed him that Dr. Mo hadn't truly abandoned his plans, but rather ingeniously concealed his intentions. Thus, Hanli's vigilance against Dr. Mo had deepened further. Under these circumstances, how could he possibly dare let Dr. Mo know of the bottle's secret? Hanli had learned an unshakable lesson from reading numerous history books: refrain from hurting others but guard against those trying to hurt you. Regardless of whether Dr. Mo truly wanted to harm him, strengthening Hanli's vigilance wouldn't be a bad decision, even if his feelings were mistaken. If Dr. Mo had truly intended to harm him, Hanli's strengthened vigilance could possibly prevent him from suffering a severe injury. If his sixth sense was mistaken, then a strengthened vigilance wouldn't harm him. Either way, Hanli wouldn't take the initiative to harm his master. Hanli was still Dr. Mo's apprentice and would do his utmost to be a filial apprentice. Hanli wasn't too comfortable with his feelings regarding Dr. Mo. After all, this kind of strange master-disciple relationship was completely unheard of in the Seven Mysteries sect. Thinking of this, Hanli could not help but sigh. The mysterious green bottle absolutely couldn't be used once Dr. Mo returned. However, Hanli knew that even if he managed to somehow hide it from Dr. Mo, another person from the Seven Mysteries sect might uncover the secret by accident. His best choice was to hide the bottle away forever and act as if it had never existed. Unwilling to forever separate himself from the bottle, Hanli made up his mind to use the bottle cautiously and secretly once Dr. Mo returned. Once he came upon this decision, Hanli relaxed his mind and fell asleep on his bed. Chapter 28, Dr. Mo returns. Originally, Hanli hadn't planned on concocting medicinal pills for other purposes than aiding him in his cultivation. But after thinking about it, he decided that, no matter what, he was still a martial artist. Who knew if one day he would be struck by a natural disaster or get embroiled in the rampage of one of the various martial factions in Jianghu and be killed. It would be for the best to prepare some medicines for wounds and poisons in advance, because if he were to be injured or poisoned without having any medicine nearby, that would be too unfortunate. With this mindset, Hanli had decided to make more of two types of medicines, pure spirit powder and vitality-raising pellet, to prepare himself for any accidents. One person could only live one life after all, and Hanli didn't want to die an untimely death. Because he was constantly making medicines, his cultivation with the chant had slowed down considerably. But this was unavoidable, since there were many things in the world to be perfected, and there would surely always be something that one had to give up on. TL, aka cost-benefit analysis. After refining medicinal pills for half the day, he began to consume them, starting with the yellow dragon pellet and the gold essence pill. These two medicines each truly deserved to be considered the panacea of legends that could shock everyone with its power. After eating them, he had effortlessly broken through the bottleneck and reached the fourth layer of the chant. Once he reached the fourth layer, Hanli had immediately felt the difference between his current and past self. His five senses had exploded into a whole new realm as everything had suddenly turned brighter and much more distinct. Previously, he wasn't able to make out minute features out in the distance, but now he was able to see them on an enlarged scale, clearer than ever. With his eyes, he could easily see the small insects that were crawling about the edges of his room. His sense of hearing had completely changed as well. Sounds he had never heard before could be heard to a noticeable degree, like the rustling sounds of an earthworm crawling through the ground or the buzzing sounds of an insect flying through the air. These sounds were so loud, it was almost as if they were taking place next to his ear. Everything could be heard so clearly, but aside from that, Hanli could even make out some new scents thanks to his improved sense of smell. Hanli was overjoyed because this was the very first time that his efforts in practicing this chant had actually paid off. This made him realize that the oracular chant he was condemning before was not totally useless. Instead, it had a mysterious and unique aspect to it that could only be unlocked through cultivation. Previously, even though his senses did indeed improve each time he had broken through to a new layer, none of those changes were as drastic as when he had reached the fourth layer. It was almost as if he had become a completely different person. Aside from this, he also felt that his body movements were a lot quicker than before. Even his mind and vitality had grown stronger. Even if Hanli didn't sleep for 3 or 5 days, he still felt as wide awake as always. With so many changes occurring, Hanli sat there and took note of each and every single change to his body. These changes opened a new world of sensation to him, and so he was reluctant to do anything other than relish in these feelings. Only now did he realize that all of these changes had appeared only at the fourth layer of the chant. It could be considered that he was at the small success stage of the oracular chant only after reaching the fourth layer. He couldn't help but think that this fourth layer had brought about such an unforgettable sensation. If the fourth layer was like this, then surely breaking through to the fifth or even sixth layer would be even more magnificent. Soon after Hanli finally broke through and understood the subtleties of this cultivation method, his master, Dr. Mo, had finally returned to the valley. However, he wasn't alone, as he had brought back a mysterious person. The moment Dr. Mo returned to the valley, Hanli heard his all too familiar cough. He had been in his cultivation room striving to advance one more layer, but the moment he had heard Dr. Mo's voice, he left the room to head down to the valley and greet him. It had been a year since he had last met his master, so it was time to meet Dr. Mo once again. The moment Hanli saw Dr. Mo, he was extremely shocked. Dr. Mo was still the same in figure, but there was an ashen complexion on his face with the smallest hint of anger. Although he had originally been yellow with illness, he had never looked so haggard in such an extreme manner as he did now. But what surprised Hanli the most was the mysterious person behind Dr. Mo. The person was wrapped in a black mantle that completely covered every single part of the body so that not a single inch of skin could be seen. The figure was rather large and was taller than Hanli by at least 2 heads. Because of the mantle that covered the entirety of the person's body, Hanli wasn't able to determine the person's facial appearance. At the very least, he could tell that the person's expression was especially fierce and extremely ugly. Hanli suppressed the questions on his mind as he hurriedly greeted Dr. Mo with a respectful tone and waited for Dr. Mo to say something back. He knew that while the Dr. Mo did not care for such traditions, there was an expectation for a disciple to greet their master respectfully. This was something that could not be discarded as a useless tradition since it flattered the master, making the master more likely to treat the disciple well. Hanli had also understood Dr. Mo's thoughts. Since Dr. Mo had always pushed him to practice the chants to cultivate and had not seen Hanli in a very long time, he would undoubtedly ask about how far he had gotten with the chant. As expected, the moment Dr. Mo saw Hanli approach him, he stared blankly for a moment before coughing twice and speaking up. "How far have you gotten with the chant? Have you made a breakthrough?" There was an anxious look of hope on his face. Hanli long since expected that this question would come and had prepared an answer beforehand. "I'm still the same, without experiencing any significant change." Hanli didn't want to tell the truth of his progress because there would be no way for him to explain his sudden massive increase in training speed. It would have been impossible for Hanli to break through from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer with his own talent in such a short amount of time. "Extend your arm." Dr. Mo's expression sank and his voice became stiff. Hanli carefully paid attention to Dr. Mo's expression. His heart shook for a moment before becoming calm once more. Chapter 29 Rising Conflict. Chapter 29 Rising Conflict. Dr. Mo's face showed no emotion. His eyes were half open and half closed while his hand was wrapped firmly around Hanli's wrist. His attention was completely concentrated on the true qi within Hanli's body. He remained silent for quite some time. After the time it takes to make a cup of tea, Dr. Mo let out a deep breath, as if he were releasing all the vexation from his mind, and opened his eyes. A vigorous brilliance shot from his cloudy eyes, rendering any man incapable of facing him. His expression was somber. It was very obvious to Hanli that he was dissatisfied, but Dr. Mo did not release harsh words of criticism. He swung his arms indifferently, showing Hanli that he was about to leave. Hanli perceptibly followed close behind him. Although he was very curious about the mysterious man at his side, Hanli knew it was not the time to inquire as he wished. After he entered the room, Dr. Mo somewhat tiredly sat in the armchair and leaned back into it, half sitting, half reclining. The vigorous brilliance had already scattered, revealing his old sickly self. The mysterious man had followed closely from the beginning. When Dr. Mo sat down, he stood behind Dr. Mo's chair, his back upright and motionless. Hanli knew that Dr. Mo was currently dissatisfied, but he was unwilling to open his mouth and stirred Dr. Mo's foul mood up. Mimicking the mysterious man, he walked to the middle of the room and lowered his head toward Dr. Mo, staying tactfully still. He waited for Dr. Mo to start his questioning. For a long time, nobody spoke. Hanli was somewhat baffled and lost his patience. He thought quietly about raising his head and stealing a glance at Dr. Mo. If you want to look, look. Why would you possibly want to be sneaky? Just as he raised his head halfway up, Dr. Mo's cold, strict voice traveled over. Hanli was startled for a second and then, he obediently raised his head. His gaze circled around Dr. Mo's face and immediately withdrew from it. Hanli's face had an unusual expression. His heart sunk as if he were in a perilous situation, constantly rolling around in his chest. How did Dr. Mo's face suddenly become so strange? On his gray, withered face, there was a faint layer of black chi. It was as if the black chi had life, extending an innumerable amount of tiny tentacles and scurrying threateningly across his face. This caused Hanli to be even more fearful. Dr. Mo had replaced his former, everyday rigid expression with an expression of fierce resolution. He was watching Hanli attentively with a truly malicious gaze. The corner of his mouth revealed a slight mocking sneer. Hanli felt the situation wasn't favorable towards him. A somewhat restless mood spiraled in his mind while an ominous atmosphere began to spread freely in the room. He cautiously and vigilantly decided to retreat half a step. He withdrew a cylinder from his sleeve, causing his stressed mental state to relax a bit. At this moment, he suddenly heard Dr. Mo's soft mockery. A petty trick. You even dare to take it out and show it off. Dr. Mo's body moved. He stood from his half-reclined position with a strange momentum. Hee. With a smile, his body flickered towards Hanli's side as if he were a specter before giving a cold laugh. Hanli's expression greatly changed. He knew this turn of events was far from good and hastily lifted his arm. However, his entire body went numb and he was incapable of moving a single step. It was only until this moment that he saw that Dr. Mo's finger leave the acupoint on his chest. Dr. Mo was truly too fast. To Hanli's surprise, he couldn't even perceive in the slightest when Dr. Mo had taken action. Venerable Senior Mo, what are you going to do? Has this disciple done something wrong? Sir has always talked without hesitating. Chapter 30, A Hero's Final Road. How old do you think I am? His cheek muscles visibly throbbed as he stiffly asked this strange question. Based on your appearance, you look to be older than 60 years old, but since you asked this question, your age must not match your appearance. You are either much older or much younger than you appear to be. Although Hanli was astonished, he continued to speak with a calm voice. Zhe. For a brat from the countryside to become a sharp and intelligent person, you sure live up to the name of an eternal spring arts of cultivator. Dr. Mo's mouth continued to praise Hanli, but he stared at his disciple with a feverish gleam. You guessed correctly. I am only 37 this year. A number that caused Hanli to feel disbelief came out from Dr. Mo's mouth. That's impossible. Hanli said in surprise, unable to maintain his composure. Impossible. It is indeed impossible. The people who see me, not even mentioning 60, would tell others that I am an elder in my 70s. I'm afraid no one would be able to guess my true age, Dr. Mo said as his voice suddenly became high and sharp in pitch. To Hanli's ears, the ear-piercing sound caused extreme discomfort, as if it touched upon a sore spot within his heart. I, Mo Juren, used to be so famous in my early years that at one point in time, within the Lan province of the state of Yu, I barehandedly established my own spot within the heavens, making a name for myself. Hi hey. At that time, everybody heard of my prestigious name, Ghost Hand, within the Lan province. Regardless of whether they were righteous or evil, those who followed me lived while those who went against me died. Dr. Mo resumed his normal pitch and used a deep and slow tone to narrate his story. Following his own narration, his eyes emitted a sharpness that was comparable to a blade's edge, as if he were back in the past when he was high-spirited and in a position of power. Listening to Dr. Mo's story, Hanli was secretly shocked. He never thought that his master would have had such a renowned name at one point in time. Regrettably, good things don't last forever. Right when I entered my 30s and was preparing to take a big step forward in spreading my name, I fell under the plot of a despicable character and was poisoned by my own trusted aide. Even by relying on my impressive medicinal knowledge, I was only able to prevent the poison from flaring up but was unable to completely recover, causing my power to decrease dramatically. As a result, I was unable to maintain my position in the north. Fearing that my enemies' clans would take advantage of my weakness, I was forced to abandon my profession and family in order to disappear without a trace. I could only travel to other parts of the state of Yu to look for a cure to help me regain my previous skills. As he was narrating, Dr. Mo became lost within his own story and tightly clenched his two fists. His fingernails dug into his palm, causing flesh blood to flow, but he did not notice this. Only his face revealed any expression, his teeth gnashed together, giving him a savage appearance. Dr. Mo's vicious expression could cause anyone who witnessed it to tremble in cold sweat, showing that he still harbored a bone-deep hatred for the despicable figure who poisoned him. Listening to the deep hatred within his words, Hanli could not help but feel goosebumps. A cold feeling began to rise within his heart. Heaven has eyes, and through some mysterious means, I came upon a strange book called Scripture of Longevity. I spent tremendous amounts of energy trying to understand it, and from reading it, I found a shortcut to recover my former martial prowess. I followed the steps, and Dr. Mo suddenly stopped, but his face betrayed him by showing anger and remorse. As a result, you now look like a demon, said Hanli as he tried to help Dr. Mo complete his sentence. That's correct. Originally, I was worried that my medicinal skills would not be passed on, so I invited the two of you into the valley to accept you two as my disciples. As luck would have it, on a whim, I let you two try to cultivate the Eternal Spring Arts incantation. Maybe it was because I was still holding on to a small bit of hope. But there seemed to be demons and gods at work since I suddenly let you two try out the Eternal Spring Arts incantation. In reality, even if you two had been unable to cultivate the incantation, I would have still accepted you guys as my disciples and bestowed upon you all of my medicinal knowledge, but I would never have thought that you would have a reaction to the incantation. Haha. It seems heaven never halts one's path to cultivation. TL, hi hey equals small chuckle demons and gods at work, idiom, equals when an event is only explainable by the supernatural. Dr. Mo revealed all this in one breath, causing his face to look red from the lack of air. He appeared very pleased with his stroke of good fortune. I have not yet cultivated up to the 4th layer of the Eternal Spring Arts technique, so why did you stop me at this moment to discuss this matter with me? Hanli finally asked the question he was most concerned about. You only have yourself to blame for this. I spent so much blood and energy on you, yet you still cannot satisfy my demands, always playing tricks on me. You are only lacking this one last step, yet you choose to continue on slowly, unwilling to advance to the next layer. Originally, I was planning to wait another 2 years, but when I went down the mountains this time, I was recognized by a member of an enemy clan. Through an intense battle, even though I won and had killed my enemy, I consumed large amounts of energy, which greatly shortened my lifespan. Even if I were to use all of my abilities, would only be able to prolong my life for another year. How can I possibly wait any longer? Dr. Mo's originally proud expression vanished without a trace, replaced by a savage expression as he roared out at Hanli. After Hanli finished listening, his expression remained the same. He didn't reveal even a trace of being stirred. However, his heart was like a raging sea, which was completely different from his confident and unwavering appearance. Even though he knew from the beginning that Dr. Mo had been placing an unsettling importance on Hanli's cultivation, he never thought that there would be such an intense story behind this. Dr. Mo's identity and experience far surpassed the scope of his imagination. Title explanation. As you know, grand heroes in wuxia and xianxia aren't always kind and benevolent. They are often vicious, ruthless and merciless, and are heroic from their grand feats and strength. The actual title is defined as a formidable character, which I found to be best translated as hero. Chapter 31 Insect Corpse Pill. Chapter 31 Insect Corpse Pill. Hanli felt numbed as fear, regret, and helplessness filled his heart. Despite trying to delay the inevitable, he was still unable to figure out how to extricate himself from this predicament, and as a result, he grew panicked. He was, after all, still very young, unable to win against Dr. Mo's vast years of experience in Jianghu. Dr. Mo could most likely counter any cunning and ruthless method that Hanli came up with. Feeling as exposed as a paper tiger, Hanli started sweating profusely. Dr. Mo took note of the myriad expressions that flashed past Hanli's face and was immensely satisfied with the pressure he caused. From his experiences, only when one was unsettled and confused would it be easier to extract the truth. You really think that I was delaying my cultivation on purpose? Hanli was surprised that Dr. Mo came to this conclusion. Obviously. It's already been 2 years and yet you weren't able to reach the 4th layer. You really think I can't read what you're thinking? In the past, you only spent 3 years reaching the first 3 layers, so even if the 4th layer was difficult to cultivate without the aid of spiritual herbs, it would be impossible for you to have no progress in your cultivation, Dr. Mo explained as his eyebrows arched up, emitting a killing intent. It was as if all the dissatisfaction that he ever felt was bubbling out to the surface today. Seems like no matter how I try to explain, Dr. Mo will never believe me. Hanli smiled bitterly. Never would he have thought that because trying to hide the progress of his cultivation would lead him into a deeper hole filled with Dr. Mo's endless suspicion. He really kicked the stone on which he had placed himself. Kicking the stone on which he had placed himself equals digging your own grave. Enough. I have no wish to listen to any more of your bullshit. I shall give you 1 more year. Do you think you will be able to reach the 4th layer by then? Dr. Mo coldly laughed as he stared icily at Hanli, waiting for his answer with a serious expression on his face. Hanli's mind was very clear. He knew his answer would not only affect Dr. Mo's life but also his own survival. I should be very clear that there is no way I will be able to say no. Come, unlock my acupoints. Hanli relaxed as he accepted the inevitable. After Dr. Mo heard his words, his face recovered slightly as praise reflected in his eyes. However, he did not unlock Hanli's acupoint immediately. Instead, he took out an exquisitely carved seal box from within his robes. I can't be assured by your words alone. What would happen if you say one thing but do another? If you refuse to invest any effort in your cultivation, there would not be any difference from now. Because my own life is at stake, I have to add another layer of insurance, stated Dr. Mo in an icy tone. Before opening Hanli's acupoints, Dr. Mo had to take extra measures to ensure his success. He cautiously unsealed the box, removed a white pill and placed the pill in the center before unsealing Hanli's acupoint. Before Hanli could move, Dr. Mo already placed the white pill in front of him. You are an intelligent person. There is no need for me to waste time talking too much, you should know what to do. Dr. Mo looked at him, harboring malicious intents in his heart. Han Li moved his numbed limbs about, and without saying anything, he took the white pill out from the box. In front of Dr. Mo, Han Li immediately placed the white pill inside his mouth and swallowed it, unwilling to show any signs of weaknesses. Clap clap. Excellent. He who suits his action to the times are great men indeed. As long as you help me return back to normal, I will reward you greatly. There is already a rift between us, so it is impossible for me to accept you as my disciple and pass on to you other techniques, but still, granting you a life of wealth is still possible for me. Dr. Mo clapped his hands as he sincerely promised Han Li his reward. Now, you should be able to tell me the effect of the pill I just consumed in case I accidentally overstep the restrictions and lose my life, Han Li expressionlessly asked Dr. Mo. Kiki, the name of this pill is the insect corpse pill. It's concocted from pure herbal components, but in addition, the recipe requires different poisonous worm eggs. After being consumed, it will incubate inside your body for a year. You can rest assured, though. In this 1 year, I can guarantee that it will not affect you. After 1 year, once you consume the antidote, the pill will melt away, leaving no traces behind. However, if you do not consume the antidote after a year, the worm will hatch within your body and consume your innards for nourishment, eating you from inside out and leaving you in so much pain that you would rather die than suffer the agony. The pain will last for a total of 3 days and nights, and you will slowly die an agonizing death. Dr. Mo slowly explained the effects of the pill as he silently warned Han Li. After Han Li heard the effects of the pill he just consumed, shudders involuntarily spread throughout his body as his expression changed for the worst. Anger inflamed his heart, but before he could do or say anything, Dr. Mo unleashed his trump card. "Oh right, I heard that your family is living pretty well thanks to you. Do they have enough silvers to spend? If not, just let me know. Since you'll be doing me a great favor, I will specially take care of your family members for you." Dr. Mo smiled as he patted Han Li's shoulder. Han Li froze as his face turned green. Dr. Mo's words made it impossible for his spirit to be calm and still. Using the last vestige of his determination, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to keep silent. He was worried that he would say something to Dr. Mo that he might regret. Han Li understood that there was no way Dr. Mo would not use his family against him. "Don't worry, Dr. Mo. I promise to reach the 4th layer within a year." Without a choice, Han Li bit his lips as he assured Dr. Mo. Under Dr. Mo's threats, Han Li could only submit. He was still unable to sever the last trace of humanity in his heart and disregard the life and death of his parents. Now, Han Li's weakness had been grasped by Dr. Mo, and even if he wished to die, he would still have to seek the approval of Dr. Mo. Han Li knew that he had been thoroughly defeated this time. After Dr. Mo heard Han Li's words, he released a sigh of relief. His nervousness was not less than Han Li's, but Dr. Mo's face was akin to a stone mask as he had managed to keep his emotions under tight control. This eternal spring art's indeed extraordinary. This young brat is still so young but is already difficult to handle. Dr. Mo did not know whether he felt envy or jealousy in his heart. Actually, the effects of the eternal spring arts varied for those who cultivate it. As for Han Li, he had already been quite intelligent since he was young, so after cultivating the eternal spring arts, his wisdom grew beyond his peers. Despite this, he had no choice but to comply to Dr. Mo's demands because he held Han Li's weakness in his palm. Han Li was unsure if Dr. Mo's promise was real. If it was real, it was simple as merely following Dr. Mo's instructions. Han Li would be assured and would have no need to come up with any preparations. But if Dr. Mo was lying to him, Han Li knew that he would probably suffer a fate worse than death a year from now if he did not prepare any countermeasures. Han Li repeatedly analyzed all of the possible ways to attack his problem and felt that there weren't any good solutions. Now both Han Li and Dr. Mo were in dire straits. Han Li was afraid that Dr. Mo would harm him after he accomplished his objective. On the other hand, Dr. Mo was worried that Han Li might not practice his cultivation assiduously and that the delay would cost him his life. Initially, Han Li had some methods that he could use to threaten Dr. Mo, but who would have expected that Dr. Mo would grasp his weaknesses so quickly and use his family as insurance? Could it be that I don't even have the slightest control over my own life? Han Li helplessly sighed. No, there is no way that I would allow this to happen. Leaving my destiny in the hands of another would undoubtedly be the most foolish decision I have ever made. Despite saying so, even after contemplating for a long period of time, Han Li was still unable to think of any good solution. Eventually, he decided on a solution that wasn't exactly a solution. He decided to increase his strength in every aspect. Even if Dr. Mo wanted his life 1 year from now, Han Li would still have some insurance against Dr. Mo. This was truly a stupid idea. He could only passively defend and could not actively attack. But currently, he could not think of any other way besides increasing his own strength. After making his decision, Han Li decided to go out for a walk. He opened his door and walked outside his residence, stretching his body while yawning. My destiny lies in my own hands. I will never let others control my fate. Chapter 33 Private Exchange. Chapter 33 Private Exchange. Han Li hoisted up a rope attached to a bucket and threw the bucket into the mountain spring. Once the bucket was filled to the brim with spring water, he pulled it back up. Without expending any strength, Han Li easily lifted the wooden bucket above his head, and with a flick of his wrist, a "hua" sound rang out as the water in the bucket poured over his head, drenching him all the way to his toes. How refreshing! How comfortable! Han Li and another youth both exclaimed in delight. The water was a soothing effect in the hot summer climate. The heat was unbearably hot, so as they poured spring water over their bodies, they shivered in delight. Ha ha! Junior disciple Han, you really found a good place. This creek was well hidden, and yet you somehow managed to discover it, the youth with a callous look on his face suddenly stated. This is nothing. There are even more remote places that are harder to discover. I have only managed to find a few, but it's a pity that none of the locations I found had spring water as magnificent as this one, the other youth straightforwardly replied. The youth who replied was Han Li, and the one with the callous expression was none other than Li Feiyu. Ever since Li Feiyu obtained the first delivery of pain-relieving medicine from Han Li and tested them, he found that the medicine's effectiveness was extremely good. One dose diminished the backlash caused by the essence extraction pill by a great amount. After experiencing Han Li's pain-relieving medicine, Li Feiyu couldn't live without it. Whenever he didn't use the medicine, he would suffer a painful backlash from the essence extraction pill. Although Han Li had given him a year's supply of pain-relieving medicine, Li Feiyu had completely used up his supply within a few short months. Facing the pain of the backlash that almost broke his limits, Li Feiyu had no choice but to thicken his skin and ask Han Li for help. The current Han Li wanted to increase his own strength, so he used Li Feiyu's needs to his own advantage. After knowing that Li Feiyu was selected to enter the 7th Supreme Division, Han Li asked Li Feiyu for secret skills stored in the 7th Supreme Division in exchange for pain-relieving medicine. The usually silent Li Feiyu agreed immediately upon hearing Han Li's request. In order to not let others discover the secret agreement between him and Li Feiyu, Han Li decided to explore the celestial Rainbow Mountain for a remote location where they could do their trade in private. The two of them decided to secretly meet up after a set amount of time. In their secret location, Han Li would hand over the pain-relieving medicine to Li Feiyu, and Li Feiyu would teach Han Li some of his secret arts that he gained from the 7th Supreme Division. Just like this, they were both extremely satisfied by their trade, which continued for half a year. Li Feiyu and Han Li had taken to each other during this half year. Unknowingly, they became close friends that could talk about anything under the sun. Li Feiyu was very satisfied with the spot Han Li found, especially the small creek it contained. They stood in a medium-sized depression surrounded by tall mountain peaks. In order to gain access to it, they had to crawl on their hands and feet through an extremely narrow tunnel. Most importantly, this place had a flowing spring, which they had access to during the unbearably hot summer. After they exercised and bathed themselves in the cool mountain spring water, they felt an incomparable sense of comfort and satisfaction. Once they were done washing themselves, Han Li glanced at Li Feiyu and asked, "Earlier, you taught me the ferocious serpentine strike. Although it's a formidable technique, it is too vicious, so I don't think it is suitable for me. Are there any other techniques that are more gentle?" Junior disciple Han, do you really think that I am the only disciple in the 7th Supreme Division or that I can learn whatever I wish to learn? I could only select a small amount of techniques to study. Not to mention, my martial arts has always been overbearing in nature, so of course I would pick a formidable, hard technique. Li Feiyu explained to Han Li, exasperated by his request. Senior disciple Li is the leader amongst all the disciples. How could you be comparable to the normal disciples in the 7th Supreme Division? Noticing hints of anger, Han Li unabashedly began to praise Li Feiyu. It is not so simple, but to think that I actually managed to make our great genius Han sing songs of praises. Li Feiyu smiled as he teased Han Li, "What genius? I'm always defeated by you after a few moves." Hang. That was because I used my true qi to execute my techniques. There is nothing to boast of. If I did not use my true qi, I'm afraid that I would definitely lose to you within 100 moves. Is there even anyone who doesn't use their true qi when fighting? Senior disciple Li is too humble. Humble? I'm not humble at all. You did not start learning martial arts until recently and had never sparred with anyone before. The only thing you learned was some useless oracular formula. To think that within such a short span of time, you have already comprehended the intricacies of each martial technique that I taught you. If you are not a genius, then who is? That oracular formula seems to have no effect on increasing your might, so why are you still assiduously practicing it every day? Han Li bitterly smiled to himself as he thought, "You think that I want to learn this? Right now, I might as well be riding on top of a tiger. Even if I want to stop practicing it, Dr. Mo wouldn't let me." Junior disciple Han, I'm not saying this just for the sake of talking. Based on the talent you displayed this past half a year, I know that you have great potential. I strongly urge that you discard the stupid oracular formula and concentrate on learning martial arts techniques with me. I dare to guarantee that you would only need a span of 2 years to become strong enough to everyone. I have no doubts that after 2 years, both you and I will dominate the 7 Mysteries sect. Li Feiyu tried persuading him. Han Li felt somewhat moved in his heart. Although Li Feiyu had said these words many times, making Han Li feel irritated, the senior disciple did have some good points. Not only that, Li Feiyu sincerely cared for Han Li's future. Han Li shook his head, showing his rejection of the idea, and quickly changed the topic. In the 7th Supreme Division, are there any supreme martial arts techniques that restrict opponents without consuming true qi? Li Feiyu, seeing how quickly Han Li changed the topic, stopped trying to persuade him. He didn't want to force Han Li since he knew that Han Li was the same as him, a keeper of a secret that he wanted to keep hidden. Li Feiyu lowered his head to ponder before mentioning, "There is indeed a strange sword technique that does not require true qi to execute, but what?" The moment Han Li heard that there was a technique he could use, he was overjoyed and quickly asked for more information. This particular set of sword techniques has been passed down in the 7th Supreme Division for over 100 years, but there has never been a disciple who was able to successfully master it. Even the elder who created this technique passed away before mastering. This technique is known as the blinking sword art. Don't you think that the name for this technique is bizarre? In addition, it was equipped with Herculean strength and was completely obedient to Dr. Mo's orders. This was Han Li's judgment regarding the mysterious man Dr. Mo brought back from his travels. Han Li knew that this mysterious man could very well be used by Dr. Mo to suppress him in the future, but despite of this, he was unable to find a solution or a weakness to exploit. The only thing that aroused Han Li's suspicion was that he could vaguely feel a sense of familiarity whenever he viewed the mysterious man's back. It was as if he had encountered this man somewhere before. However, no matter how hard he pondered, he could not recall why this man's back seemed so familiar to him. After a while, Han Li let out a sigh and he closed his door. Returning back to his residence, he knew that unless Dr. Mo gave a different order, the mysterious man would likely continue standing on guard without resting. Feeling slightly confused in his heart, Han Li decided not to worry anymore and jumped onto his bed, laying his head on his interlocked fingers. On his bed, Han Li slowly closed his eyes as he tried to organize his thoughts and memories of the events that had transpired today. He repeatedly dissected and analyzed the techniques that senior disciple Li taught him until he could grasp the essence behind them. This was an effect of Han Li's 5th layer of cultivation in the eternal spring arts, eidetic memory. Taking full advantage of his eidetic memory, Han Li crammed as many martial arts techniques as he could get hold of into his brain, analyzing them over and over. His eidetic memory was what caused Li Feiyu to call him a genius. 2 months ago, Han Li had used medicine that he concocted to forcefully break into the 5th layer of the eternal spring arts. Both the yellow dragon pellet as well as the gold essence pill had incredibly strong medical effects that widely surpassed Han Li's estimation. These 2 concocted pills could be considered priceless treasures. However, he had already consumed over half of his stock. From what left, Han Li estimated that it should be barely enough for him to break through to the 6th layer of the eternal spring arts. Rubbing his hands in glee, he wondered what surprises the 6th layer of the eternal spring arts had in store for him. There was only half a year left until Dr. Mo's time limit. Although Han Li had learned some martial arts from Li Feiyu, he was unable to combine the martial arts techniques with his true qi. He could at most display the forms, but he could not manifest the true might behind the martial arts techniques he learned from Li Feiyu. Against clumsy and weak people, it was more than enough to deal with them. However, if he wanted to fight against Dr. Mo with such low-level skills, it would be very laughable. It was the same as hitting a dog with a meat bun, producing no effects at all. Just thinking about this caused worry to arise in Han Li's heart. How troublesome! The eternal spring arts enhanced his body in multiple ways, but it couldn't be used for battle or slaughter. Now, it seemed like he could only depend on the blinking sword art, hoping that it would create a miracle and give him a chance to survive whatever ordeal would take place. Chapter 35, Theft of Secret Manuals. On an afternoon 10 days after their agreement, Han Li sneaked out of God Hand Valley in order to meet Li Feiyu. In actuality, Han Li couldn't have snuck out even if he tried. Dr. Mo was aware of Han Li's every movement and simply let Han Li move with unrestricted freedom. The amount of freedom he was granted initially caused Han Li to be suspicious of Dr. Mo's intentions, but after leaving the valley several times without detecting any signs of his movements being tracked, Han Li began to feel relieved. Reassured, he continued to carry out his own plans within God Hand Valley. After a long period of deliberation, Han Li gradually deduced the reason why Dr. Mo granted him so much freedom. Dr. Mo had been patient and accommodated Han Li's needs because it was in his best interest to do so. Although Dr. Mo used his two trump cards, the insect corpse pill as well as the lives of his family, to threaten Han Li, he knew that such methods would not be able to fully control his disciple. Han Li would only feel vengeance in his heart, thus causing his cultivation progress to be half-hearted. Therefore, if Dr. Mo did not restrict Han Li's freedom, Han Li would no longer feel as oppressed or have a shadow over his heart. After all, even though Dr. Mo wanted Han Li to cultivate the eternal spring arts, there was no way he could tie Han Li up and forced him to cultivate at knife point. After Han Li deduced the reason, his guts got bigger and bigger. In the past, he would try his best to sneak out of the valley, without alerting Dr. Mo. But now, he would just swaggering walk out of the valley. On the surface, Han Li seemed not to be affected by Dr. Mo's hidden surveillance, but in reality, he was extremely cautious to not reveal what he was scheming. After he walked out of the valley, Han Li activated his eternal spring arts, causing his perception to rise to an unearthly level. His heightened perception could accurately register any living being within a radius of about 30 meters. Han Li believed that even if Dr. Mo was secretly watching him, there was no way Dr. Mo could escape from being detected. Although Han Li knew that it was impossible for him to win in a direct confrontation against Dr. Mo, he was confident that his 5 senses surpassed Dr. Mo's own senses. After walking for some time, Han Li cautiously entered their previous hiding spot where he and Li Feiyu had enjoyed the refreshing bath earlier. The moment he entered, Han Li noticed that Li Feiyu had already arrived and was sitting next to the pond. Li Feiyu had lowered his head, observing his bare legs soaking in the cooling water pond. Pu tong, he kicked his legs above the surface of the water, causing the pond to be disturbed by small waves. Li Feiyu lost himself in the excitement of his unusually childish actions. When Li Feiyu heard the sound of Han Li entering, he did not even turn his head and complain straight away. Junior disciple Han, you are getting more and more late to our meetings, making me wait more than half a day every time. Can't you try to arrive earlier? Sorry, Han Li flicked the mud stains off his robes as he tried to explain more. Catch this. Li Feiyu did not wait for Han Li to finish his explanations before tossing a large bundle towards him. What is this? Is this something delicious? Han Li asked, but after grabbing the bundle, he could feel the hard and unyielding objects stored inside. They didn't seem like food that could be eaten. You only know how to eat. Didn't you want me to get for you the manual for blinking sword art? Li Feiyu glared at Han Li. What? This is a sword manual. Are you sure you are not mistaken? Did you accidentally grab a stone from your backyard? Han Li hoisted up the huge bundle. An expression of disbelief could be seen in his face. So heavy. Han Li exerted his strength to hoist the bundle, but it was so heavy that he fell over. Ha! Li Feiyu began to laugh wildly, unable to suppress it any longer. He rolled on the ground, laughing his ass off in childish glee. Han Li suspiciously glanced at Li Feiyu before staring at the huge bundle once again. Pang! A sound rang out as he kicked the huge bundle. It seemed like there really was a book wrapped inside. No longer paying attention to Li Feiyu, he squatted beside the large bundle and used his hands to feel what was inside. He quickly stopped. Wasting time to guess the contents of the bundle was an extremely foolish action. A pair of clean, white palms grasped the complicated knot of the bundle. Using all of his fingers, he forced the knot open. Paw-pow! The crisp sound of clapping hands rang out. Han Li did not immediately open the bundle. Instead, he turned his head and stared at his evil, laughing friend, Li Feiyu. It was unknown when, but Li Feiyu had already stopped laughing and put on his shoes. Currently, he was furiously clapping his hands while cheering for Han Li, oblivious to the pain from his red-tinged palms. Excellent! Every time I see you execute the silk wrapping palms, I find it incredible. That technique seems to have been designed for you alone. Since the time that I taught to you, only a span of 2 months has passed. Li Feiyu continued clapping his hands and praising Han Li. Don't tell me that in order to see me demonstrating that technique, you purposely tied a convoluted knot on such a large bundle, asked Han Li, slightly agitated. Of course not. Once you open the bundle, you'll understand. Li Feiyu's smiling countenance suddenly turned serious. Curious and bewildered as to why Li Feiyu would suddenly speak with such a tone, Han Li cast his gaze onto the bundle once more. He deliberated for a moment before stretching his index finger and middle finger, lightly grasping the edge of the item inside the bundle, and dragging the hidden item out in the open. Beads of sweat appeared on Han Li's head as his 2 eyes almost popped out of their socket. How is it? Are you shocked? Li Feiyu slowly walked towards Han Li, patting him on his shoulder. At a loss for words, Han Li stiffly turned his body, and looked straight at Li Feiyu. Why are you looking at me with that expression? There's no way I'll marry you, alright? Li Feiyu laughingly teased Han Li. After hearing Li Feiyu's words, Han Li cleared his mind. I want to make it clear between us. From this moment on, I don't know you, nor have you met me before. Han Li's voice got louder in intensity as he roared furiously. I don't know if my vision is blurry or if you've gone insane. You actually stole half of the 7 Supreme Division's secret manuals. If you're discovered, both of us will suffer a fate worse than death. As he hollered at Li Feiyu, Han Li pointed his finger at the pile of secret manuals in front of him. On the top left-hand corner of the manuals were several characters written in gold: 7 Supreme Division, Secret Library. Chapter 36 Shocked. Chapter 36, shocked. Seeing that Han Li became furious, Li Feiyu did not get angry. Instead, Li Feiyu remained indifferent. He tilted his head, stuck his pinky into his ear, and concentrated on cleaning his ear. Han Li's reaction was an appropriate and expected one. After Han Li had vented his anger, he saw that Li Feiyu remained as brazen as a city wall, almost as if he had not heard any of Han Li's remarks. Han Li calmed down, sensing that something was off. You are not a fool, nor are you an egomaniac. You wouldn't do anything that would get yourself killed. You must tell me what your reason was behind such a reckless action right now, Han Li gravely demanded. Li Feiyu, seeing that Han Li's anger was quickly being replaced once again by reason, felt somewhat regretful. He assumed a wronged and pitiful appearance and repeatedly complained of this injustice by shouting, Heavens! I'm being wrongly accused. A moment ago, I was actually about to give you an explanation, but you didn't even give me a chance to open my mouth. Now you're complaining about me. Am I truly no longer a person in your eyes? This kind of whining was obviously fake. Anyone who took a quick glance at this farce would feel annoyed after seeing through the act. Han Li also could not help but think of taking advantage of the situation and stepped forward, fiercely kicking Li Feiyu, who was resembling a sh-eating dog. Give me less acting and more explaining. Quickly. You scoundrel. If the junior disciples that admire you see your lazy appearance, your image as a powerful and confident fighter would be completely shattered. Han Li gave him a bit of a mocking expression. Han Li currently had no time to vent his anger and argue with Li Feiyu. If this secret exchange was not handled well, the two of them would face enormous consequences. Li Feiyu seemed to realize what Han Li was thinking at this moment and no longer ridiculed or denounced him. Rather, he lazily walked over to the bundle and picked up a rare book. After standing up straight, his face had a mysterious radiance. With a smile that was simultaneously not a genuine smile, he handed the book over to Han Li. Afterwards, signaling with his eyes, Li Feiyu beckoned Han Li to look at the book's cover. Han Li reached out with his hand to receive the very thin and rare book, giving Li Feiyu a look filled with doubt. He was at a bit of a loss, not knowing what sort of crafty scheme Li Feiyu was plotting. "Open it and take a look for yourself. If you do, you'll understand everything." Li Feiyu deliberately used a mysterious tone in order to coax Han Li into examining the book. "What, you can't say it outright? What's the point of trying to keep it a mystery?" Although hesitation was evident on Han Li's face, he flipped through the pages of the book. He opened the cover, revealing the first page of the rare manual. The top of the page, neatly written in black and white, were 3 large words: Blinking Sword Art. Han Li was slightly astounded. Han Li was astonished that the first book Li Feiyu had given to him was exactly what he desired. "Don't lose your focus. Come and see the rest of the books." Li Feiyu tossed over a few nearby rare manuals in succession. Han Li caught the books one by one and was completely stunned after quickly skimming through their entirety. All of their titles were clearly written with black and white characters: Blinking Sword Art. Only after a long while had passed did Han Li lift his gaze from the books in his hands. Pointing his finger at the large pile of secret manuals on the ground, Han Li asked stammeringly, You cannot possibly tell me that these are all manuals for Blinking Sword Art. I am very sorry, junior disciple Han. You have indeed guessed correctly." Li Feiyu shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, his face wearing an expression of helplessness. Although Li Feiyu seemed apologetic, his feelings did not coincide with his words. The corner of his mouth rose faintly as he derived pleasure from Han Li's frustration. "This is impossible. There are almost 100 books here, so how could all of these possibly be manuals for Blinking Sword Art?" Unable to stomach Li Feiyu's cheap tricks, Han Li questioned Li Feiyu because he was filled with great doubt. "You're asking me? Who was I even supposed to ask in order to verify that they were the right manuals without getting caught? I was at the corner of the 7 Supreme Division's library when I suddenly came upon so many rare manuals sharing the same name. I, too, was shocked." Li Feiyu rolled his eyes and mumbled to himself, giving off the appearance of having lingering trauma. Soon after, he saw Han Li's dumbfounded expression and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Li Feiyu would later say that seeing Han Li suffer such a shock was indeed a rare and impressive sight. Ordinarily, Han Li's face was always calm and composed, as if he always had a card up his sleeve. For Han Li to be shocked was near impossible. At this moment, Han Li had such a numb, foolish look that made Li Feiyu feel that these past few days had been well worth the taxing effort. After a moment, Han Li had at last cleared his mind. He tightly grabbed several books with his hands and lowered his head, deep in thought. Then, with a thought, he looked up and asked neither slowly nor rushed, "Did you count how many manuals were in the bundle? In total, how many manuals did you bring?" Han Li once again asked. "Naturally, I counted the manuals multiple times. Altogether, there are 74 books, all with the same name." Li Feiyu immediately replied, without any hesitation. "If we don't know the exact quantity of manuals and fail to return 1 or 2 books, we might draw ourselves unwanted attention, which might prove troublesome," Han Li immediately explained. He softly pinched the somewhat yellow pages, slowly turning them over as he carefully skimmed one of the secret manuals in his hand. Chapter 37 3 Restrictions for Cultivation. Chapter 37 3 Restrictions for Cultivation. The crisp sound of pages flipping was pleasant to Han Li's ears. However, Li Feiyu hated that sound. He ignored Han Li, who was concentrating on reading, and walked towards the mountain spring. He pulled out a long saber from the mud and started practicing. Han Li glanced over at him. Seeing his friend's overwhelming energy, Han Li stopped paying attention to Li Feiyu's movements and shifted his concentration back to the book in his hands. Han Li could read at a shocking speed of 10 lines per glance. He quickly finished the thick book and grabbed another book without even lifting his head to look. He kept his eyes partly closed while reading, showing a pensive expression from time to time. His eyes were glued to the book's pages and unwilling to detach themselves for just a single moment. The way that his head followed his gaze and moved back and forth gave him the appearance of an elegant intellectual. As time flew by, Han Li rapidly browsed through the Blinking Sword Art's many manuals. When he finished reading the 11th manual, he suddenly stopped and threw the book back in his bag. He closed his eyes to rest for a little bit. Once he felt better, he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the Eternal Spring Arts, striving to comprehend all the information he had just read. Han Li's facial expression shifted back and forth from excited and lively to serious and dispirited. Not knowing how much time had passed, Han Li finally opened his eyes and was shocked by what he saw in front of him. He didn't realize that Li Feiyu had sneaked up so close to his face while his eyes had been closed. Li Feiyu was in such close proximity that their noses had almost touched. "What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be practicing with your saber?" "Junior disciple Han, can't see you what time it is right now. You're asking a stupid question." Li Feiyu pulled back his body and twitched his lips. Han Li realized just then that the sunlight had dimmed. He lifted his head and looked up. The sky was currently a bluish-gray color, which meant that it was already evening. Cough. Time has really flown by while I was cultivating. I didn't notice that it was this late already. Han Li stood up and moved around a little bit. "So, did you find anything interesting in the book?" Li Feiyu looked at Han Li passionately, hoping that Han Li could tell him about the Blinking Sword Art. It's not bad. I think this technique will suit me." "Huh? What do you mean, not bad? Tell me the actual truth," said Li Feiyu in a slightly dissatisfied tone. "Specifically, these rare books are a combination of different techniques. In other words, there is no full set in here. They have all been pieced together from different martial arts styles," Han Li slowly explained. "Then what is the meaning of the name, Blinking Sword Art? Is it even an actual sword art? Why is the name so strange?" Li Feiyu was still unsatisfied by Han Li's response, so he kept asking questions. "Blinking Sword Art actually exists, but the manuals that pertain to it are only a small portion within the big mashup," Han Li said with patience. "As for the name of the Blinking Sword Art, there is a special reason for it." "What reason? Why can't you say it all at once? Stop talking sentence by sentence, you are just like the old people in town." Li Feiyu glared at Han Li. He couldn't stand Han Li's slow explanation. At Li Feiyu's urging, Han Li couldn't do anything else but speed up his clarification. According to the books, this sword art manipulates light to affect the opponent's eyesight, thereby giving the user a chance to land a decisive blow. It often makes your opponents lose their lives the moment they blink, hence the name, Blinking Sword Art. There is actually such a strange sword art. There are quite a few eccentric martial artists in this world. Li Feiyu showed a lot of interest after listening, but quieted right after Han Li's next sentence. This sword art has 3 restrictions. It cannot be practiced by those who have cultivated true qi, those who lack perseverance, or lastly, those without talent. When Li Feiyu heard the first requirement, he immediately gave up on cultivating the sword art. His true qi was already trained to a formidable stage. There was no way that he would be willing to disable his own internal strength to practice this new skill, which he knew next to nothing about. Since he had completely lost interest in the rare books, Li Feiyu didn't want to stay there any longer. He stood up and was getting ready to leave, but before he left, he warned Hanli to copy the rare books as soon as possible so he could bring back all the original copies when they next met. Even though these rare books weren't valued very much by other people, but if they disappear for a long time, it would still attract attention. Not long after Li Feiyu left, Hanli left the place as well. The whole landscape of the mountainous region was covered by layers of fog, causing it to be slightly dark. A forest of thistles grew on both sides of the narrow mountain paths. When a gust of mountain wind blew through the forest, a "hualala" sound would be emitted. The leaves on the branches on both sides of the path would flutter about frenziedly, akin to bared fangs and dancing claws. On the somewhat seemingly sinister mountain road, Hanli rushed toward God Hand Valley. Because he left mountain when the sun was beginning to dim, the sky was completely dark by the time he walked halfway to the valley. If it hadn't been for his eternal spring arts, which sharpened his night vision, Hanli wouldn't have been able to rush down the mountain in this dark environment. After all, this small road was not well tread. The road was filled with dangerously placed twists and turns. If one were not careful, an accident was likely to occur, thereby claiming his or her fragile life. Chapter 38. Encountering a midnight spy walking in the pitch-black forest, Hanli heightened his senses. Ordinary humans wouldn't be able to clearly see the path in front of them, but for Hanli, it was as clear as day. Despite his advantage, Hanli continued to be cautious. His caution was not honed by hunting ferocious wild beasts, but rather developed into a habit by hiding from Dr. Mo. After the Seven Mysteries sect relocated to the Rainbow Celestial Mountains, the beasts and creatures inhabiting the mountains and forests were eradicated in order to ensure the safety of the sect members. In addition to the ferocious beasts, even normal wild animals, such as the venomous snakes, had been hunted and turned into food for the disciples. Hanli's vigilance was not a part of his natural personality. He had developed it after experiencing Dr. Mo's schemes so that he could prevent any unwanted dangers. The mountain's bone-chilling wind got stronger and stronger, giving off a shrill sound that caused his hair to stand on end. The distant Hanli, upon sensing the wind, hastened his pace as he stepped across the boundary that marked the edge of the forest. He lightly sighed. Walking alone in this pitch dark made his heart grow heavy. Hanli quickened his pace once more, increasing his stride in order to leave the forest as soon as possible. All of a sudden, a strong gust of wind blew towards him. After enduring the strong gust of wind, Hanli paused as if he had discovered something bizarre. He furrowed his brows and tilted his neck, as if he was trying to listen for something. Hanli's expression quickly turned serious. He heard the sound of footsteps echoing in the distance. Although the footsteps were extremely light and the owners of the footsteps were far away from him, Hanli could determine that there were two individuals rushing closer towards his direction. He lightly leapt away and hid himself in the forest next to the mountain path without making a single sound. There was a large tree about 30 meters away from the path. Hanli hid himself behind the tree, curling himself into a ball. If one were to examine the tree from the front, he or she would not be able to find any traces of Hanli. It was only after finding a good hiding spot that Hanli gradually began to calm down. This time, Hanli was not being overly sensitive, there was something truly strange going on. It was highly illogical for two people to prowl around a remote location in the middle of the night. Hanli was 80% positive that the two mysterious figures were hiding something fishy up their sleeves. Hanli did not want the mysterious figures to kill him for discovering their secret, even if he did so by accident. However, if there were no dangers facing Hanli, then there would be no problem for him to eavesdrop on their secrets. Hanli was no hypocrite, he merely understood that if good fortune delivered itself to his doorstep, he would be a fool not to take advantage of it. Descending the mountains, arrange well. Time. People. Commander. Waves of low-sounding voices drifted over from far away. At this moment, the mountain wind was blowing extremely strongly. As a result, most of the words had been scattered by the wind, leaving only a small portion of the conversation that made its way into Han Li's ears. Han Li was astounded to think that he had managed to discover a portion of their secret. In this region, the only person with the title of commander was the Golden Wolf Jia Tianlong from the Feral Wolf Gang. This person had great enmity with the Seven Mysteries sect. Now that Han Li had heard his name in this remote location, it provided much food for thought. Jia Tianlong was a ruthless, blood-drinking demonic figure in the eyes of the Seven Mysteries sect's disciples. Rumors told that he was a broad-shouldered man with a fat waist, long teeth, and a livid face. He supposedly ate human flesh and drank human blood 3 times a day. Many of the Seven Mysteries sect's junior disciples were frightened out of their wits just by hearing the rumors of such a devilish figure. However, according to Li Feiyu, the rumors were far from the truth. Contrary to the rumors, Jia Tianlong was skinny and weak with exquisite facial features. He was quite young, in his early 30s. The rumors regarding how he ruthlessly killed people, however, were true. Jia Tianlong could not be judged by his appearance. After all, based on his facial features alone, no one would expect him to be able to control the other members of the gang. Han Li gathered his thoughts as he tried to remember all that he knew about Jia Tianlong. Sucking in a cold breath, he curled up even tighter, trying to lower the sound of his breathing. This time. Steal. List of names. Kill. Another part of the conversation drifted over, clearer than before. The 2 mysterious figures were getting closer and closer to Han Li. Han Li did not even dare to breathe loudly. He knew that if he were to be discovered now, only death would await him. The 2 of them were likely spies from the Feral Wolf Gang, and they would definitely not let an outsider know of their secret. Plan, must, not. Quickly, gradually, the voices of these 2 mysterious figures got even lower. It seemed like they had reached the crux of their discussion, which meant that they were about to reveal the most crucial information. After a short moment, the voices got louder again, but Han Li could not hear them clearly. He could only hear the sound of the mountain wind blowing through. The outlines of these 2 mysterious figures passed by Han Li and gradually disappeared into the distance. Han Li still did not dare to make any movements for a long period of time. Only after activating the Eternal Spring Arts and determining that there was no one near him in a 30-meter radius did he slowly reveal himself. This time around, he had avoided certain death. Luckily for him, he managed to discover the movements of these 2 spies early on. If Han Li had met them face to face, he would surely have been killed to protect their secret. Even worse, based on his own martial skills, he did not even have a single shred of hope that he would survive such a confrontation. Han Li stood motionlessly at the same location. Lost in his thoughts, his fingers lightly rubbed his chin while he gazed at the direction where the 2 spies had disappeared. From the fragments of the secret conversation he heard, he could gauge that in the near future, the Feral Wolf Gang would undertake some action that would prove greatly detrimental to the Seven Mysteries sect. There was a high probability that this action would have a close connection with the list of names that was previously mentioned. What surprised him the most was that Han Li had already identified the identity of one of the figures despite of not being able to see their facial features. Even though the 2 mysterious figures had not spoken much, Han Li could match one of their low voices to the kitchen steward on the mountain of the Seven Mysteries sect. The steward, who had sold rabbits to Han Li back then, gave him a low impression. He had a mustache and an ignorant face, and he loved to take advantage of others. To think that he was actually a spy from the Feral Wolf Gang once again reminded Han Li that one could never be too cautious. But reflecting back upon it, this was something to be expected. Only with a position such as a kitchen steward could a spy been able to enter and leave the mountains and pass along any news that he or she had obtained without arousing any suspicions. Chapter 39 Abnormal Requirements. Chapter 39 Abnormal Requirements. However, Hanli was quite unfamiliar with the voice of the other spy. He must have never met this person before. However, judging from the spy's voice, his age must be relatively young, around 20 years old. Unfortunately, in order to ensure his own safety, Hanli didn't dare to steal a glance. He feared that these two men practiced martial skills that could detect his spying gaze, enabling them to be aware of nearby outsiders. The potential gains were not worth the potential losses. After this slightly dangerous event, the trip after became quite safe. Hanli finally returned home after his regular supper time. As always, Dr. Mo mysteriously paid him a visit and gave him a glance that lacked any interest. Aside from delivering a few concocted medicines, he normally left Hanli to do as he wished. Hanli seemed as if he had not noticed the medicines that Dr. Mo had delivered. They were all created from rare medicinal ingredients that were gathered from his previous expedition away from the mountain. Hanli believed that Dr. Mo had abandoned his expectations of him and had some other malevolent scheme prepared. For now, Hanli completely disregarded the precious medicine Dr. Mo had delivered. But in order to avoid raising suspicion from Dr. Mo, he pinched his nose and swallowed it down. He threw away any suspicion that the medicines were laced with poison. Currently, any harm Dr. Mo inflicted onto Hanli would only be hurting himself. With regards to seeing the feral Wolfgang spies, Hanli thought of the best method to deal with them on the way back to his residence. Although he wasn't deeply passionate towards the Seven Mysteries sect, he was halfway to becoming an inner disciple. How could he possibly be impartial toward a harmful affair toward the Seven Mysteries sect before his eyes and ignore it completely? He had long thought of a best candidate to handle this matter, Li Feiyu, the famous senior disciple Li. According to Han Li's observation, perhaps the reason Li Feiyu consumed the essence extraction pill was because he greatly valued being in the center of attention far greater than a common man and then possessed no small amount of ambition. He had always dreamed of entering the upper divisions of the Seven Mysteries sect, further becoming the focus of attention. Han Li had previously suspected that Li Feiyu probably thought he was in the last stage of his life, and thus he became even more frantic and hungry for fame. If Han Li allowed Li Feiyu to perform a large contribution to the Seven Mysteries sect, Li Feiyu would certainly be excited to no end. This way, Han Li would be able to repay Li Feiyu for stealing the sword manuals. Thinking of the blinking sword art, Han Li felt a wave of emotion. Han Li did not tell any lies regarding the blinking sword art to his good friend. This sword art truly did not suit Li Feiyu. However, Han Li did not reveal many of the details. An essential rule of survival was that one should always keep a few secrets, regardless of who they were being kept from. Although Li Feiyu and Han Li seemed to have a close relationship, it was hardly exceptional. However, the contents written in these secret manuals were quite different from common martial teachings. It seemed to Han Li that, rather than to say it was a sword art, it would be more appropriate to call it sword ingenuity. It was a complete integration of weather, timing, favorable positioning, and secretive assassination techniques against all kinds of factors and people. Such a skill was rarely seen. It was pure killing skill. As soon as the sword was drawn, death approached. These books describe different environments, times of day, and the utilization of diligently practiced secretive sword skills. There were all kinds of sure kill techniques that would cut down an enemy in a single strike. The manuals taught those that learned these sword skills to make use of every tree and strand of grass in the terrain, as well as light rays of all intensities and angles, in order to hinder the opponent's vision. During the split second the opponent was weakened, the user would take advantage of it and kill them in an instant. This was a mysterious technique that required much attention and skill to execute. Without the slightest talent, it would be impossible to understand this sword art. Therefore, those who learned this mysterious technique must excel in the five senses. Their vision and hearing must far exceed that of an ordinary person by many levels if there were to be the promise of even the slightest results. Even if they had the requirements to achieve that stage, there would inevitably be a few disciples who would covet the blinking sword art's formidable power and choose to cultivate it immediately after reaching the minimum requirement. However, mastering the sword art required an excessive amount of effort. In addition, it had even harsher requirements. Those who cultivated this mysterious technique could not possess pure inner strength. Otherwise, their body would suffer from complications when trying to execute the technique. This made cultivating the sword art quite difficult. Even if someone with true qi was lucky enough to succeed, if the true qi in their body became too vigorous during actual combat, the sword maneuvers would unwittingly produce deformations. These deformities left large gaps for the opponent to take advantage of, thereby causing life-threatening calamities. These requirements basically severed away the majority of those attempting to cultivate the technique. In Jianghu there was a common saying, "To practice the fist and neglect skill will end with one's effort in futility." To not practice inner strength was an enormous taboo. Anyone who would abandon their cultivation of true qi and spread their name with ineffable swordplay would truly be the laughingstock of Jianghu. Therefore, only the remaining few still had the intention to continue cultivating the technique. However, even if those individuals had plenty of talent and had no problem with abandoning true qi, the final difficult barrier would thoroughly dispel their intentions of continuing down this path. The final obstacle was the excessively complex nature of the blinking sword art and the painstaking memorization of the meticulous conditions in which each of the sword maneuvers within the sword manuals could be applied. Seeing such a large pile of thick secret manuals would intimidate any average person at first glance. Each sword manual represented a sword maneuver, and each sword maneuver could be broken into hundreds of sword forms. Every sword form must be carefully selected for different environments and different times of day. To fully master the blinking sword arts, one had to make complete use of different techniques for every situation. The tremendous quantity of sword skills, let alone cultivation, could make one's head ache. Not to mention that this further required the complete memorization and comprehension of every sword maneuver and sword form. The previously mentioned abnormal requirements have obstructed an innumerable number of motivated disciples, making them endlessly curse in their heart at the elder who had established this sword art. With the passage of time, the Seven Mysteries sect gradually lost interest in this sword technique. Believing it impossible for someone to train in this martial technique, many disciples thought that the elder had baselessly and casually fabricated these martial teachings as he was facing death's door. Otherwise, why would there be these excessive requirements? This was deliberately designed to be difficult for disciples that were unaware of how things stood. As a result, these secret manuals were put away on a shelf, no longer catching anyone's interest. Chapter 40. Origin of the secret technique. Those who complained did not know that the elder who created this particular sword art had a very deep and profound level of skill. However, his meridians were injured during a battle against another cultivator of Jianghu. As such, he had been unable to cultivate true qi. In order to protect his status in the sect, the elder had kept the matter a secret. From then on, he acted mysteriously, pretending that he had overwhelming strength to deceive all of the members in the sect. Ever since then, however, it had been undeniable that he lacked the ability to protect himself. He had to rely on wit and experience from that moment on. Protecting himself through deception. That era was when the Seven Mysteries sect stood at the height of its power. When this elder realized that his power would never recover, he became depressed and organized many covert raids on the smaller sections. He acted behind his superior's back by using deceptive schemes that hid his movements. During the raids, he forcibly seized many secret martial arts manuals, hoping to find a top-level skill that he could cultivate without true qi. After many years of research, the elder did indeed discover many mysterious techniques that didn't require true qi. However, none of them suited him. He was greatly depressed. However, this elder had talent and intelligence that far surpassed the norm. Suffering from depression and frustration, he decided to combine all the unfathomable martial techniques that he had discovered, thus creating his own set of top-tier skills. Once the notion appeared in his mind, he was fully obsessed by it. He intended to create a special set of technique unique to himself. This was something that all martial artists aspired to do. With his full attention and effort, he threw himself wholeheartedly into research. Eventually, fearing distractions, he entered into closed-door meditation and did not bother himself with matters of the sect. Creating a set of skills was an extremely difficult thing to do. Not to mention the fact that the skill he intended to create had to be a top-tier skill that did not require true chi to execute. Creating this unprecedented martial skill was a process filled with many hardships that vastly surpassed his expectations. However, his determination and willpower was beyond that of a normal human. After half a lifetime's worth of efforts that he expended over the course of 10 years, he finally created his skill, the blinking sword art. That elder was extremely excited, spreading the joyous news to his sect members. However, he discovered that the Seven Mysteries sect had regressed tremendously and was now a shadow of its former self. The Seven Mysteries sect been attacked and surrounded by an alliance of various sects, it could be wiped out at any moment. The elder was furious and alarmed upon hearing the news. Using the skill he had just created, he unleashed its godly might, killing many top-tier opponents and terrifying those that remained. Under the encirclement of the various sects, he managed to slaughter a bloody path out to safety, creating immense merit for the Seven Mysteries sect. Regretfully, although the sect managed to avert the disaster, the elder was at the brink of death. He could only pass on his newly created skill and place it in the Seventh Supreme Hall, leaving it behind for the other disciples before he passed away. What was even more regretful was that, even after all these years, none of the following generations had managed to successfully cultivate this particular skill other than Hanli. As a result, this bright pearl was hidden under the dust, never to see the light of the sun. Hanli had no idea of the history behind the blinking sword art. Even if he knew, he would not be moved. To him, as long as this particular sword art could allow him to protect his own life when he clashed against Dr. Mo, it was already sufficient. Why care about its history? Its creation process. Hanli had no interest in such mundane details. He was a practical man. Hanli would not be interested in spending his time and energy to understand things that had no benefits to him. In his own residence, Hanli lit an oil lamp as he laid in front of the table. He repeatedly flipped through the pages of the manual underneath the candlelight. He had no intentions of copying the manuals. What he was planned to do was to use his eidetic memory and memorize all the contents within the secret manuals. This way, he could always have the contents in his mind without arousing suspicions. Regarding Dr. Mo, Hanli still maintained a high sense of alertness. He was not foolish enough to think that he would be safe because Dr. Mo had slackened his supervision. If Dr. Mo knew about all the secret manuals he had in his residence, wouldn't all his plans come to naught? Under the dusky yellow light from the lamp, crackling sounds rang out, reminding Hanli that he had been studying for a long time and that it was time for him to get some rest. However, Hanli had no intention of stopping. He fully immersed himself in the contents of the secret manuals, absorbing all the information they contained into his mind. As the light popped, a shadow appeared on the wall and began to sway back and forth in the flickering light. Hanli continued to sit there, immersed in the sword manuals, and didn't budge an inch. His body contrasted sharply with this almost demonic shape. However, if one looked closely, he or she would see a sort of harmony between the two. As time passed, the shadow behind Hanli became fuzzy as it slowly faded away into nothingness. Outside, dawn had broken. Unknowingly, Hanli had spent an entire night studying. "Paw!" A soft sound rang out as the light from the lamp died out. Only then did Han Li come to his senses. He lifted his head and looked at the oil lamp before glancing at the daylight that shone outside his residence. A bitter smile rose from the bottom of his heart. To think that he had actually spent a day studying and researching killing techniques. He had truly changed from his former self. Han Li lost himself in contemplation for a moment before standing up and stretching his body, causing cracking sounds to ring out. After doing so, he left his residence and went to collect a basin of cold water from the nearby well in order to wash himself. Han Li activated the eternal spring arts, regaining his energy and causing all the fatigue from the previous night to melt away. After a whole night of study and research, Han Li already knew that he had to fully understand the principles behind this set of martial arts techniques. If he did not practice it for at least 8 to 10 years, there was no way he would be able to master it. Even a genius would at least need 2 or 3 years in order to yield some results. Time waits for no one. Chapter 41 Leaving a Message on a Night's Departure. Chapter 41 Leaving a Message on a Night's Departure. Han Li didn't have much time left. At most, he had another 4 to 5 months before he and Dr. Mo completely revealed their trump cards. Before then, he had no choice but to acquire skills to defend himself. As a result, he ultimately decided to only cultivate the simpler and easier mysterious techniques that could be used immediately. The more difficult ones would be put to the side temporarily. After he managed to escape the tiger's den, it would not be too late to resume practicing them. This would greatly cut down his cultivation time, enabling him to quickly and thoroughly master many of simpler secret techniques. Han Li's mind understood. Even if he could completely master this secret technique, he wouldn't necessarily be Dr. Mo's match. If Dr. Mo hadn't been lying last time, his strength would be comparable to that of a region's illustrious overlord. Han Li did not know how many ferocious and vicious moves hadn't been exposed during their last counter. He feared that the skills that Dr. Mo had revealed was only a fraction of his true strength. As Han Li thought of Dr. Mo's monstrous agility, a burst of cold fear entered his mind. He was well aware that the time he had to learn was short and that any threat he could muster against Dr. Mo would be awfully marginal, almost negligible, but to have his hands tied and allow himself to be manipulated was something Han Li could not allow. Han Li knew that if he were to raise his hand against Dr. Mo, he would only have one decisive opportunity to seize a victory. Dr. Mo would most likely look down on him. Only by using Dr. Mo's carelessness and negligence against him would Han Li be able to catch him off guard and possibly obtain the opportunity to live. In the following days, Han Li finished memorizing all of the blinking sword art manuals. From the manuals, he selected the secret techniques that were the most useful to him. He began to research them, meditating on the cultivation paths that would yield the quickest results. He racked his brains for a few days. An entire set of cultivation methods from the manuals were laid out before him. Within this short time period, he was able to complete such a complicated task, making him feel pleased that his efficiency was extraordinary. During the second half of the month, Han Li handled a few trivial affairs, fully preparing himself by making sure that there was nothing left to worry about. First of all, he returned the secret manuals to Li Feiyu and took the opportunity to tell him about his encounter with the feral Wolfgang spies as well as the real identity of the kitchen steward. After Li Feiyu heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. He embraced Han Li's shoulders and repeatedly said, "Good brother," for presenting him with such a great merit without taking any of the credit. This moved him greatly. However, he didn't know that Han Li's life was currently busy. How could Han Li possibly think about catching a spy? By telling Li Feiyu, Han Li wouldn't have to trouble himself with the matter and would also be currying favor from the senior disciple at little cost to himself. What would Han Li have against this? Once he finished his business with Li Feiyu, Hanli paid a visit to the sect's most skilled blacksmiths. He then placed orders for several daggers and secretly requested a few minor modifications. In addition, he ordered a few seemingly useless and obscure items, including several small exquisite iron bells. He also requested that all the items be forged with haste. As a result of his large purchase, Hanli had spent a considerable amount of silver, causing him to feel a slight heartache. Several days later, Hanli received his order from the blacksmiths. Seeing the shining daggers and small exquisite bells, he was very satisfied. He showered the blacksmith with praise, knowing that his silver was not spent in vain. That night, Hanli left his residence and disappeared without a trace. The only thing he left behind was a slip of paper on his bedside with the following words, "Elder Mo, you need not worry, I did not run away and hide. I merely felt that being with you in the valley was far too stifling to cultivate the eternal spring arts. For this reason, I decided to find a different secluded location in this mountain and enter closed-door cultivation. Please be at ease. After 4 months, I will punctually return and meet with you." With respect, Hanli reading this out loud while sitting on his armchair, Dr. Mo grabbed the slip of paper in his left hand and quietly looked at it, his face still covered by dark clouds. On the side of the table, there was another note from the blacksmith, detailing Hanli's recent order. Dr. Mo had a strange dark cloud on his face when he returned to the valley. At this moment, Dr. Mo lightly tapped the desk with a finger from his right hand. Pooh, no other sound echoed. Suddenly, he coldly snorted. The paper in his hand turned to fine ash and drifted into the air. He stood up unsteadily and paced around the room. Dr. Mo wrinkled his brow in contemplation. After pacing back and forth a few times, he stopped and said to himself, "Little bastard, although I don't know what sly plan you have in mind, you will not escape the palm of my hand regardless of what trick you play. I need you too much to allow that to happen." After he finished speaking, Dr. Mo suddenly turned around and walked to the window. A low and lengthy whistle left his mouth. Immediately after, a small and obscure yellow feathered bird flew into the window. It flew several circles around the room before landing on his shoulder. A single small bird stood firm. It affectionately rubbed its beak against his face, letting out a melodious glulu. "All right, I know you're hungry. Here, it's your favorite yellow chestnut pill." Upon seeing the bird, Dr. Mo's gloomy face revealed traces of a doting smile. From his pocket, he took out a yellow ball of bird feed and put it into the little bird's mouth. "Go. It will be like before. Follow that person diligently. If he leaves the mountain range, return to me immediately." Dr. Mo spoke to it as if he were talking to a person. Glulu. After finishing its meal, the little bird let out an excited coo and flew around the room. After hearing his words, it left through the window and its figure faded away into the sky. Humph. Under the surveillance of the cloud-winged bird, known to travel even faster than a flying arrow, I wonder what tricks you will pull, he said to himself sinisterly. 4 months. I will wait for the day of your arrival. It appears that my plan will be a success. Who would dare obstruct my progress? If they obstruct my plans, I will kill them. If a god hinders me, that god will die. If a Buddha hinders me, then that Buddha will die. Ha 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 ha. Dr. Mo suddenly laughed wildly, his eyes filled with a crazed expression. Chapter 42 Cloudwing Bird. Chapter 42 Cloudwing Bird, you are too full of yourself. That little brat is brilliant and is definitely someone who will spare no expense to achieve his aims. Don't count your chickens before they hatch and carelessly overlook things, lest you suffer your downfall at the hands of this little brat. Suddenly, the voice of a youthful man rang inside Dr. Mo's mind. Dr. Mo's expression changed in an instant, as though it was covered by frost. He icily replied, "Yu Jitong, you better not intrude in my business. Do you think you are qualified to tell me what to do? If I can succeed, I naturally won't forget about my promises towards you. Instead, the question is whether you are scheming behind my back. Are you withholding some crucial parts of the cultivation art you imparted to me and hoping that some accident will befall me?" Dr. Mo's voice was filled with suspicion as he replied. The youthful man's voice seemed somewhat terrified of Dr. Mo, and he hurriedly assured, "How could there be any mistakes? Didn't you already test it on some animals? Other than the one that passed away due to its unfamiliarity with the cultivation art, didn't the rest survive? The failed experiments shouldn't hinder your plans, right?" "Humph. That better be the case. It's a pity that I can't cultivate. If that weren't the case, my chances of succeeding would be increased by a large degree." As Dr. Mo heard the explanation from that mysterious voice, the last shred of caution in his heart melted away. After finishing his sentence, that mysterious voice maintained its silence as though it was taught a lesson, leaving Dr. Mo to mumble crazily to himself. This caused the entire room to be filled with an eerie atmosphere. At this moment, Hanli was holed up in an unassuming cave. This cave was even more secretive and remote than the meeting place he found with Li Feiyu. The layout of the area revealed that the only path to this cave was obscured by two mountain peaks that formed the shape of a line. The mountain ravines were swamped with shrubs and plants on both sides of the path, making the path impossible to traverse. The only way to arrive at the cave was through a hidden rope that dangled from the top of one of the mountain peaks. Other than that rope, there were no other entryways. The original Chinese says that the mountains formed the shape. Thorny trees surrounded the area and occupied the majority of the area, only leaving a small piece of land where Hanli could cultivate. At the top of the mountain cave, there were some unknown vines weaved together into a natural canopy, so Hanli had no concerns that he would be accidentally discovered by random prying eyes. Hanli removed the items that he held on his body, placing them below an enormous mountain rock, and returned back to the center of this area. He closed his eyes, falling deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, revealing traces of determination in his eyes as he lightly said, "Let's start practicing from the soft bones art." And just like that, Hanli embarked on his path to cultivation. What he didn't realize was that not far from him was a yellow-colored bird perched onto a tree branch, constantly monitoring his movements. Because Hanli had no intentions of escaping, the yellow bird did not immediately rush to inform its owner. And within the mountain cave, a single glance could tell that there was no one else inside the cave. The only ones who were there were Hanli and that little yellow bird, which was preening its feathers as if it had forgotten its original mission. Suddenly, a gray-colored bird flew inside the canopy. It rested on top of a yellow pile of wood before taking off again. In that instant when the yellow-colored bird saw a bird of the same species appear before it, its expression turned somewhat human-like as it became filled with disdain. The little bird that just arrived stood on one leg as it contemplated its surroundings. When it discovered the yellow bird, it flexed its wings, wanting to fly over. Abruptly, something unexpected occurred. A yellow palm appeared out of nowhere, catching hold of the gray-colored bird in a single attempt. This sudden change caused it to be terrified. It struggled in vain with its life on the line. No amounts of efforts could allow it to regain its freedom. At this moment, the little bird understood that what it had mistaken for a pile of yellow wood was actually a yellow-robed youth. This yellow-robed youth had a dark complexion and extremely ordinary looks. Other than his clear eyes, he had no other attractive features. The youth smiled slightly, looking at the struggling bird in his hands. When it finally grew tired, he opened his palms as he stated gently, "You can go." Don't be so foolish next time. Look carefully before you attempt to rest. Once the bird regained its freedom, it no longer bothered with the yellow-clothed youth. It frantically flapped its wings and flew out of the cave opening. As his gaze followed the path of the flying bird, the youth stood there mutely. Only after a moment passed did he begin to mutter under his breath, "Seems like my breath control and concealing techniques are already somewhat proficient. Next, I must practice my assassination techniques." After speaking, Hanli walked towards a small wooden house which he had built, and on the way there, he involuntarily glanced at the yellow-colored bird. This bird's strange actions had caught his attention about half a month ago. This bird would always perch nearby, observing his actions, as if the bird had gained intelligence. When he first saw it, he was amazed and captivated by the intelligence of the yellow bird. He tried to capture it but was unsuccessful no matter what methods he used. This bird seemed to have no inclination to be fooled. It even stared at Hanli as if he were an idiot, causing Hanli to smile bitterly. Afterwards, in a fit of anger, he tried to use direct force, but before he even got near, the yellow bird would soar to the skies, out of his reach. Whenever Hanli left, it would return back to its original spot. Hanli had no other ideas and thus could only stare at it from his original position. On the surface of his mind, Hanli no longer concerned himself with the bird. In his heart, however, he had already deduced that the bird was here for a reason. Perhaps the bird was sent here by Dr. Mo to spy on his movements. Even so, Hanli had no cause for concern. As long as the one doing the monitoring was not Dr. Mo himself, how many details could the little bird reveal? And in addition, he was amazed by the intelligence that this little bird possessed and was thus unwilling to use poison to deal with it. At this moment, Dr. Mo was in a stone chamber, using the bones of wild beasts to form a strange array formation. As he arranged the formation, he was discussing matters with the mysterious voice from earlier, not knowing that Hanli had already discovered the method he was using to spy on Hanli. Chapter 43 Fully Prepared. Chapter 43 Fully prepared. At this time, the Seven Mysteries sect was undergoing a major event. It turned out that the idol of the current generation of disciples, Senior Disciple Li, possessed a perception far beyond that of his peers. He quickly saw through two of the feral Wolfgang spies and their plot to steal the names of the disciples that were undergoing adventures away from the mountain. With 10 fellow disciples, they captured them in one move. This was quite a meritorious deed. Several days later, sect leader Wang awarded Li Feiyu the position of protector in the presence of many disciples. This caused him to stride forward to the Seven Mysteries sect's mid-rankings, leading to a rise of great sensation. Li Feiyu's reputation had grown even greater. Hanli didn't know of this at all. He was currently sealed off in a wooden house in the mountain, undergoing special training. Aside from occasionally going to the kitchen to get some food, he did not have any contact with others. He naturally did not know that his close friend was currently held in such high regard. Summer passed, followed by autumn. Time passed quickly until the arranged date had finally arrived. In the ravine of the overgrown forest, there was a strange, incomparable silhouette midst the overgrowth of the dangerously sharp and thorny branches. None of the sharp branches were able to obstruct the floating, smoke-like figure. In the thorny undergrowth, he weaved between the thick net like a fleeing demon. In a moment, he had appeared nearby, in the next, he was already a distance away. These motions were absolutely quiet, as if there were not a fleshly body but rather an incorporeal form. Finally, this silhouette stopped on top of a tree trunk. Vertically standing at its peak, he surveyed the surrounding distance. This was Hanli, with some success from his cultivation regime. Currently, the clothes on his body had turned to little more than worn, tattered rags, revealing his bare flesh. His hair was like a ruffled crow, while his face was a mixture of black and white. His original appearance couldn't be made out. What was most astonishing were the small exquisite iron bells, each hanging from his neck, waist, arms, thighs, and ankles. Seeing these iron bells and then thinking about Han Li's ghost-like movements in the forest, it would be hard to differentiate Han Li's body technique from the movements of an actual demon. Motionless, he turned his head toward the direction of God Hand Valley. He muttered to himself, just in time. I had just become proficient in the shifting smoke steps on this final day. With this technique, I have a slightly greater assurance of self-preservation. Although the expression of his face couldn't be seen clearly, the joy in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. After several months of diligent research and training, Han Li wielded a number of formidable secret techniques. He held quite a bit of confidence in them. Although he wasn't convinced that they could withstand Dr. Mo's unfathomable skills, he held some confidence that he could defend himself. A light breeze came. Han Li felt a slight chill on his body. He lowered his head to look at his clothing. Thinking about his current appearance, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. Recalling his training with shifting smoke steps, he still had some lingering fear. In the forest undergrowth where he cultivated the technique, he had lived through a truly frightening experience. When he started training with this strange technique, he was covered all over with cuts and bruises from scraping against the unavoidable, stiff thorns. Fortunately, he possessed vitality-raising pellets. In addition to treating internal injuries, they unexpectedly had an amazing effect on external injuries. After eating one, not only did it staunch the wound, there wouldn't even be a scar by the next day. Han Li clicked his tongue in marvel. This medicine was incredibly more potent than common concoctions. The only thing that confused him was why the medicine was named Vitality-Raising Pellet. It seemed to him that the names Scars Away and Staunch Bleeding would be more appropriate. If the experts that created the Vitality-Raising Pellet knew what Han Li was thinking, they would have likely spit out blood from anger. This elaborate and elusive healing panacea had actually been compared to the Golden Wound Medicine, a common Jianghu elixir, by Han Li, who thought that it was only relatively stronger. How could these experts not die from anger? However, because he had practiced in such a dangerous environment, Han Li was able to make the fullest of his potential. Within this short time, his shifting smoke steps had reached the level of proficiency where he could immediately put it to good use. In addition, Han Li's eternal spring arts had just recently and unexpectedly broken through to the 6th layer. This was the highest layer of the chant that Dr. Mo had given him. Were it not for the assistance of those tens of elixirs, even if he were to exert all of his strength, it would have been unlikely for him to achieve this level of success in this lifetime. After a few years of cultivation, Han Li had quite a bit of understanding and experience with the eternal spring arts. He felt that this level of success was very unusual. Regardless of the means by which he cultivated, the effectiveness and results were completely different from common martial arts. Initially, Han Li thought that the success rate of cultivating this particular martial art, as well as the speed of comprehension, depended on one's individual talent. One bestowed with good aptitude would naturally perform as expected, without any obstructions. Even if one had no external assistance, by means of hard work, he or she would be able to reach a high layer. But if one's aptitude was no good, once a certain layer was reached, he or she would be unable to advance a single step further without the assistance from elixirs. Han Li estimated that in a normal cultivator's lifetime, he or she would stop at that very point without the slightest advance. This idea was very much reflected upon himself. In the past, he managed to cultivate to the 3rd layer very smoothly, but at the 4th layer, he was met with incomparable difficulty and did not advance in the least. However, if one had elixirs, the impossible would become possible, and it would be possible for one to break through the limitations of their natural aptitudes and advance to another layer. With this in mind, it is obvious how greatly cultivation depended on the power of medicine. However, those like Hanli, who ate elixirs every day like snacks, were reckoned to be non-existent in the entire world. Therefore, it would be reasonable to say that the even more difficult fifth and sixth layer had been effortlessly cultivated by Hanli, who had not encountered the difficulty that he had faced from cultivating to the fourth layer. The cultivation of the sixth layer of the eternal spring arts, aside from making Hanli feel more vigorous than before, made his mind even sharper. For the time being, he hadn't discovered any other wonderful effects. What was strange was that ever since he cultivated this eternal spring arts, his spirit, mind, and five senses were somewhat strengthened with each increasing layer, but it had little effect on his body's health. He had no choice but to make his body sturdy and his footsteps light. In addition, his cultivation of the eternal spring arts had formed a new energy flow, which Hanli called pseudo-true qi. Although it moved through the channels of true qi, it did little more than make his sense of touch more sensitive. It did not have the same formidable might as true qi. Having trained this much, he was certain that the sixth layer wasn't the end of the chant. Perhaps it had the further wonderful effects that would be revealed in the later layers. Thinking of this, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. With regards to his current relationship to Dr. Mo, the final layers of cultivation was a matter he could only dream of. Halting his imagination, Hanli jumped, softly leaving the floor. Not a sound was produced. Then, with long strides, he walked to his residence. Tomorrow, he would meet with Dr. Mo, but before then, he had to make full use of his innate skills. His mind planned each step of his encounter with Dr. Mo in advance. He carefully pondered every finite possibility of the dangers that had yet to occur and formulated an optimal plan for responding to the threats that he simulated in his mind. Chapter 44 Antidote. Chapter 44 Antidote. The sun hung high up in the sky. Despite this time of year being the beginning of autumn, the heat from the sun was scorching hot. Dr. Mo was in his room, fidgeting. Although he was confident in his methods of dealing with Hanli, he could not be completely at ease. Suddenly, sounds of footsteps could be heard, slowly approaching his residence. When he heard the sounds of the familiar footsteps, Dr. Mo was filled with joy. He rushed hurriedly and opened the door. As expected, standing outside the door was his long-awaited target, Hanli. Looking at him as Hanli walked towards him, Dr. Mo fiercely suppressed the glee in his heart before allowing a trace of smile on his face. "Not bad, you are indeed punctual. Seeing that you have made no attempts to escape, I'm truly happy. This means that you are intelligent. Let us enter the house before we have a good discussion." The expressions on Dr. Mo's face was like that of a kindly elderly neighbor. The smile on his face was akin to a blooming flower. "You can relax, I didn't set any traps in the house," Dr. Mo quickly explained to him, seeing the alertness in Hanli's eyes. "Humph. Since I've dared to come, why would I be afraid to enter your residence?" Hanli immediately replied, as if he couldn't stand the slightest provocation. After he replied, Hanli took a step to enter the residence. Dr. Mo immediately shifted his body to the side, allowing Hanli to enter. After Hanli entered, he extended his hands, attempting to close the door, but before he could do so, Hanli interjected without turning back his head. "If you dare to close the door, I will assume that you have some tricks up your sleeves. There's no way I would still discuss anything with you." After hearing Hanli's words, Dr. Mo panicked. However, he swiftly recovered and left the door open. Unsatisfied, he exclaimed, "I truly want to have a discussion with you. I mean no harm towards you. Since you are not willing to let the door be closed, we will just leave it open then." After saying this, Dr. Mo reclined on his chair. The two of them silently stared at each other. They have not met for half a year, and thus, they were considering and gauging each other carefully. In Han Li's eyes, Dr. Mo had clearly declined a lot. He looked even more aged and withered now, no different from a 70-year-old grandfather. Involuntarily, he murmured in his heart, could it be that what he said was true? All he wanted to do was to recover his vital energy. Was there truly no other sinister plan? Did I overthink things? As Han Li studied his surroundings, his pupils swiftly contracted. That muscularly built, mysterious figure was standing silently at one corner, like some sort of corpse. If Han Li had not meticulously scanned every corner, he would surely have missed him. After his prior inspection of Han Li, Dr. Mo was extremely satisfied with his condition. As such, he warmly stated, looking at the current you and comparing it to the person who had just entered the sect back when he was only 10 years old, you have already grown so much. The sudden shift in conversational topic and the change in atmosphere caught Han Li off guard, making him wary of Dr. Mo's intentions. However, in his heart, Han Li raised his alertness to its maximum level. This sly old fox, the salt he had eaten was much more compared to the rice Han Li had consumed star. If Han Li was the slightest bit careless, he would undoubtedly fall into a trap. Chinese idiom meaning that the Dr. Mo's experience was far greater than Han Li's. Old Mo, I will forever engrave your care towards me in my heart, never forgetting it. Whatever request you have, I will try to fulfill it. Han Li's expression warmed, as if he had turned back to the obedient disciple he had been ages ago. Excellent. Excellent. Your words prove that I have not wasted my time and efforts on you. Come, let me see how much your progress with the eternal spring arts has improved. At that moment Dr. Mo seemed to assume the role of the kindly teacher. Standing up, he directly attempted to take Han Li's pulse. Sly old fox, how cunning and thick-skinned. Han Li cursed in his heart as he swiftly sidestepped, avoiding Dr. Mo's hand. Old Mo, don't be in such a hurry. I can truthfully tell you that my eternal spring arts have reached the 4th layer. However, I want you to give me the antidote to the insect corpse pill first. After I'm cured, I will let you inspect my progress. Han Li smiled as he used a sincere tone while talking to Dr. Mo. Oh my mind must have become muddled. My memory is no longer as good as before. Initially, I intended to give you the antidote the moment you stepped in. Shock adorned his features as Dr. Mo seemed to have recalled something. He withdrew a silver flask from inside his robes and took out a black-colored, ordinary-looking pill, which he tossed towards Han Li. Han Li acted clumsily and barely managed to catch the pill that was tossed over to him. Bringing it to his nose, he sniffed it. Waves of spiciness were released from the pill. He inclined his head to look at Dr. Mo, only to find Dr. Mo smiling at him. He hesitated, suspecting the authenticity of this antidote. Yet, there was no way for him to avoid ingesting it because the insect corpse pill would soon activate. If he did not ingest the antidote now, it was equivalent to committing suicide. Han Li believed that Dr. Mo would continue acting cautiously and refrain from giving Han Li a fake antidote. Han Li's expression turned heavy as he chose to swallow the antidote, waiting for its medicinal effect to take place. At this moment Dr. Mo was extremely relaxed. He began to chat nonchalantly with Han Li, as if he had forgotten what his real purpose was. Not long after, Han Li could feel a surging wave of immense pain originating from his stomach, but the pain swiftly subsided. He quickly began to inspect his own body and realized that the insect corpse pill had disappeared without a trace. Joy filled his heart, and his face broke out with traces of a smile. Naturally, the changes had not escaped from Dr. Mo's notice. He waited for Han Li, who was completing his inspection. With a huge smile on his face, he said, "Ah, Han Li, when I gave you the insect corpse pill to ingest, it was merely to give you extra motivation. If not for that, I think you might have broken through to the fourth layers of the eternal spring arts so easily. Thank you for Dr. Mo's beautiful intentions. However, I hope that such intentions will not be needed in the future. After recovering, Han Li's state of mind improved, and he began to slightly believe Dr. Mo's sincerity. He was not as directly opposed to Dr. Mo as before. Now, will you allow this old man to take your pulse? Dr. Mo's words caused Han Li's expression to grow unsightly. To think that Dr. Mo would still request examine his cultivation. Who knew whether Dr. Mo would decide to grab this opportunity to further control and harm him? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.